And we're live. Hello, everyone. Hello, chat. And hope you're all having a good evening or morning, whatever it might be, wherever you are. It's the Critical Drinker here, and I'm joined this evening by Mr. MauLer. Thank you for joining me, sir. Hello.
How you doing?
How are you getting on anyway?
I asked you first.
Damn it. Okay. I'm loving being in lockdown. It's fantastic. I've got a big stockpile of toilet roll, and it's just great fun. Love it. All the booze I need as well. What about yourself?
Yeah, lockdown has made it so that it's essentially most of my time is spent doing work related to PC, or a bit of fun as well. You don't want to go insane. But we can still get out there a little bit. It's still pushing a little bit of going outside, just being careful, of course. Gotten loads of editing done, though you wouldn't know it from the releases on my channel. It's getting there. It's coming. I did post a picture of it. It's a Leviathan, is one word to call it. And yeah, I'm excited to get it out, whenever it comes out. I hate giving people deadlines because they never get reached on time. But yeah, no, it's been interesting. I'd like it if it was to stop now, the corona lockdown-tisms, but I accept that some things just gotta go the way they gotta go. Gotta make sure we do things right.
Yeah, well, at least if you can use the time productively, then I guess it's good. I got a new garden shed delivered today, so that's going to be an exciting experience to put up. I'll probably end up with quite a few nails through my hand, but yeah, that's something to occupy me when it's not pouring rain here. So we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so yeah, we are gathered here this evening to discuss the Terminator franchise. I know this is something we've been kind of batting around for a little while, and just trying to make the time, I guess, to rewatch the movies and be available for it. So yeah, MauLer, perhaps you might tell us a little bit about your history with the Terminator movies and how you feel about this.
For people who do or do not know, up until relatively recently, I would always say my favorite film of all time is Terminator 2. And obviously things change as you get older, but that's actually been my favorite film since I remember seeing it, which as far as I remember, I was 8 or younger, and it was because my awesome dad let me see a lot of films that many people might think you shouldn't show an 8-year-old, but I loved them. I was like, these are the coolest things ever. I remember, I've said this on stream before, but when I first saw the Terminator cutting out his eye in Terminator 1 as a kid, I couldn't get over how cool it was. Not scary, just cool. It's just like this thing it's a robot that's trying to correct its living tissue because it's screwing up its vision or whatever. I was just like, that's so interesting, because to the unbeknownst to the audience, perhaps, it could look like someone's cutting out their own eye, when that's supposed to be the shock value. It's supposed to be what we're like, oh god, that's disgusting. But I was just fascinated by the mechanics of it, I guess. But yeah, Terminator 2, since I was super young, has always been a favorite for all the different reasons that most people would cite for why it's one of their favorites. And then T3 came out, and I remember being like, oh, well, that wasn't...
It's like they tried,
And I was very upset. I was like, why is Judgment Day? What I thought, okay, I guess we're just screwed. I guess it's just gonna happen. Cool. And I was like, what's the lady Terminator with she's worse than the T-1000. That was something I always found, just like, she seems more killable. It's like, yes, she can get herself some really crazy weaponry, but I don't know. I always felt like if the T-1000 and her were to battle, the T-1000 would probably win.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Because it's not like lava would obviously kill her too, so it's just like, I
feel yeah, and she's got this, she's got this supposed ability to control other machines, which sounds like, okay, that's kind of cool, but then it gets used like once in the whole movie, and you're like, oh, okay, that come to nothing then.
I mean, at that point, I was just like, if you have that ability, why not just send it back to like when technology was being built for the first time, and she could just control all of it there, and who cares about John Connor at that point? You're going to cause the apocalypse way sooner.
She could be driving around like a World War I tank or something.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Just do anything,
Then Salvation came out, and I remember, I think a lot of people were liking it, and I was just like, this doesn't even feel like Terminator anymore. I don't even know what this is. It's like a weird action movie. It felt like war, but with Terminator as a backdrop, which is fine, theoretically. But they were sort of playing with the elements from Terminator, and there was lots to like about that film, I will admit, but it was simultaneously I remember being frustrated with lots of it, and I was just like, I guess this is Terminator now. It's just going to sort of be random movies where Arnie is a weird CGI monster, and I don't know, people fight robots, and I don't know. Christian Bale as John Connor was fine. I don't really have much of an issue, but the film itself was just like, yeah, I don't know. And then I was still invested though. I remember being like, I still like my Terminator, even though this isn't working out too great. And then Genesis happened, and that was the first time where I was going to make a video. I remember coming back from it being like, I'm going to make a YouTube video ranting about this movie. And then I think I wrote out a bit, and then I decided, nah, I'll just hate it in private with my friends. And then, obviously, between that and Dark Fate, TLJ happened. And so I am now commenting on films online, and Dark Fate I did a whole stream before because that film is garbage as well. And it's an interesting discussion to see which is worse, Dark Fate or Genesis, because they both do a lot of things that upset every Terminator fan that ever existed. And so that's the Terminator, absolutely destroyed. And I'm sure, given a few more years, they will release Terminator. I don't know, Terminator, the Edge of Tomorrow, just because they can't think of any new names. It'll be about John and Arnie teaming up to kill the world because they're evil now.
Might as well. I kind of see every Terminator movie after T3 as being an unsuccessful attempt to start a new trilogy, because I'm pretty sure there was going to be 2 other movies after Salvation set in that future war kind of scenario, and Salvation just didn't really get off the ground enough to make it viable. And so they're like, oh, okay, we need to bring Arnie back, and we need to try and think of a way to justify him being an old bastard now. And so, that's why you ended up with Genesis, which just messes up the timelines. And then I think with Dark Fate, it was pretty much, we are just out of ideas at this point. Just throw in anything. We can get Linda Hamilton back. We'll throw some money at her.
Every time we come back, we're like, oh no, what are you gonna do? No, stop.
Yeah,
I know you gave him money, but no.
I mean, I think I can genuinely say now I have lived long enough to see all my favorite franchises go down in flames, and it's not a great feeling,
We're definitely at the point where we're looking for the ones that haven't been destroyed now. We're like, who's left? We're looking around like, oh dear, Gremlins, hang on to that. Back to the Future, grab it before they do.
Yeah, that's pretty much all we've got. I mean, I think with myself, thinking about how I got into the Terminator movies, like I started off with T2, I think, just because in the early 90s it was just on TV like all the time, and you couldn't help but see it. And I think back then, like, Arnie was like the coolest guy on the planet, and then it's like at some weird point in the mid-90s he just became this old irrelevant dinosaur that people didn't really care about anymore. But back then he was awesome. So I watched T2 and I was like, this is fucking awesome, great movie, love it. Couldn't really find anything to fault about it. And then it was only a couple of years after that I was able to see T1 finally. And I'm sure it was on late at night, right? And it was a weird thing. Like they almost had like a caution before the movie started, and it was done by a priest, like in full priest uniform, talking about some of the really unpleasant stuff that happens in the movie. And he references the scene where Arnie carves his eye out, and he's like, "This is absolutely awful. This is not the sort of thing that decent people should be watching," which just made me want to watch it all the more. So saw that, and yeah, it was kind of interesting to see where the whole franchise actually began, like this relatively low budget, kind of like a slasher movie almost, with sci-fi elements.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I was like, okay, that puts everything into context, like how this all started, where the Terminator came from, all that sort of stuff. So that was cool. And then, yeah, nothing then happened for like 10 years. And everyone just assumes, okay, well, I guess that's done now. Like, I remember talking to my friends way back in the 90s, and it was like, yeah, I can't see how they could ever do more Terminator movies, because it feels like they've told that complete story already. Like, where else can you go with this? And then apparently, yeah, they found a way, and along came T3, and I was kind of excited because I just thought, oh man, I hope they get it right. I hope they give us a good sequel. And
I mean, I remember enjoying it. I was like, there are issues here that are annoying me, and looking back, I'm just like, yeah, it wasn't very good.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it and I was like, oh, okay, Arnold still looks reasonably good, and Linda Hamilton's not in it, never mind. But I kind of liked what they did with it leading up to Judgment Day. It was quite a brave move, I think, to have it end like that, and it sort of justifies the fact that the Terminators still exist because Judgment Day still happens. It just got postponed. Didn't love Nick's style as John Connor, but that was
Yeah, I always had it like. Funnily enough, I'm almost advocating for Dark Fate here, but I don't like that we wiped out the possibility for it to exist the way we've always known it existed. In Terminator 2, like the idea that an AI would still eventually, reach a point. They talk about this and stuff to do with the great filters that we might reach, where we create an AI that's going to kill all of us. I guess I'm okay with that, but the idea that all they did in Terminator 2 was delay it rather than basically destroy Skynet in that form and with those Terminators and what have you.
Yeah.
I was annoyed to see there's like, no, they didn't. It's like, oh.
Yeah. It really undermined what I thought was actually a really pure bit of storytelling. I like this idea of like, we create this super advanced AI that's going to defend us against all external threats, and it seems like a great idea. It learns extremely quickly and it becomes self-aware. Everyone panics and tries to shut it down, so it retaliates by triggering Judgment Day. Nice. It's a simple concept, but it's perfectly done. I like the this idea of humans like trying to create this perfect thing to keep them safe, and it ultimately turns against them. All very good stuff. But then in T3, it becomes like, oh well, there's like a virus spreading around that only this thing can shut down, and so they're forced to trigger it that way, and it just seems a bit forced. Then it undermines that kind of good bit of storytelling that I always liked about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I just remember when Salvation then came along, I was like, I felt absolutely nothing when I watched it. Everyone seems to think like, I'd love to see a whole movie about those little glimpses you get of the war in the future. And I always felt, even back then, no, I don't want to see that. They're meant to be just like short flashes of like this nightmarish post-apocalyptic
Yeah, they're supposed to represent
war.
what we want to avoid or what we have to prepare to defeat, sort of thing.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, you're seeing the blasted landscape, the skulls everywhere, and the machines trampling over everything, and constant war going on. It's like that's enough. That's enough to tell us what this horrible future is. I don't want to have a whole movie there, and then try to come up with some weird war film that fits around it. And you've got a guy who's kind of from our time, and he's like a quasi Terminator, and it was just all a bit naff. And I just watched it and thought, meh, that was a movie. That's about all I can say about it.
Well, that's what I thought the fate of Terminator would be now, is going to be like someone just wants to make a movie and they'll use aspects of Terminator involved in it, but then sort of Genesis was like, nah, how about we reboot and play around with all kinds of different. It's like, whoa, what are you doing? Just like deleted Terminator 1 and 2, lol. It's like, whoa, what the
fuck? No.
Salvation was just like, hey, this is one of the many possibilities that could have happened due to changing the past that we ended up with, and this John Connor is fighting these kinds of Terminators with, and there's a Kyle Reese. There's all these moved around ideas, and it's like, oh, I kind of see how this fits into the universe. Okay, but Genesis was just like, nah, whatever. Anything's happening now. It's like, oh,
yeah, and you've got the events of T1, which briefly play out before old Arnold comes in and blows up the original version of himself, I guess. Then a liquid Terminator shows up for no apparent reason that looks nothing like Robert Patrick, and then they melt that, and oh god, it's just like you say, I just kind of felt like they took all these concepts from the Terminator movies and just threw them in any kind of order. They brought
T-1000 look-alike, who's also a cop, turns up. It's like, why is he here? Like, this is Terminator 1 world. It's like, I don't know, he just is.
Fuck it, anything can happen. From what I heard from Amelia Clark was talking about this, and apparently the actual production of it was really unhappy. Like they kind of knew they were making a turd even as they were producing it, and yeah, I guess they had no option but to go along with it. But Jesus, it must have been awful to be involved in that.
I always felt she was miscast as Sarah Connor. I'm not even sure that she could be directed into a position of nailing a Sarah Connor. I always feel like I can't remember who I was talking about this with, but I've always felt from interviews that she should be in romantic comedies and maybe like just lighthearted stuff. I'm not saying she can't do drama, but they always cast her as these very strong and definitive women, and she always comes across as like overcompensating whenever I see her doing it.
I mean, I think there's something to be said for like the kind of the presence that just size and strength brings, and obviously she just doesn't have that because she's like 5 feet tall and she looks probably a lot younger than she is, and those two things combined, you just can't play a character like Sarah Connor then effectively.
And she shouts a lot, and you're like, oh, you're trying to come across as authoritative or confident. Okay, I follow.
Yeah.
I get it.
They had to give her the line as well, didn't they? When she comes in and saves Kyle Reese, and it's like, "Come with me if you want to live." Oh God!
Her delivery of it always annoyed me. Come with me if you want to live. Like, oh.
And what can I even say about Dark Fate when we got to that point? I think that was just I'd lost any kind of investment in the Terminator franchise by then, and I was just like, how bad is it going to be? How bad do I feel for Arnold?
Arnie execute Edward Furlong's John Connor. I was like, right. I guess I'm out.
It was horrendous.
Watching Sarah Connor complain about being the womb and the guardian for the important one, not the important one. I was like, this is so out of character for her. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sarah Connor cared about the world and cared about her connection with Kyle and Connor. Not I want to be the important one. It's like, if you are an important one, that's ridiculous.
I mean, well, I direct your attention back to the conversation she has in T2 with Miles Dyson, where she's kind of like, she's got this simmering anger towards him when she's basically backed down from killing him, and the Terminator is explaining what's actually going to happen and how he's responsible. And he's like, oh man, how was I supposed to know about any of this? And she goes on this bit of a rant against him, saying like, you don't understand what it's like to create something, to create a life inside you and to feel it growing. That's her talking about like that kind of incredible experience she had of being a mother to John, to being the mother of like the future, as she put it in the first movie. And so to go from that to embracing that kind of role that she has, to then complaining about not being the important one and just being a mum, it's just such a complete swerve for the character. It just makes no sense.
It's there's nothing left to destroy, I'd say, at this point, but I'm always wrong about that. When I saw the almost bodybuilding attempted wisecracking meathead Kyle Reese, I was like, so this is just not Kyle Reese. This is like a completely different character from Genesis. And then you got Linda Hamilton's helped destroy Sarah, and she didn't even. Have you read the thing about how she was really upset watching the scene where she is unable to stop them from killing John?
No.
Basically, she said I can't remember if she said she cried or she was definitely tearing up at the very least at the scene itself, because she thinks it's wrong. She was arguing that she should be doing a lot more, that it should be more than just the Terminator like holds it back or whatever. And I can't remember if I was talking to you about this, but I was just like, if you want the Terminator to kill John Connor, Sarah has to be dead. There's no way she's alive and that happens. She has to be dead. She has to be killed. It's just that's her whole thing. She'll protect him until she's dead. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean, I think as it stands in the movie, she kind of fires a few rounds into it and then just tries to leap on top of it or something, and it just like throws her off and then kills him, and then off it goes. Yeah, and she's just like, oh, what have I done? And yeah, she just, like you say, she would fight with her last breath to protect John. That's what she lives for. So,
well, they wanted a story where John was dead and she wasn't. So yeah, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to trample on the legacy of the series, to take like the most important character in the entire franchise and just kill him off in the first 2 minutes. Doesn't even get a line of dialogue. Great.
God, CK said in T3 she protects him after she's dead with the stupid coffin thing. And it's like, yeah, that's way more accurate than Dark Fate. She would leave a weapons cache behind. Sure, I'd believe that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
She was very, very protective, overprotective. That's part of her flaws, is that she was almost too cold. She wasn't the greatest of mothers. She was a great protector, though.
I think she was just incredibly intense with all of it. I mean, I imagine she was constantly bombarding him with, information, trying to train him and prepare him and give him all these skills that she thought he was going to need in the coming war, and probably, I guess it's implied that her state of mind suffers as a result of the knowledge that she's got, of this impending apocalypse, and probably that combination of things is what pushed him away. And then, I think you get that explanation that she tried to blow up a computer factory and got shot and then arrested, and that's how she ended up in in hospital.
It's infinitely fascinating to talk about their relationship and what it all meant and how it all happened, because they're very real characters with all these real consequences for all these horrible events that take place. And then in the new ones, you're just sitting there like, oh, I don't know. The main character is what did they show in the opening scene with the main character in Darkface? Like, oh, she takes care of her family. She's good at that. She's like a leader. You're like, uh-huh. Also, she's going to lead them in the future, and you got to keep her alive because someone's come back to kill her. You're like, all right then.
That's all you get. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, I never cared remotely about that character. I hated the idea that, you know, Skynet doesn't exist anymore, but like they just so happen to create a different AI that does the exact same thing. It's like, oh, fuck off! Like, is that the best you've got?
I forgot.
Legion, I think.
That's it. And for some reason, the design of the Terminator is almost exactly the same. It's like, oh,
yeah,
okay,
that's convenient, isn't it?
Yeah. So they can put that all over the marketing.
I mean, yeah, the whole design of the, you know, this new Terminator that comes back, again, it goes back to what you were saying about how they've become progressively less useful since the T-1000. Like, this one can split into two. Why? Like, why is that useful? Like, why can't you just send two of them in the first place?
There are several points in the film where he doesn't use that to his advantage. I was watching it with a friend again, and we would notice it like, oh yeah, he could have stabbed them there, because if you remember the scene where he's being grabbed by a bunch of people and he's just stabbing them all over while he's walking.
Yes,
there's several moments where he could have been doing that to some of the good guys in certain action scenes and stuff. It's just like, guess he's not that good. But yeah, it's just that's the format. Someone comes back to kill, someone comes back to protect, and they fiddle with some stuff here and there. But you know, you got to give it to Genesis. I don't know what their format was. They were like, I don't know, just, everybody went all over the place and different things happened. John Connor's also a Terminator. You're like, wow.
And Kyle Reese has to give a message to himself to memorize at the end. I couldn't believe how they even got that scene done without breaking down. It was just it was ludicrous.
Yeah, I want to make a video on that one day. Genesis is infinitely entertaining in terms of all of its writing decisions. Same for Dark Fate.
Yeah, but yeah, so fortunately, we've got a chance to talk about the Terminator movies that are actually good.
Yes,
I guess the aim was to focus on the first two as much as we can, and maybe cover some of the other ones. Probably just to say how much, you know, worse they are in terms of plotting and structure and stuff. But yeah, how do you feel about like diving into T1 and seeing what we can make of it?
Yeah, so for sure. Interesting thing about T1 rewatching it, there's a couple of references where I was like, oh man, they really didn't expect to do a sequel, did they? Because they got they refer to it as the final battle in this film. They're like, this is the end of the war essentially. Their last gasp. The final battle is Sarah and Kyle versus this Terminator, and then it's just like, there's Terminator. There's another one, but yeah, that's fine. And there is. Whenever I want to criticize or celebrate any part of T1 and T2, I'm always under the point where it's like, don't worry, guys. The other ones are way worse. Like, this is just, but, you know, and again, Terminator 2 was one of my favorite films of all time for a long time. It still kind of is. It's between that and Prestige. I love those films the most out of all films. They mean a lot. But Kyle says that, so that I'm going for the premise right now, because obviously what they want when they're making this is a really cool slasher movie with a killer robot. Because that's not really been done at that point, I think, on a wide scale. Certainly not to this level of quality. We have plenty of slashes with like supernatural beings or men, just like very big, strong men, or crazy hillbillies, that sort of thing. But it's like this is a robot, and why is that so much scarier than a human? It's like, well, because they can't be reasoned with. They don't eat, they don't sleep. They're just like relentless, and they have one goal. And so you're just like, wow, that's actually kind of terrifying. Think about it. In the same way that you can celebrate Alien and Predator, those are both what you could call variations on a slasher genre. They've got this different variables, though, right? Because the Predator one's always fascinates people in terms of just like, oh, it's so cool. It's a slasher movie with the people who are best prepared for a slasher format, and yet not able to win.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing that, I mean, I mentioned this when I did my review of Predator, actually, was just how it's so effective at splitting the movie up into three distinct components. Like, you've got the action movie at the start that culminates in them raiding that camp, and so that's your action movie. Then it moves into slasher territory where they start getting picked off by the Predator, and then when it's just Dutch versus the Predator, then you've got a kind of survival hunter kind of story.
Mhm.
So you've got three different elements there that work, that blend just seamlessly into each other. It's such a clever film, or it's so well shot and so well paced that all
Yeah,
of
that
those
film's
things just work
amazing.
perfectly.
it's,
Yeah.
it's staggering how good that film is. So anyway, because that's the thing, I actually have no problem with the premise of Predator, but I do with Terminator as a premise. But I usually say that I actually like Terminator more than Predator, but that's always up for change. You know how it is. So the idea being that the Terminators at their end were like, we're going to send back a Terminator to essentially defeat the leader of the humans, so he could never rise up and destroy us in the first place.
Mhm.
If we ignore time travel rules for a second, I'd just be like, why did you send back one? And it's like, we have to assume that that's all they could do. You're like, well, of course that gets thrown out the window with Terminator 2. It's like, add 3, add 4. You know how it goes. It's just like,
Yeah.
and
Dark
then
Fate would have us believe that they've just been sending like a steady stream of them throughout history, you know?
yeah, and the best you can sort of do with this, I guess, as a writer, would be like, yeah, the machines had a protocol in mind where they were like, it's way riskier to send someone back in time in terms of what's going to happen to time in general, and that they don't want to use that because not even the machines are 100% certain of what the results will be. However, they will engage with it if they think they're about to lose their empire, if you will. And so they sent one. And then you could probably be like, is it reasonable to infer that they would have sent it when John Connor was, to go after the mother of John Connor? It's like, yeah, I think that's fair enough. It's just that Kyle, the part that gets me is Kyle says they sent that one back, and in a response, they sent Kyle back to deal with him. And then they blew up the whole place. And I was like, why did you only send Kyle?
Yeah, you could have sent an entire battalion of men back.
I feel like if we're saving the world, like literally humanity's existence, I feel like it's probably worthwhile to actually send a lot of people.
Yeah. It's a tough one. I don't know if there's like resource constraints to this kind of thing. Like perhaps, you use this time travel equipment and then it takes 15 hours for it to recharge so that you could do another one. And perhaps the complex was in danger of falling into the AI's hands again. So they had to blow up without, risking it. I think you could probably construct any number of explanations why. Like you say, there is a bit of a gap there, and like, why didn't you send more people? But
yeah, you can try and infer any, and I would even say I try to account in my own way. I guess I'd be like, maybe Reese says that the station was set to self-destruct. We had no time left. We could send someone through, and I volunteered. Yeah. It was a desperate move, and he said he would do it for that reason or whatever. And so we could sort of work with that, but then T2 kind of fucks it all up because first of all, they sent the robot to defend John, but they didn't send a robot to defend John in the first place. Like you would have thought they would send a robot both times, or if they could only it's weird, and there's a lot of just like, I don't know, that's just kind of how it worked.
Well, I think if you go off the basis that, John has the knowledge that Kyle Reese is his father, and so he's obviously going to be the one that he picks to send back, and he knows that Kyle is going to die in the process of protecting Sarah so that he can then live.
It's got to ensure that happens.
Yeah, so I think potentially, and if you sent an entire platoon back, it's like, okay, well, they might potentially blow up the Terminator and win, and Kyle's not dead, so that's messing with the timeline then. So perhaps he knew that was what he had to send, just that one guy, in order to make everything else happen. Potentially.
I suppose that could be a rationalization, but then you might want to question, like, how did all of his men allow that? When they'll be like, John, shouldn't we send more? And he's just like, no, trust me.
It'll be fine.
But then I guess T2, you could make that argument again that he's like, I know I have to do this because I know how it turns out, which is an interesting way to look at how the time travel would work. It's all happened already, and it all goes the way that it goes, which is why I want to stop after T2 and ignore the rest, because you can sort of, T2 says that they stop Judgment Day. So yeah, there's lots of things that can get in the way of exactly understanding exactly how the whole timeline goes, and there's a couple of questions you can throw in. But again, like, this is something Rian Johnson is right about. He's wrong about it applying to his movie Looper, because Looper deals with time travel throughout the film, while Terminator does not. He said that as long as you allow this premise to just go forth, and kind of like, if there's any questions, just sort of go, then the rest of the film holds its own. It's not to do with time travel past the time traveling.
Yeah, and I think T2 always, for me, it ended on a nicely ambiguous note where it's not really confirmed whether they have changed the future or anything like that. But you get that final monologue from Sarah Connor where she's like, the unknown future is coming towards us, but I'm facing it with hope now. So it's like, okay, you've got a positive, sort of optimistic, ending, but you don't know exactly what's going to happen, and that's fine. It can be ambiguous, and that was kind of enough for me. It was enough to know that they'd survived this experience.
Yeah, sure. And it's the shot of the road, isn't it? The implication being that now we're who knows what road we're going down. It's just like a brand new thing. There's multiple roads to approach. We're going down a different one now than we thought we were.
Yeah,
but it doesn't necessarily mean that anything must happen. For example, a Terminator could show up at a beach and kill John Connor. That could happen.
It could indeed.
Who knows?
An entirely different AI might get invented one day and cause another Judgment Day and then send back its own Terminators. Yeah, again, you never know with these things. But yeah, I think when you kind of narrow it down to the first two movies, it simplifies things a great deal. And what I love about T1 is it is a delightfully simple premise when you think about it. There's a future war. The machines are know they're about to lose, so as a last gasp attempt to change things, they send back this robot that can assassinate the mother of the future resistance leader. Perfect. That's enough to get you going, and then you've got your basis for your slasher film, and that's kind of where we jump off from. I think it's
yeah. It's a lot of slashers try to do this. They're like it's a guy who was buried in a place, and his cursed soul has cast a spell upon this sleepy town. You're like, oh my goodness, if you allow us that, we'll play out the rest. Terminator is the same. Predator there's an alien who wants to hunt humans that's arrived on Earth. If you just let us have that, then the rest of the thing plays out. You're like, yeah, I guess an alien could, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I still adore the angle that an alien is doing it for sport. That is so cool. And I feel like a lot of people aren't as creative these days with motivations. A lot of people don't even make motivations for their villains these days. Let alone villains. A lot of people's protagonists don't have motivations these days, I should say. But the idea that an alien wants to prove that it can knock out any of the species that are currently growing up in the galaxy, it's just like, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, and it allows you to do things like, when Dutch tells Anna to make a run for the chopper, and you think, well, under normal circumstances, the Predator would gun her down before she'd gotten 50 yards. Like, this explains why, because she's not a threat. She never raises a weapon to it, so it has no reason to hunt for her. So it's content to let her go. It's only after the soldiers that have been trying to kill it.
Yeah,
again, it fits in perfectly.
Honor code for predators. They're not interested in killing, a defenseless creature. They'll just be like, yeah, no, that's not the point. And especially, they'll always kill the ones that attack them. And then, yeah, we probably shouldn't talk about the Predator franchise.
Yeah, but that's for another day. But what's going back to what you were saying there about how they probably didn't expect to make a sequel to this, like doing a bit of behind the scenes reading on it. Like, I know Arnold wasn't too impressed with this movie when it was getting made. When he was getting interviewed about it, he was doing Conan the Destroyer, I think, before he filmed this. And they were asking him, what are you going to be working on next? And he was like, oh, some shit science fiction movie, but it'll take a couple of weeks and then it'll be done. So he didn't really have any belief in it, which is kind of ironic since it went on to be like the most iconic role of his entire career.
I think it's because I've read some stuff here and there. Like, didn't a lot of the shooting for this film take place in places they didn't even have permits for? Like, a lot of it was very slapdash, which blows me away for how good the film is. When a lot of it was like gambling and working really hard to make things even work properly. But I could see maybe from inside the filming that this doesn't seem to be a good project. Maybe you could get the impression that this is dumb or something. But I don't know. It's amazing. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, in the hands of a different director, like, it probably would have been hackneyed and goofy and rubbish. But like, Cameron put everything into this one, and I think that's always been his hallmark throughout his career. Like, I think he got started on a movie called Battle Beyond the Stars, which was like a low-budget sci-fi movie, and he was just a set designer for that. But he worked like 18-hour days and made it like the best sets he could possibly make with a shoestring budget.
Yeah.
And people were so impressed by that it gave him this amazing reputation that allowed him to start doing bigger productions. And then he came up with the idea for the Terminator. But it was a tough sell because he didn't have any stars attached. He didn't have anyone willing to back it financially. And I think apparently he was friends with Lance Henriksen at the time. So when he went to do his pitch meeting, he had Lance Henriksen dress up as the Terminator with like big leather jacket on and the fake, injuries on his face, and like kick the door open to give them an idea what it would be like.
Potential for the Terminator, which I feel like we all understand that not only does Arnie help the idea that it's hiding a big hulking monster beneath it in terms of metal, but he's also incredibly intimidating. There's this big Austrian hunk of "I will kill you" meat that's walking through everywhere.
It wasn't until, because like I was saying, I had I'd rewatched T1 for this, but I didn't bother with T2 because I'd seen it so many times. But I'd forgotten how fucking massive he is, like in this one. I think he was still relatively fresh out of bodybuilding and stuff, so he still had that enormous size. And it's not to say he was small in T2, but he definitely like downsized a bit. But when you see him in this one, it's like, wow, that is a monster right there, and it just fits in perfectly.
I think it's a great juxtaposition that they have our hero character being essentially all of the reverse traits. He's not a hammer; he's the scalpel return sort of thing in terms of. Arnie's just he's like a train heading toward them, while Kyle is more of a constantly trying to work within the limits he has. He's very scrawny. He's lived a life of fear and pain and lack of food, and he's constantly on edge. I really like Michael Biehn's performance, and it really frustrates me watching Genesis ever, because I'm like, that's not Kyle Reese, go away. That's not him.
He looks like he's traumatized, kind of. He's got a bit of the Sarah Connor from T2 about him,
of coming across as almost crazy, which is how he should be, because he should be like, you guys have no idea, you're all just happily bouncing around, you have no idea, because he was born in the wartime. He wasn't even aware of this is how everything was at one point, or at least he hadn't lived it. Yeah,
absolutely. And like you say, he's got that kind of malnourished look about him, and he's all scruffy. He's got scars all over him. So it's like, okay, perfect, And I don't know why Michael Biehn never did more with his career. I know he was quite big in the 80s, but then he just kind of vanished, I guess. It's like he never quite made the A-list, and it's a shame because he's a great actor.
The Rock Tombstone as well came out in a time where I was like, oh, he's still going, but then he disappeared until I remember seeing him in what's the Rodriguez film, the zombie one?
He's like not Death Proof. Is it like Planet Terror or something like that?
Yeah, I think that's it. I remember being like, oh my god, I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been? He's going to be in Mando season 2, apparently, isn't he?
He is, apparently, yeah. God knows what he looks like now. I'd imagine he's aged quite a bit, but I remember seeing him then. I was like, oh, Michael, where have you been? I've missed you. But yeah, like, so, you've got this initial premise then. The Terminator, comes in through the time portal, and the first person it runs into is Bill Paxton, who's on hand to get murdered by it. Which is nice to see. I think someone said he's had the distinction of being killed by the Predator, the Terminator, and aliens.
Nice. It's an awesome trifecta to have. And it's a lot of people are like, he was in this. Like, he's one of the people. He has a tire on his face, right? Like a tire print. But and it's a nice way to open as well, because all of us are just like, what is this thing? It's like a dude who came out of nowhere, and it looks pretty threatening, and then he just punches someone to death in one go. You're like, oh.
I'm pretty sure does he not punch right into someone's chest and like rip out internal organs?
I think they just show blood, but the guy is definitely just straight up dead. The guy he punches, I'm pretty sure he was almost typecast as like a B-list Arnie. He played a lot of characters that Arnie would have had he not gone for. I don't know the name of the guy, but
I know who you mean. He does have a bit of an Arnie look about him, and as I remember, he was quite a big dude himself. So was he not in? When they did a movie of Buffy, was he not in that?
He was in the first 2 episodes of Buffy, actually.
Yeah.
don't know, I can't remember if he was in the movie for Buffy. I don't think so, but he was the first sort of big bad guy that she takes out in the first 2 episodes.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so the Terminator is able to get himself some clothes, and off he goes. And then,
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, killing him is a nice little thing to the audience of being like, this guy's not fucking around. This is be very afraid of this thing. And it's just like, yeah, good start. It's very quick because this is the thing. I think this movie is very well paced. They get everything done as quickly as they can with as much information as we would need. And the comparison of him arriving and getting up and immediately killing, taking clothes and moving on to the next thing, while Kyle falls down, is in agony next to it's some alleyway. The police arrive. He's just like, oh, it's so much worse.
Yeah.
For him, he's absolutely an underdog throughout the whole movie.
Yeah, and I like when he's quizzing the police officer where he pulls his gun on him, and he's like, "What day is it today?" And the guy's like, "It's Thursday." He's like, "What year?" You know, it's straight away you understand. Like, okay, this is quite an unusual situation that this guy's in. And
I can't imagine like a lot of audience be like, "Oh my god, this is so fun! This is time travelers. This is oh cool." Especially with the presentation not being campy and goofy. This is very serious, very gritty, and we know that especially with that opening, we're like, this is going to be some murder in this. It's going to be very, very seriously taken, not like a fun little adventure where people are going to medieval times and seeing what goofy things they get up to.
Yeah. Well, what's good as well is when you think about it, like, if you've got any movie with time travel from the future in it, obviously the question is going to be like, well, what's the future like? What kind of culture do they have? Like, what do people do for entertainment? Like, what music do they listen to? All that sort of thing. This movie makes those questions irrelevant because none of that exists. It's just war. Like, that's the only future that exists. So you don't have any of that, potentially goofy territory that you're going to get into. It's just like,
I like the TV with the fire in it.
Yeah.
Very just like, yeah, that's their entertainment pretty much.
So then, yeah, that's the point where we get introduced to Sarah, isn't it? So like Kyle's here, the Terminator's here, they're both en route to try and find her, and that's when we get to actually meet her. And she's just a waitress working some shitty job.
Yep, she's the most average Joe that ever average Joe'd.
Good bit of casting of Linda Hamilton as well. Like,
excellent.
The only thing I would say is, like, apparently she's meant to be 19, which I don't quite buy. I don't know how old Linda was when she did that, but she doesn't look 19.
Yeah, no. I find a lot of older stuff has that issue. Buffy has that issue. A lot of the main cast all look like they're in their late 20s, early 30s. It's like, these are all 16-year-olds. You're like, no. Okay. If they can do to different people. Obviously, it's very much an immersion potential breaker for some people. But do they mention her age in this film? I can't remember.
It was only because I was reading up on it, and when they were talking about how they cast her, it was like, okay, when they did the casting call, Sarah's written as 19 years old, girl next door kind of look, short and petite, that kind of thing. So that's where I took it from. They may have like scaled her up a bit, I guess, for this, in light of Linda herself. I don't know, but that's what they did originally, I think. So.
And yeah, her ability, like not to take away anything from her acting in T1, but once you combine it with what she does in T2 as well, it's just like, whoa, you were very, very good.
Yeah.
She's one of the characters we often will celebrate, and these days, because we're supposed to be very anti-woman, they discount Sarah Connor, the ominous they. You can't choose her because one, she's an older character, so go choose newer ones, and two, what's the reasoning that because she could have been swapped out with a guy and it wouldn't have mattered? That's why it doesn't count. Which I'm curious about that reasoning, because I would be like, first of all, she's a mother. It's like, oh yeah, you could swap her out, and make her a father. And I'd be like, well, okay, but at that point, could you swap out anybody anyway? Like, wouldn't that not just defeat the whole thing?
Yeah, like there's still something to the character that's unique to being a mother to John and having lost him. But yeah, like. When you get to that kind of territory, it's like it's not even worth having the discussion, I don't think.
But yeah, it's a fine start. She's down on her luck. She's got ice cream in her pocket, and the customers aren't happy. And that her friend gives her that line. She says, "Look at it this way: in 100 years, who's gonna care?"
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Yeah,
I guess is that
little lines like that.
These guys are coming in from the future, and they only care about her. So,
yeah.
I don't know. Good stuff.
I like the scene as well where she's in her apartment with her friend. I guess they're sharing, and her friend's boyfriend calls up and he thinks it's her, and he's
Yeah.
like, starts giving her all the dirty talk, and like Sarah just goes along with it for a few seconds. And then she's like, "Who is this?" He's like, "Oh fuck, sorry." He puts her girlfriend on, and then he just goes right back into it again.
Yeah, the repeating of it immediately with no break. That's good shit. Like, there's lots of dialogue to celebrate in these films, which that's a dying art as well. Just having punchy dialogue that matches the characters gives you insight. It's like, oh,
Who would have thought that such a thing could be done, eh? And yeah, I like the fact that when the Terminator is sent back, obviously to kill Sarah Connor, that he's got very limited information on her. He doesn't know where she lives or anything like that. All he knows is her name and the fact that she's in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So he has to go to a phone booth and get a phone book to look her up. I just think that's such a wonderful throwback to when days were simpler, and screenwriting was probably simpler, because nowadays, what would he do? Like, he could look her up on social media and probably know everything about her within like 10 seconds.
And in fact, we would argue, like, surely he'd have access to this if Sky didn't have access to all of the human's history of social media, maybe. Like, we would argue that it should be easier for him to find, but when you write it these days, it's just like, yeah, he just did it the simplest way that one would do something like this. And fucking lucky that he was hitting them one by one and she was the third name, because
damn,
if she was the first name, Kyle might not have made it.
It'd be a short movie, I suppose. Yeah, successful Terminator mission done.
Would he killed all three of them regardless? I guess, because it's not like he would know. Right?
Yeah, he's not going to get any signals to say, right, you're successful. So yeah, he'd
the right
just
one.
do that. It does beg the question of what he'd do after that. But like, I suppose Dark Fate tries to answer that.
He gains a conscience and builds a family,
and runs a drapery business, a very successful one, I might add.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Dark Fate, why do you hate us so?
Why do you exist? I remember, didn't the maker of Dark Fate say something like he wanted to like go a different direction, keep the thing alive, and also that Terminator has always been about Sarah. It's not been about John. That these are all choices, all these things that I think relatively recently compared to those comments, he was like, okay, yeah, I screwed up. It's just like, yes, you did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least if he's willing to admit it, fair enough. If it had been Rian Johnson, he'd be like, no, I don't think you can criticize my movie in any way.
I hope I'm not inventing that. I could have sworn I remember someone linking me something where he said, yeah, okay, I might have fucked up. I think, I'm not appealing to like box office, but surely critical reviews would have come back to him in some way, shape, or form. He'd be like, all right, this is I can see there's some issues here.
Yeah, I do recall something like that. I don't know what his specific take was on his previous statements, but I think he did acknowledge that. Yeah, he didn't make the best movie he could have, perhaps.
Yes, the guy did do Deadpool, as someone pointed out.
Yeah,
much more beloved.
Yeah, it's the material you're working with, though. I mean, I don't know, from a directorial point of view, maybe it's fine, but yeah, like,
you bring in someone who's like, I want to tell this story, and you're like, oh, but you're in this universe, so you can't really tell that story. And like, no, I'm going to tell this story. You're like, okay, well, good luck. What else can we do? It's like, yeah, that's what you want to do. Like, I think if John dies, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think you've thought this through, sir. But yeah, so like, we've obviously got the setup then of like, the Terminator's hunting for Sarah, Kyle's trying to track her down as well, and other Sarahs are getting killed in pretty rapid fashion.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the fact that it comes on the news and her friend's just like, you're dead, honey.
Yeah. I can't imagine how bizarre that must be to have a news report where your name has died. You're like, oh, that's terrifying. And then once the second one comes in, you're like, okay, I'm actually worried now. Like, is someone going around killing people with my name? Why?
Yeah. But this was the slightly odd thing in that she doesn't just immediately go to the police and just be put into protective custody. There's a bit of a delay there, I think, and she's told to go somewhere public, isn't she? So she goes to a nightclub so she won't be seen, or so she can't be kind of ambushed.
Yeah, so she's in, is it the bar or diner or whatever, and she finds out the second one's dead, and so she's like, oh god, what do I do? She phones a friend, and then she said she was trying to get through the police for ages, and then they recommend that she stay where she is in a public place, and they'll come pick her up. I think that's how
Yeah.
that works. That mostly follows, right? If we're told she was always trying to get through to them, I think we can work with that.
Yeah.
Though, come on, police, what are you doing? You should have open lines.
I know. Does 911 not work or something? Like, yeah, I'm not really sure. You think she could just go to?
Yeah, I can't remember what she says. If she says like, "I've been ignored or tossed around or whatever," I can't remember if she says she just couldn't get through.
Yeah, she does get through to one of the police detectives. I think it's not Lance Henriksen, it's the other one. And she's like, basically, she's been tossed around and stuff. And she's like, look, don't put me on hold and don't transfer me to another department. And then she's like, okay, I'm like the third Sarah Connor on the list. You know, I'm really worried. And that's when he's like, okay.
She's noticed Kyle at that point, isn't she? That he's following her.
Yes.
So very concerned, as you would be.
Yeah. At which point she then kind of heads to a nightclub because he's following her down the street, I guess, thinking that he's the threat.
And he's just waiting to identify the Terminator. That's what he wants. So he's just, which, by the way, dangerous in the case of if the Terminator decided to walk up to her and grab her neck, sort of thing. Like even if you shoot the Terminator at that point, you might be too late.
Yeah, or potentially shoot her with a sniper rifle or something like that from 2 blocks away. You know, Yeah,
I guess he thought because it's in the club that she'd be. Is a very high likely. It's still risky. I'm going to say it. Still risky.
Yeah. Respect to the Terminator that it can get into a nightclub with an Uzi and stuff.
Yeah, it's all under his coat, right? And how he walks in without paying, and he breaks the guy's hand.
Someone's mentioning that the club is called Tech Noir. Yeah, it is. Good stuff. So yeah, that's when the Terminator makes his move to try and kill her, but Kyle gets in first and blasts it with a shotgun, I think, so they can escape.
We did we mention the I like the dream sequence, if you call it that, when he's thinking about the past, because really helps. I think we kind of mentioned this before, but it really helps solidify his motivation without being overt about it. It's like, this is the world he's come from, the world that is a disaster and horrifying, and if John dies, it's only going to get worse. There's no hope. So and you know, he's waking up terrified and stuff. It's just a nice big piece of what makes him who he is, without him having to say to the camera, I am very stressed because of all of this. Okay, it's horrifying. I need you, because the sad part for him is the fact that he has to try and convince people he's from the future, which is so annoying when you consider everything. It's just like, I need to save the world. It's like, yeah, but you're kind of insane. It's like, oh right, yeah. I guess I would come across that way if I was telling everybody. Like, how would you do it? I don't know. It's like, yeah.
No, well, you can't prove it. You know, because they're like, do you have any like laser guns or anything that you brought back with you? And that's when he has to explain, well, no, because you have to be covered in living tissue to go, so you can't bring back weapons or anything like that.
Which is actually,
so they're like, oh yeah,
I have.
Hey, me too, yeah, because it's like, how does the T-1000 get back when it's made of metal?
Actually, that wasn't even my contention, so kudos.
Oh, sorry.
my one was, why wouldn't the Terminator print flesh to peel around in the same way that they've got it for the Terminators, just around an advanced ray gun thing, so that he wouldn't have to get primitive weapons and go with him? And similarly, why wouldn't the humans pack Kyle Reese with one of those?
Well, like insert it in him, basically.
Well, let's just pretend for a second that we've got one of the infiltrator type Terminators in that facility with the time traveling. They just rip off his flesh, wrap it around a big old gun, and pass it to Kyle, and just like, yeah, this will get it through.
I'm trying to picture the visual of that. Just Arnold's skin wrapped around some massive pulse rifle thing.
And yeah, because the film, they do have a sequence where you could tell the writers are like, we have to explain this because it kind of doesn't make sense. Kyle didn't come back with a gun because it has to be living stuff. And it's like, well, then how did the Terminator come back? It's like, oh, well, he's wrapped in living stuff. You're like, oh, okay, all right, I see. But then, of course, it's like, why not wrap a gun in living stuff?
This is true. I mean, I think, I guess the assumption is, one, then it avoids you having to, work futuristic weapons into the constraints of the plot, but also, I think they would assume that he can arm himself pretty effectively, and because he's virtually indestructible, he's not going to have too many concerns about having to fight his way through resistance.
Yeah, you could make the argument for the Terminator that the Terminators and Skynet were like, will draw too much attention if he goes back with a crazy sci-fi gun. He can kill her without that. He won't need it. He can literally punch her to death. So he doesn't need the ray gun, and he can get weapons from their time. You could kind of go with that to avoid drawing attention. For the human side, again, I would have pushed that it was something they had to decide in like a minute. They found it was a self-detonation thing for this facility, and that they could only send someone back desperately. Again, that creates problems for T2. I'm trying, okay? I'm just trying to tweak. So that we can all make it come through nice and easy.
Yeah, I mean, I can go with that for the purposes of our discussion. So yeah, that's when they managed to escape then. So Kyle has saved Sarah for the time being, and they make their escape. And is that the point where the Terminator follows them outside, and Kyle like throws a Molotov cocktail at it, and it doesn't quite blow it up, but it sets it on fire to some extent, and then they drive away.
A gas tank for a car, and it sets all that on fire, and the Terminator jumps through it, and burned. They had it burn off Arnie's eyebrows, I believe.
That was something that always stuck with me as weird, because he goes from having kind of long hair when he first arrives to like he's suddenly got like a buzz cut sort of thing, and his eyebrows seem to be missing, and it took me a while to twig. Oh yeah, he was on fire, so this is meant to represent that.
It helped make him look less human, which I think was a goal of James Cameron. I remember finding out about they put Vaseline on him to a degree to make him look shinier and weirder, which again, cool ideas. And burning off his eyebrows, or at least I'm pretty sure they've got something covering his actual eyebrows. It just makes him look even more off. You look at him, you're like,
yeah,
something wrong with you. And it's like, yeah, that should be how you feel, because he's a big old robotoid. And yeah, of course, Sarah's just panicking because she's like, crazy man's kidnapped me, and apparently someone else is trying to kill me. This is the worst day of my life. And of course, Kyle, desperately trying to keep her alive, is just like, just listen to every single thing I ever have to say. He's not really doing much convincing. He's just terrifying her.
Yeah, which is great. Like he's not giving her some slick, piece of witty dialogue. He's like practically yelling at her. This thing's coming after you. You need to listen to me. You need to stick with me, and otherwise you're fucked. And that's the sort of jumping off point for their relationship.
I'd like to highlight as well, this is like the fun of these movies and how they get destroyed later on by subsequent crazy, terrible Hollywood things. Even though these are Hollywood, of course. The shock of him getting shot with a shotgun like 8 times, falling over, and then getting back up, that's a shocking payoff in this film. Because we're like, whoa, he's not human. He can't be. Yeah. This is ridiculous. That's so tame now. Like in the new Terminator, they'll have to have an enormous explosion with magnetic pieces of metal flinging all around in a whirlpool while it shreds people to death and then reassembles and shoots lasers, and you're just like, yeah.
All right. remember it was shocking enough. Yeah.
And it's like the stakes are so much lower in terms of like, we don't have to blow up a planet or anything. We're looking at a man getting back up, and that's shocking on its own. It's just like, that's nice.
It is kind of interesting as well when he gets blasted and he falls to the ground. It does kind of stun him temporarily, like he's kind of disabled for a few seconds until he can.
Yeah, it looks like he's almost rejigging himself a bit. He's just like, I've fallen over and I can't get up. No, I can't.
Yeah, off he goes. Apparently, from what I understand, like when this stage of Arnie's career, there wasn't really any stuntmen that were comparable in size to him, so he ended up having to do a lot of them himself.
Mm-hmm.
So when you got scenes like where he's on the hood of the car and he gets flung off when Kyle jams on the brakes, like that's him apparently getting that done.
Nice.
It was same in Commando. I think he did all his own stunts in that. Again, same problem. They just didn't have a stuntman who looked like him, so he just had to do it. But yeah, that's sorry.
There are things like that you can pick up for the fact that he's a Terminator and things on. You're like, when he attacks and kills the two in where Sarah lives, I think during the fight they cut from it when it's just happening, so I think you can just spot it. But the guy, when he's on the floor, he gets up and he like tackles Arnie by like picking him up and moving across the room, tackling him over. It's like, you're not doing that to a T-800.
Yeah.
You're gonna be like trying to pick him up. You're like, nah, he's just gonna break your back. But
I forgot about that actually. Yeah, because he goes to Sarah's apartment and kills her friend and her boyfriend. And the guy's like, "Don't make me bust you up, man," which is a pretty brave thing to say to a T-800.
That's the thing. The guy is what a weird day. The guy is just like had some fun with his girlfriend. He's waiting for some food to get made, I guess. And some dude comes in and tries to punch his head off. It's like, what? How do we even react to that? And then I could actually argue it's almost fun. And then you start seeing the blood all over him, and then he's pushed through the door to the reaction of the girlfriend, where it's just a bloodied mess, and he's dead. And you're like, oh, this film is not messing around.
Yeah. Because she's listening to music when this is going on, isn't she? So
yeah,
she can't hear any of the stuff going on in the bedroom, which I think they set up as well, because early on, do you not see her like doing something similar? She's like dancing while she's getting ready to go out, and she's like got her stereo on full blast, so it establishes her as a character. Yeah, she does that kind of thing.
And yeah, the fight in that room, so I was just pointed out the fact that there's a fight at all is ridiculous. It's like, kinda. Like, the Terminator is throwing him around instead of just insta-killing him, which is what you'd think a Terminator would do, right?
Yeah, like it wouldn't waste time.
A quote-unquote issue for some people that Terminators can even miss with guns. You'd think that they'd be almost perfect with aim and the understanding of bullet drop or even wind resistance, certain thing that you think they'd be so good at it, but they often have a bit of spray and pray, apparently. Sometimes different movies, different things. Like in T2, when he's using the minigun and the grenade launcher, he seems to be perfect. He knows exactly where to hit and how to hit in order to not kill anyone.
Yes.
I'm trying to think of times where, like...
Well, there's a bit where in T2 where they're in the truck and they're getting pursued by the tanker full of liquid nitrogen, and he goes to fire the grenade launcher at it, but they happen to go over a bump or something just at that moment, and it disrupts his aim, which... that's something obviously he couldn't have accounted for, and that's why it goes astray.
I'm trying to think of times because he covers John. It's not really worth thinking about anyway. I was just pointing out that some people find it interesting to talk about. Do you mind? I just need to go and sort something out quickly. I've been alerted to something. I shouldn't be more than 5 minutes.
Okay, cool. I'll do a few super chats while we're going.
Yeah, okay, I'll be right back.
All right, no problem. Yes, guys, obviously we will get through all the super chats in the course of this. I guess we just wanted to do a bit of chatting first about the movies, but since MauLer's away right now, I'll do a few of them myself. So, Point Curations donated $5 Canadian, said liquor dollars. Thank you, my friend. Matt G, give me a unicorn. Thank you. Charles Caballero, this will be legendary. Well, we hope it is. We'll try and make it as legendary as possible for you guys. Angel Ren 89, Gafen, thank you. Svabarin has given me a drink, so thank you, sir. David Brennan, here's a $5 from one Scotsman to another. Hope your weather in Edinburgh is better than Glasgow. Drink on. The weather in Edinburgh is always better than Glasgow. It always seems to rain on the West Coast for some reason. Fan fiction. If Skynet were an 8-year-old boy and the Terminator was my penis. Okay, fair enough. Scottish Nerd. Thoughts on Sarah Connor Chronicles, gentlemen? I can't answer for MauLer on this one. I never really took a liking to the Sarah Connor Chronicles. I watched a couple of episodes here and there, but I always find it hard going, and I didn't like the idea of, Terminator being serialized like that into a TV show. It just seemed like a weird concept. Like, this isn't the kind of life I want to see these characters live in. But that's just me. Maybe MauLer's got a different opinion. Bob the Elder. Drinker, you cantankerous purveyor of cinematic criticism. I hear you say, hail to you and muesli. I love listening to both of you, and I loved Redemption. It was a great read. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Charles Caballero. Drinker fixes idea. Hawk in Cobra Kai Season 2. I liked making him a bully, but not at the expense of him losing to male feminist Dimitri and making his girlfriend gay, emasculating him. What a shame. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping Hawk's going to come back from this one, because they did do some weird things with the character in Season 2. In Season 1, he was an absolute legend. I just thought he was awesome. So, yeah, he could do with a little bit of fixing, I would say. He just needs to, get that balance between being a badass, but also, like, learning from his experiences and not going too far. Hopefully he's going to, like, learn a few things from Johnny if Johnny actually comes back into it. TechCom Terminator talk must include TechCom lore preserve. Well, we'll rely on chat to help us with that one. We will try and get as much TechCom lore as we can in there. Andrew Beamer, well, my two favorite reviewers at one time. It's like a drunken movie sandwich. And you are the delicious meaty fillings, sir. Ashley Hodgson donated a $5. Thanks, man. Michael J, unpopular opinion. T3 is the worst Terminator film. Killing Sarah off screen due to leukemia is far worse and more insulting than what Dark Fate did to John. I would probably argue that one. I think, although I didn't like the fact that Sarah wasn't in T3 and she'd been killed off, I think the fact that she lived long enough to see that Judgment Day apparently didn't happen was a pretty decent arc for her character, I guess. That was what she wanted to prevent most of all, like the fact that John wouldn't have to be this leader one day, and that Judgment Day could be averted. So the fact that she got to see that gives her a bit of completion, but yeah, the fact that John's just unceremoniously killed off without achieving anything or doing anything is just awful, in my opinion. Edgar JFR. Good news, Drinker. Jordan Peele and J.J. Abrams are teaming up for a Lovecraft series. MauLer will get what he wants after all. I can't see how that one could possibly go wrong. I mean, it's my opinion that Jordan Peele is like ridiculously overrated at this point. I didn't think Us was a good movie at all, and I think he's a little bit too obsessive about his politics rather than crafting good movies. But yeah, J.J. Abrams and Jordan Peele together. Wow, what a team. Crimson Effer. Take my shekels for the habit. Thank you. It'll fuel my habit for a bit longer. GD Chapo. In 2010, I postponed sex so I could bring in the new year, combating the T-1000. Such an important film to me. Well, it's important to all of us, man. So I think you made a good choice there. TechCom. I got good ways to continue to bad studios. Too bad studios don't care. I would like to think they would go for good ideas if they actually had any, but it doesn't seem like they do. Regan Divar, critical drinker, you critically drinking drinker who drinks critically. What's your favorite scene in Terminator 1 and why? My favorite scene is probably where Kyle makes his last stand to protect Sarah when they get into the ruined factory and the Terminator's coming up the stairs towards him, and he tells Sarah to run, and he's used up all his weapons apart from a bomb that he's got kind of behind him, and all he's able to bring to hand is like a metal pipe that he starts attacking it with, and I just think it speaks so well of his character that he's willing to fight to the absolute last to try and protect her. So that's probably my favorite scene. I really like it, and I just think Reese is an awesome character. Philip S. My daughter Jagna was born today. Since I'm a huge fan of both of you massives, I feel it's fitting to donate. I hope you raise a glass to my baby girl. Well, congratulations, man. I will actually drink a glass for you right now. Excellent. Salad Cream Boy. Monsieur Drinker, I took your advice and saw Alien's special cut. No regrets. Terminator and Alien both have their second movies outshine the first. Also, an era of films that can't be replicated. Yeah, very true. It feels like it's just not possible to do films like that anymore. Either for the way the politics of studios has changed, the fact that they have to play it as safe as possible to try and make as much money as possible. All of those reasons, you just don't get movies like this anymore. But that's fine. We'll always be able to enjoy them.
Hello.
Welcome back, sir. I've just been churning through some of the super chats here.
Mm-hmm.
There was one for you, actually, or for both of us. Did you have thoughts on the Sarah Connor Chronicles?
I've not seen it.
I've
heard some good stuff here and there, and I've heard that it's definitely better than any of the sequels. So,
yeah. My take on it was I've seen the odd episode here and there. I just didn't really like the concept of a TV show based around Terminator. But that's just me, perhaps. Anyway, where did we get to? So Kyle and Sarah have escaped from the Terminator.
Well, narrowly, they're trying to escape the police as well, and they end up in the car park where he gets to explain pretty much everything.
Yeah.
And it's quite fantastic. He sells it completely, and he makes it terrifying, and he pretty much gets her on his team. Mostly, it's only once he saves her in the police station that I think she's 100% on board.
Yeah, because they start presenting her with evidence that would debunk what he's saying, and I think that starts to sway her back to,
but then
rationality, because it's not something you would embrace really as an idea.
No,
it's like, a time-traveling robot's come to kill me.
It's like, what's more likely? A dude who's a serial killer is wearing, Kevlar, or someone came back from the future, a robot, to kill you. It's like,
Can I phone a friend? Yeah, but he, like you say, he does sell it well, and he gives just enough information that you can form a good picture of what happened without going into too much detail. And what he describes seems plausible, and it probably seemed quite scary for people back then, because I guess in the 80s, that's when computers were really starting to come into their own, and probably a lot of people were like, oh, where's this leading? These things are now going to start doing our jobs for us. What's the end point of all this? So when you play on those themes of like computers taking over and nuclear war, which I guess was much more possible back then as well, it's a good combination of things to bring about the end of the world.
Yeah, and they smartly ditch their car and get into another one, then have a bit more of a chat, and unfortunately, Arnie spots him. It's like, damn it.
Yeah.
Because the thing with this movie is that they are very close to being in a position where they might be able to escape him for a very long time, in that they'll stay under the radar, they can move cities, and then what's he going to do? He's got to find a needle in a haystack.
Yeah. It does make me wonder, actually, what if they get beyond his initial search, like, that's basically it. Like, he's not really got a method for tracking them beyond that.
Yeah, that's what is pretty well handled in T2. They could have permanently escaped the T-1000 for the most part, but they want to destroy Cyberdyne. And then as a result of that, the T-1000 gets a lock on them again. Because obviously, T2 is broken up in an interesting way that it's almost a slasher, then a thriller, then a slasher again. Once they're done with the thrilling, infiltration and explosion portion of the film, the T-1000 comes back in. While with this film, it's just a relentless pursuit by Arnie.
Yeah.
Though, when he reacquires them, I always found it odd, and I still do, that they crash, right? He crashes, and Arnie chooses to get out of there and go to his, sort of hotel room, or motel room, whatever, and work on his eye, instead of just getting out of the car and approaching the other crashed car that has his target in it and just killing her.
Yeah, were the police closing in at that point?
Even if they were, they can't stop him, really.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose he could fight his way through them. That is a little bit of a strange choice on his part, I suppose. Because we've seen Terminators in the past when they've closed in on their target, and they just keep going regardless of the damage that they're taking or anything like that.
Yeah, a lot of people in chat are saying, oh, you have to sort out the eye, his arm, and it's a risky move. He could get plowed by police bullets. It's just like, I don't know. If you watch the scene, it's like he's a couple of steps away from grabbing her throat and killing her.
It's possible that the eye was messing with his ability to navigate, and like because his arm was damaged, he might not have been able to grab her. I'm sort of clutching at straws on this one.
I would say we have to infer that he decided, through his mechanical logic, that he was like, "This is too risky. I will potentially be unable to complete my task. While if I regroup, I will have increased odds." Yeah.
What's kind of interesting as well is that when he does go back to his apartment and he carries out this self-repair work, he's able to get Sarah's address book, isn't he? Because that's where he gets her mum's address.
Yeah.
But he's sitting there, and like basically the landlord's outside, and he's like, what the hell is that smell in there? Have you got a dead cat in there or something? And the Terminator's got a list of responses that it can give, like I'm not interested, or go away, or whatever. And he chooses "fuck you, asshole." I just thought that was good. That's what he chose to go with.
And I like that implies, at least the impression I got, was that the flesh that covers the Terminators does essentially just run out of time eventually. and it will
Yeah, like
start to. I'm assuming he smells. That's the point of the line, or that I guess the meat that he's taken off previously is starting to smell in the room. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle mentions that the skin is just like regular human skin, so it sweats and all the usual stuff. So it's potential that he stinks just because he's not washed, because he would never bother doing something like that. Or yeah, like you say, the fact that he's got open wounds all over him, and maybe the flesh is starting to decompose there, is stinking. But either way, I think it's a cool concept. The fact that this thing is starting to degrade a bit now.
Yeah, I think it makes him that much scarier.
Invincible. Yeah, and the fact that he can be damaged, like he has to carry out repair work on his actual arm, like the cables and things underneath the skin, because that's been damaged, so he can use his hand again. And
which, by the way, that scene in that film and that scene in Predator, both fantastic for the audience to watch, because it's just like it grounds everything. It's like these aren't almost mystical beings. They're actual flesh and bone, hardcore things that have mechanical sort of operations. And it's such a bizarre scene in Predator in a good way. It's like, whoa, we're watching an alien try to heal itself, and it's in pain when doing so. It's like
that's
us.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The fact that it screams out in pain, and then that cuts back to the group. You just hear its roar echoing through the jungle, and even that is kind of terrifying, because now it's pissed at them, and it's back up and running again. Just a great combination of ideas there.
And yeah, when I was a kid, I did not know how in the world they did the scene where he's repairing his eye. As an adult, I'm like, oh, I can see.
That's a really fake looking Arnie head.
Yeah, they got me when I was 8, so good job. I was like, how is he poking out his own eye? It's insane.
It always makes me wonder, like, how that mechanism functions, because clearly it's not it's not a working eyeball. Like, it's just almost like a film of an eye that goes over there.
I assume that he sees obviously through the metal portions and stuff, and the stuff on top of it is just for the look, and it lines up so that it doesn't get in the way of his vision. But if you were to fuck with it, it might overlap his vision, and he has to cut it out.
Yeah. That's what it seemed to be like, when you see it. But just all these little questions that I guess is kind of interesting to ponder.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Because some people are like, "Oh, you nitpicking." I'd be like, "No, we're just accepting what things are, where they are, and why they are, and then how it all comes together and how it was made." I think it's all interesting. How much it affects you is always up to you.
Yeah. So this is, I guess, that's when Sarah and Kyle are arrested, and she's taken to the police station, and that's when they start to debunk. The story that Kyle's fed to her, and it's like, it's probably just wearing Kevlar armor. He's probably doped up on painkillers or whatever drugs he might be taking that's allowed him to do this stuff and punch through windows, all that sort of thing. So it starts to cast doubt on what what's being said to her. And I always thought it might have been interesting from that point of view if it was a little bit ambiguous as to the Terminator's true nature. Like, maybe you didn't get to see the metal underneath at that point, and so it's a little bit, you might actually have doubt as the viewer if this is a real robot.
Punching through someone's chest. I think we have reason to believe something's up, especially after because the healing scene happens before we see the interrogation.
Yeah, you would need to move that around, I guess, and you'd probably have to do a bit of tweaking.
Yeah, I think that would be a cool way to have done that. Yeah, and it's clever that they've got what you could call very blatant bit of exposition couched inside an interrogation that would naturally happen, and it's already very tense, high emotion, and it's working as insight for Kyle, insight for Sarah, and progressing the plot. It's something I love about good writing, where you could achieve so many things at once and get something what would be considered either dull or almost, how he's like, I gotta get my stuff to my audience so they understand the rules and they understand why things work, but how do I do that in an interesting way? And it's like, when films really work hard, they can do it in a way that you didn't even realize that's what just happened. You're just watching a scene play out. It's interesting. You're like, oh, I've just gotten loads of information I can use. Sweet.
Yeah. I always, the thing I've always said about writing scenes like that is, if you can have a scene that progresses the plot and gives useful exposition and gives you a bit of an insight into a character all in the same go, then you've got a good screenplay. and if you can do all those things, that's pretty impressive. So, again, Michael Bain does a great job of selling it.
Oh yeah, you can imagine right now he's feeling pretty damn down because if he stays in jail, he's not going to be able to succeed. He's desperately, which is obviously to his detriment because these people are not going to take him seriously, and the more he struggles, the more he looks crazy, and the more they'll keep him trapped.
Yeah, I mean, whether he could have bluffed his way out of this, I'm not sure.
Oh well, that's the thing.
Ultimately, he's involved in some.
I think it's perfectly in character that he's freaking out because he's a guy who's grown up in a horrible world, sent back to protect this girl, and he doesn't know this world. He's just like, guys, seriously, she's gonna die, and he knows that they're gonna find out the truth eventually. So he's just like, I need you to trust me because he's gonna kill all of you. It's gonna happen. And obviously they are wiped out, and it's one of the scenes that's always remembered and referenced, the police station wipeout, basically.
Yeah,
and it's,
I was going to say I love how they memify that, and it's used as when you go back to a low level area as a high level character, and Kim just storming through.
Well, it's so it's hard to calm down when I'm praising this film. It's so well done, but there's no criticism to make of being wow, they're all so stupid. It's no, all of these cops are running away from the guns for sure, but when they see him, it's oh, it's some kind of biker dude with a Uzi. I can take him out. One shot to the head, one shot to the chest, he's going down. And then they shoot him, and they're okay, more shots. What's happening? And then he shoots them, and they're what the hell? He's not going down. And every single one of them thinks, oh, I could get him. I'll be the one to put him down. And it's none of them can, because none of them believe he's a robot. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't. I know that as well when Arnold was doing his scene, it's probably his most intimidating moment when he comes up to the reception desk and he's asking for Sarah, and they're yeah, you can't see her right now, and so you just see him look slowly around the entire wall that divides them. It's he's just assessing okay, what sort of forces are going to take to break through this, and it's yep, I can do this. So it's yeah, I'll be back.
Scenes like that are always really fun, that we have all the information but the characters in the scene don't quite, and we're just oh dude, if you only do. You're actually looking at a machine right now that's willing to destroy you.
Yeah, he had real trouble with that line as well. Apparently he wanted to change it to "I will be back" because he really struggled to say "I'll." That's why it comes out "I'll." But yeah,
do you remember when he's shooting them all, he gets shot at one point and the glass behind him cracks.
Yes.
Because the implication is the shot goes through him into the thing. I thought it was so cool.
So I think I always took it because someone fires a burst at him, and I just assumed that some stray rounds kind of went past him and hit the glass.
Well, either way, I really don't mind. I just like that the environment is very much being reacted to, not just... I think a lot of details like that push it from being a B movie to something people can enjoy today, unironically, as a really strong movie. All of these pieces of care that were taken throughout all of the execution, because you could argue it's a very small scale story that you can get done with a lot of trickery, illusions here and there, but it still comes across as decently budgeted. It doesn't look cheap. I suppose you could argue that the fake Arnie head could look cheap. I'm not sure where I'd stand on that, because it probably wasn't cheap. I don't know, but it is just that you could definitely tell it's not Arnie is the point.
Yeah. But generally, yeah, it is well done, and Cameron has a good. I don't know how to describe it, but his action scenes have got kind of a rhythm to them that flows really well. When Lance Henriksen tries to shoot at Arnold, the camera kind of goes down to his guns, and he fires both of them. He fires a burst from the machine gun, and then punctuates it with a blast from the shotgun. And I just thought that combination of sounds, it just goes really well. It's that's a final bullet point on, right, you're down and you're staying down. Forgive the pun. But
very unceremonious as well. Those two police characters that we were getting to learn about, both dead straight away.
Yeah. But that's
also
quite a smart move on the script's part, I think.
Yeah, and I was going to say he's one-handedly holding a shotgun. I think it's a Spaz 12. I'm not sure. I don't know my guns that well. I'm not Rags, but one-handed shooting it with very little recoil. Which in any other film we'd be like, that's ridiculous. It's well, he's a Terminator, so. Yeah. He can handle recoil really well as weight. This is kind of what I mean by where a lot of other films might have this as details where you're like, oh, that's a mess up kind of. But this film gets away with it because they've got their whole premise is a horrifying, enormous, weighty monster.
Yeah, and he also destroys the junction box to cut the power. Again, because presumably he's got the ability to see in the dark, whereas they don't. So again, he uses that to his advantage, which again,
I
is
like
just
the idea that
bit.
he has a human's profile, and it's like humans like light. They like to be able to see those pesky humans. If I knock out the light, it'll help me.
Because I mean, presumably he doesn't need to do anything like that. Like he can fight his way through regardless, but it's just going to make it more efficient for him to be able to get there quicker. So yeah, again, just another nice little touch. But so that's the point, I guess, where Kyle manages to break free and get Sarah out of the room that she's in the office, and they make a run for it.
Yeah, and they end up in in some kind of underworld bridge sort of area. I'm not sure what it is exactly. Just a area to chill out. And he gives her more information about John, his position, the history, and she gives him a little bandage as well, doesn't she?
Yeah, well, that's where she has a bit of a rant as well, because like, again, you get a good insight into her character, where she's like, I can't do any of that stuff you're saying. Like, that's ridiculous. I'm not a leader, and I'm not, this soldier or anything like that. I'm just like a waitress. How am I meant to do any of these things? And you kind of feel for her there. It's an awful lot to get put on a person.
Oh, for sure. Her life's a nightmare right now. Not only are people trying to kill you, you've got a lot of responsibility suddenly thrust upon you.
Yeah,
and that's part of the argument that this is part of what makes her who she is. Is it that the time travel-y stuff essentially creates what the future is, or is it something that we can move on from, control based on knowledge we have? And it's more of a thought just about choices mattering and fate not being set in stone, as opposed to actually describing the mechanics of time travel to us.
Yeah,
it's just trying to send a message.
Yeah, I mean, it informs what the characters do and what their mindset is, and obviously by T2, Sarah's focus it's kind of like it shifts gradually away from John to preventing Judgment Day altogether and almost removing the need for him, because she is kind of content to leave him with the Terminator and go off and do that by herself to try and kill Dyson. So it shows like a kind of, not that she doesn't care about him, but she's willing to change her priorities based on what she thinks she can do. Which I think is quite a smart thing with the character, because you could run the risk of her just being seen as almost redundant by that point. She's done her part of bringing him into the world, and now it's almost like it's all about him, but it's not, because she's now got her own objective now that's separate from that. So I think it gives you a different dimension to that character.
It's all very well done.
It is.
What else? And it's nice for pacing as well, because we just went through this enormous action scene. Now we calm down and talk about what is happening, what's going to happen next, and why these characters are doing what they do, and why they feel what they feel, all couched in some very reasonable progression of, you need help. Who sent you? Why? Did you volunteer? Why? You got all these questions that it would be reasonable to ask, and it just keeps exploring more about the characters.
Yeah. This is where Sarah kind of has a dream of her own about the future, which it always struck me as kind of weird, because it's like, okay, she's had it described to her, but she doesn't really know anything about the setup of it. But then you get another flash forward to this nightmare future from almost like seen through her imagination.
Yeah, because he's described enough, I guess, that she can. I mean, I suppose you can interpret what we're seeing as like most of it is a reality of what his history is, and then toward the end, just she's waking up from a nightmare of thinking about the horrors of Terminators. It's I suppose it's up to the viewer to a degree, but
yeah.
About that flash forward / flashback, the Terminator coming down like, I don't know, some hallway where it's like Smokey's firing the thing, and the red eyes are coming through the infiltrators sort of look. It's such an awesome shot.
That was Arnold Schwarzenegger's friend, actually, Franco Columbo. He was a fellow bodybuilder, and he was brought in just for that little scene. But yeah, brilliant. The gun that it's firing is one of those weird sort of futuristic pulse rifle laser things as well. So it all comes together quite nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's then the point where they go to a motel so that Kyle can get supplies because he's planning to make some bombs to blow the Terminator up if it comes after them again. And in theory, they're home free at that point. They could actually just disappear, but then the Terminator
goes for the mother, and she talks to her mum.
Because she phones her mum, doesn't she? Like, it's not the other way around. The mum doesn't try and contact Sarah. Obviously, doesn't know where she is. So it just knew that she would feel concerned for.
It's a reasonable thing for a machine programming to think. It's like humans and their stupid little connections with their family. Because obviously they play on that in T2, where he's like one of the first places it'll go will be the foster parents, and then his actual parents.
Yeah, which again makes it quite. Yeah, it gives it this nice sinister edge where it's got a degree of understanding about how people think and behave. And you don't need to see it. You don't need to see it kill her mom. It's just like you see this devastated room that it's sitting in the middle of, doing her voice. Because it's not. You don't see him initially. Like the camera kind of pans slowly over, and it's like her mum speaking, and then you get to him.
Yeah, the cool part of it is the mum is speaking. Everything seems normal, but the door is blown open and everything's all over the floor. And you're like, wait, what? Like, why?
Yeah.
Why is? Why are they calm? Oh.
Yeah.
And this is the thing about comparing with T2, because a lot of people fight over which one's the superior one, but I just love the way they do it in T2, and we are convinced that everything's actually fine because he can actually morph to look like them, and then you hear the thunk sound after the dad is talking, and you don't quite see what's happened. And I don't know. I like the way that T2 plays on people having seen T1. It's very aware of Terminator 1. It wants to try and evolve, but also give you what you kind of liked about the first one.
Yeah. But that's what gives it its its information that it needs to then go after her once again. So I'm trying to remember how the scene plays out then, because Kyle's making bombs, and they get into another conversation about kind of what's expected of her and what she's going to do, and that's when it leads into the love scene that they have.
We're expected to think that the Terminator was very far away because this is the thing that I noticed as well, is that he's shown to be driving his motorcycle as they're making the pipe bombs, and you're like, oh wow, I wonder how close he is. But they have like a whole thing where they do a whole bunch of stuff, and then he turns up. It's like, oh wow, I must have cut that really close.
Because Kyle doesn't know that she was on the phone to her mother.
No.
Which is unfortunate.
Yeah, because he probably would have been like, right, we got to go.
Yeah, and he probably would have been pretty pissed at her as well. But it's enough to know. The dog starts barking outside, and that's
something we don't get in this film, is Sarah's knowledge or reaction to the death of her mother. That's not something we actually get at all. Not that we had to, but it's interesting to think about that she doesn't even know that the mother's dead, or that she's kind of you could have a character feel responsible for that. Just the fact that they're related to them is the reason they are now dead.
That's true, actually. It wouldn't have been hard to add in, I suppose.
Yeah, no, it is hard to add in. I don't know where I would put it if I wanted it to be in there, other than the police teller at the end when they're like, that's just like, god damn. Like, after everything else.
They killed your dog as well. And we've frozen all your bank accounts. It's just she's already had pretty shitty time of it. But I suppose there definitely wouldn't have been time from this point on, because that's when you get into the final chase sequence, where
and we can assume she finds out, and that helps understand with everything that happens in this film what turns her into the girl we met in this film to the girl we meet in T2.
Yeah,
because this is the fundamental difference with someone like this and Luke Skywalker. It's like, Sarah's different in T2 than she is in T1. It's like, yes, but we saw everything that would have made her who she is in T2. We experienced all of it along with her, so it wasn't a 3-second flashback where she tried to kill her nephew. Okay, it's a bit different.
And it's kind of like her experiences have molded her into a stronger person, but also a more unstable person for obvious reasons. Whereas with Luke, it's somehow made him into a much weaker person who can't do anything. So there's a logical follow through there for Sarah, like based on everything she knows and everything she's been through, that it would turn her into that person. It forces her to be that person. It makes sense, I guess. But yeah, people were on the super chats there actually while you were away. They were asking me what my favorite scene of the movie was, and it's for me it was probably the scene where they've made it as far as the factory, and the Terminator's now just a skeleton coming after them. And it follows them up a set of stairs, and Kyle is there. All he's got is like a metal bar that he's got to defend himself. And, he tells Sarah to run, and he just lays into it with that. And I just think that's such a brilliant, end for his character, almost like that. He's willing to fight with his last bit of strength to try and give
absolutely.
her more
He goes
seconds
toe
to
to
get away.
toe with the Terminator, this scrawny human. I mean, I appeal to this quite a bit with a lot of my favorite content, but I feel it represents the best of humanity, where we're willing to sacrifice everything to for a greater good.
Yeah.
And even Kyle, who's already mostly dead, and he's got a pole. Like, of all the things that you could fight a Terminator with, it's a fucking pole, and he's gonna do it because it's all he can do. He'll do it.
Yeah,
he's a legend. Ray would have cut in half with her eyes.
Yeah, Ray would have beaten him with a pole easily.
She would have one hit. He flings out of the warehouse into space. It's just like, good job, Ray, you did it. But yeah, it's a really awesome journey for him in this film in terms of summing him up as he did everything he could.
Yeah.
He's a stand-up guy. No wonder she loves him so much. The deleted scene in T2 where he comes up, he's a big reason why she does everything in both these films.
Yes.
Huge inspiration
later,
for her.
actually. Yeah. And in a way, he was kind of... he probably wasn't even expecting to beat it with the pole. He was just trying to buy her time to get clear, and then he was going to, use his last bomb to blow it up. He was just trying to delay it long enough for her to get away. Again, just knowing that he was going to get killed by that.
He wouldn't have had that opportunity had she not screwed over the Terminator with what she does with her driving, preventing their deaths, and then pulling him out of the car, preventing his death again. And getting him up in the warehouse, preventing his death again. This is something that is really important. Sarah is absolutely instrumental in the finale. Her and Kyle work together to beat the Terminator. She's not a damsel in distress. She does a lot of work, and she gets injured as well.
Yeah, well, this is where you actually see the building blocks of what she's going to be in Terminator 2 already, because you see that kind of fire and that kind of resilience in her starting to grow. She's not terrified anymore, and she's not just running away. She is now determined to help Reese, and she's determined to get him with her. She's shouting orders at him like, "Get up, move it."
She says, "On your feet, soldier, on your feet," which is an incredibly meaningful line. And when they have Emilia Clarke say, "Now, soldier," to stupid Kyle Reese in Genesis, it upset me greatly. I was like, how dare you? Don't you dare reference one of the best moments in T1 with your stupid movie.
So talk about an unearned line. It's just, it's awful. But the other scene that kind of really leapt out at me, and I'm sure it's the same for everyone, is when they think they've blown this thing up, because it's when it's been chasing them in the truck, the big tanker truck. Kyle Reese throws a bomb into the exhaust of it or whatever, and the whole thing detonates and it burns to a crisp. And you think, Christ, that's got to be it now. And the two of them are hugging together, and you just see the rubble and the debris start to move in the background. And this thing kind of rises up out the flames, and Sarah just kind of screams at it like, no, almost like she just cannot believe that it's still going.
Yeah, and this is super important for why she is terrified of Arnie in the second film, and it's perfect.
Yeah.
He represents everything that's horrible, and she has to deal with the fact that his son is like, no, he's a good guy. It's like, what?
Yeah. Obviously it makes use of stop motion animation, which again you don't see that anymore when it's pursuing them down the corridor. And I quite like it. I like the fact that it's got this weird, jerky, uncanny kind of look about it, because I guess that's kind of how the thing like that would move. So I think it actually works all right in this context. I
can definitely. So what's happening when I see it? I'm like, okay, that looks weird, and I'm like, why? It's like, oh, it's probably a rear screen projection, and it's of stop motion, I guess. So it's like that's probably why. The fact that I'm asking myself those questions is probably not a great sign. I think it really does add to the what this thing is. It's just this horrifying skeleton monster that's only goal is to end your life. So it's just like it still adds the creep factor, but I don't know. I don't know if I think it probably could be done differently today in a better way. But there's certain shots and certain parts where I don't think it needs to be changed at all. Because it's a bit of it looks like a bit of a marionette at some portions of it, I guess. Like in the way it scratches across the floor doesn't give me a sense of weight. I remember there's one shot where you see its legs moving forward, and I remember thinking to myself, like, man, I feel like that should be pounding into the ground. But
yeah, they come down very lightly. It's like they're not quite making contact like they should. Yeah, I get that, definitely. I do like the bit where it reaches in through the door, because it breaks this big steel door apart, and you can see the arm come in to like undo the latch that they put on it. And I think that all works quite well, because I guess that was all just a puppet or an animatronic.
Which itself looks great, and I can't, like, the design of the Terminator itself is so awesome. The red eyes, the skeleton look, and the way it all comes together. It's such a memorable monster. Even though, defining it as a movie monster, it's just like, yeah, I mean, it is. It's like this horrifying thing that chases and kills people.
Just the complete relentlessness of it. It's not toying with them at any point. It's not going to take pleasure in this. It's just trying to get to her by the most efficient means possible.
It's the simultaneous terrifying nature and almost comical nature that it's no different than like a Roomba. It's got a goal, it's going to execute the goal. Like that's as far as it goes for itself. But for us, especially the way it looks and what it does and how it'll just arbitrarily kill, it's just horrifying.
Yeah, particularly once I keep wanting to say Kylo, god damn it. Kyle, when he shoves the bomb in, his last bomb into it, and it blows up, and again you think, right, that's it, because Sarah has this emotional moment where she sees Reese lying dead on the ground. This thing's just a pile of smoke and ruins, and yet again the fucking thing gets up and comes after her, and
good old horror trope, that one. It's not over yet.
Yeah, one last sting, and of course she's injured, so she can't get up and run away now. It's just a torso. Its legs are gone completely, so it's dragging itself along the ground, still determined to get to her.
Yeah, again, its only goal is to end her life, and so it's just, you could almost argue it's just like, what? I've just got to kill it.
I don't want to do this. It's just
like, I've just got to do it. It's got to be done.
At which point, it crawls into this hydraulic press, and you get that killer line from her where she's like, "You're terminated, motherfucker."
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. It's weird because somehow, I don't know why, but just when the press comes down and starts to slowly crush it, I just had this moment of like, oh, I feel kind of bad for it, actually, when it's slowly getting compressed. Just the way the music comes up and everything.
Yeah, the machine itself is probably like, damn it.
Yeah.
I can't kill her, and I think I'm dying. I feel parts of me changing shape. Though his arm gets very close to her, and I was always, even as a child, I was like, if he clasps, is she dead? Like, that's how strong that arm is, right?
Yeah. It grabs. I think it grabs her shirt and kind of it's starting to pull on that, and that's when she, triggers the hydraulic press. But yeah, very close, and I love how it's come down to that. Like, after everything they've been through, it's like this thing dragging itself along. She's cornered by it. It's inches away from her, and this is how she finishes it off. And at that point, there could be no doubt it's finally done. It's dead. So.
He gets put in the body bag, Kyle, and it's definitely, if you've watched a lot of sort of these kinds of films, just like, oh, he didn't make it. Damn, he really died. There's some dramatic consequences, and then you connect back to when he said that John's father doesn't survive. He doesn't live to the war. He dies before it. And you're like, oh. If you haven't figured it out already, most people may have. Like, I don't know.
I really liked. So you skip forward then 9 months, and obviously Sarah's pregnant, and she's recording recording tapes to her son, which is a great little thing that gets carried on into the next movie. This idea that she narrates her experiences, and that's when she gets her photograph taken that will be, ultimately given to Reese, and will prompt him to come back for her. Just a brilliant, way to end it. Just like that cyclical, okay, the loop is now closed.
It's complete, I would say, because this is the thing. I love Terminator 2, but didn't necessarily need a sequel to Terminator 1. The story is completed. She's got her dog with her. She's learned a lot from Kyle. She's focused on what her goal is. She knows what's coming in the future. She's preparing her son already. It's like, yep, we know how it's all going to happen.
And I think there's a little kid there that says that there's a storm coming. And you see her driving off into this pretty ominous clouds. And I don't know if you could almost postulate that that's Judgment Day right there. Like, I don't know if that's meant to be seen almost like that, that the war's already started, or if it is just a really bad storm, I guess. But
I'm sure it's just allegorical, right? Like, it's she's just going, there's a storm happening today, but it's like, wow, but think about it, the storm is coming in terms of the future.
You're
like, some people might even call it on the nose, and I'd be like, well, I mean, whatever. it's fine. It's just that it's not over for you. Might even be convinced for a moment there. It's like, she did it. It's like, no, the worst is yet to come.
Yeah, but it shows, her driving straight into it, basically, not afraid of it anymore. So, overall, lovely little movie.
Excellent film.
Did surprisingly well.
I wish I'd never seen it, because it helps to ruin my taste in film, being that I'm upset with everything that comes out now.
Yeah.
It's one of the many ones that, because people get tired of it. It's like, oh, let me guess, you like Alien, Terminator, Predator. It's like, yeah, but they're really good, though.
I know, what are you meant to say? Like, no, I don't like them. I'm much more about the modern stuff. It's like, well, yeah, but they got it right.
Like, who in the world would say, like, oh, yes, the newest Predator, Alien Covenant, The Predator, and Terminator Dark Fate. They're my three favorites. They are, Kino.
Yeah, I want my Predators to take a severed hand and make it into a thumbs up. So
oh my God. But isn't it so funny, though? And you're like, I don't know, man. I just preferred it when my Predators were hunting for sport, and the cool factor gets ruined when they thumbs up people. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah.
We shouldn't talk about it, but I always have to mention whenever this topic comes up how it infuriates me that they had this stupid new giant CGI Predator rip the spine off of the old style Predator. Do you know what else did that? Terminator Genesis, when they had this stupid new awesome CGI Terminator that flutters around with all kinds of little pieces of metal, pick up Arnie and say something like, you're a part of a bygone era. It's just like, fuck off. They're way better than you. Look at me and all my money in CGI. It's like, yeah.
I'm biggerer, and that makes me betterer.
And, they do it with all of them. I think I brought this up in my Predator video, but Alien is like, look at these crazy new aliens. They run around in the ground. Look at these ones. They burst out of your spine. Look at this. Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. When I did a review of Covenant, I was just like, this is just bonkers now. Like, there's no kind of definable life cycle to these things or rules around how they work. Just whatever seems horrific can happen. Like, that's all they go for now, and that's just shit, basically. But you know what's weird is, like, I actually thought the Terminator would be like the one we didn't have all that much to say about. I kind of thought, like, oh well, it's a nice kind of way to start it, but it'll segue into T2. But it's like, actually, God, I'm really impressed by like how much there is in it that you can talk about, how much there is that's good, and worth noting.
In T1, yeah, it's fantastic film for loads of reasons. And it's funny because T2 I've always felt T2 just takes a lot of what T1 does and tries to crank it up. Like, it's just like this, but bigger, this, but, like more of this. It's certainly a longer film, and there's just lots of different things that happen. Not making any definitive claims on which one's better. I feel like I'm going to piss people off if ever I was to try and do that. But, like, I do love Terminator 2 more than 1. And I can tell you immediately it's totally subjective for the most part anyway. The finale for this film, it's forever some of my favorite movie of all time sort of stuff. Just the scenes, everything about it. And Arnie dying, of course.
Yeah, I mean, every character gets amazing moments in the finale for T2. And they are iconic. Like Sarah blasting away with the shotgun one-handed, Arnold getting lowered into the metal. Yeah, I'm sure
Even
we'll
the
come to that
dude, the
shortly.
T-1000 aiming his slicey finger and just saying, "Call to John now." It's just like,
Yeah.
oh my god, like, fuck, you're so horrifying. Like,
It's the thing I always picked up about this, and I love it with Robert Patrick's performances when he stabs one of its fingers through her shoulder, and he's trying to get her to call to John, and she won't do it. He starts to twist it to cause her more pain, and as she's crying out in pain, he just tilts his head slightly, like he's kind of intrigued by this concept of pain and suffering.
I don't like to be
and
hyperbolic, but I think that they couldn't have found someone better to do the T-1000. He did such an amazing job. And if you listen to interviews with it about it and stuff, he was very passionate about this. He really wanted to nail the performance, which to me is almost surprising. You're hired to play a lifeless thing that's going to kill stuff, and he's like, okay, I need to nail all these different aspects. Because there's the thing about how he wanted to train shooting guns without blinking.
Yes.
He wanted to make sure he nails it, which I think he does an amazing job of it in the film. I'd have to look through it to see if he does blink whenever doing it, but I like that interest in the work. I like the idea that he was like, hey, James, I want to not blink whenever I shoot the gun if I'm a robot. And that the director was like, yeah, good idea. I like that kind of interested detail. It's really cool. And I watched T2 with Rags about, I want to say, a half a year ago, because he hadn't seen it, and I was outraged.
What?
I know. And he picked up that they're really good with their guns and ammo in this film, because he likes his guns, and he was keeping track of a lot of ammo counts and things that guns can do and choices of gun, and he was very happy with lots of it.
Yes.
The one to highlight is probably the amount of ammo Sarah has. They were very careful with that.
Yeah, they really were. Even the fact that she drops one of the shotgun rounds.
Yeah.
But she would have had to have picked that up in order to have the number of rounds that she has right at the finale. Yeah, just great attention to detail. Loved it. It's so rare because obviously, nowadays you certainly don't get it, but I love a sequel that properly builds on the original.
Oh, this is how it's done. This is
it.
how you're supposed to do it. You're not supposed to subvert everything. You're not supposed to go, oh, I don't know, Sarah's cowardly now. Fuck it. You're just like, okay, you want to do that, I guess. Not to say that's what Dark Fate did or what Genesis did. I'm just saying there's more than one way to screw everything up. But this film works its ass off to earn its place as a sequel.
Yeah. The fact that, I guess one of the interesting aspects of it is that we now get to see John as a real person. Like in the original movie, he was just a concept, you didn't need to know much about him. You just know that he's this great leader of humanity in the future. But now you find him and he's an asshole teenager who, is living with foster parents and he's kind of addicted to them.
Of course, because there's things to consider. First of all, a great leader doesn't necessarily start out that way. Who knows what kind of childhood they would have. And secondly, being considered and called a great leader and being prepared for a horrible war that's not currently happening is going to do stuff to you.
Yeah.
And of course, he's very rebellious. And so because this is the thing that I find kind of embarrassing, I guess, about Dark Fate, where we meet the girl character and she just is they're very blatant about her traits, being like, see, she's a good leader. See, she's a good, and you're just like, yeah, I get it, film. I get what you're going for.
Yeah.
And they think they're revealing something to you when they're like, turns out she's the leader, not her baby. It's like, oh, I never would have guessed.
It's like, at that point in the movie, I was like, I couldn't care less who turns out to be the leader. Like, I'm not invested in this at all.
Yeah, it's too embarrassing at that point. But I almost want to talk more about what I hate about that film, but we shouldn't. when he's dying, the Arnie Terminator at the end of Dark Fate, and he says, "For John," I was infuriated. Like, fuck you killed him, and then you said, "Lol, it's for him." Yeah, well, the writer had me do it. I just wish more actors were able to spot this shit and point it out. This is the thing. I'm not giving them a moral imperative. I never would want to, because they got to do a job. They need to make money, of course, and they don't always know when something's screwing up or not. But when they give the script to Arnie, when they give the script to Linda, and they're like, yeah, it opens with you killing John. We're even going to get Edward Furlong's likeness and recreate it all. I just wish they were like, maybe don't do that. maybe
Uh,
you have John and I would even gun for this. Like John and Sarah become estranged because that future's gone now, but Sarah's still, lost her shit and still hunting for Terminators perpetually or something. Get him out of the picture if you have to, but really murdering him and by Artie's hand and in front of Linda Howard, like, whoa.
Yeah, there's a lot to get through in that just that one scene. You could have pretty much a live stream just about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I always take people back to Linda for Terminator 3. She was offered that movie and she said no because one, she didn't think she wanted to put in the work to do it physically again to get in shape for it, and two, she didn't think there was a suitable arc for her character by that point. Like T2 had told a complete story, and yet then you have her coming back for Dark Fate like 20 years later, and it's a million times worse than anything she could have imagined back then. Just an interesting little, decision on her
I'd
part.
always known it as she declined because she didn't see any, like, it was arbitrary. There was nothing for Sarah to do as a character, and that's why she was interested in this one because there was progress for it. I was like, dude, assuming you read the same script that I saw, I don't know. It's an interesting conclusion to make, but whatever. This is the thing. I don't want to really weigh on actors too much for this stuff. It's just frustrating as a huge fan. That's all. And it's not even just the one time. It's like they keep doing this. We don't even talk about multiple franchises. You're just Terminator. It's like, God damn it.
Yeah. I mean, I think T2 obviously proves that, like, there is only one concept that you can pursue with the Terminator movie, and it is just Terminators have been sent back in time to kill someone in order to change the future, and you have to try and fight them and stop them and protect a person. And that's ultimately what the series is built on, and it's really all you can do. So there's only so many different variations you can have on that before you've just played it out. And T2 is that. It's that concept doing everything it can to succeed and getting everything right, but you can't improve on it, and you can only go downhill. And that's what every other movie has been since then.
And this is the thing. If anyone ever says like, "Well, how would you have made a Terminator 3?" I was like, I don't. Terminator's done. 1 and 2 have nailed it.
Yeah.
And they're like, but we want money. It's like, right. And so you enter into this idea, this mystical world where you've been hired for a lot of money to make a Terminator 3. What do you do if you can't not do it? And that's when you start to get crazy. You have to bring in a bunch of people for ideas. You get that big old whiteboard, and you're like, what can we do that is simultaneously going to fit the other two, but also not going to be the other two again? Because, goddamn it, Terminator 2 really does, I think, expend that. Like, we're done with that now. We can't do that again. We can't. John Connor, when he's in his late teens, someone comes to kill. Which, by the way, I think that's what the TV show is about. But at least a TV show can thoroughly explore a lot of different things. If we're looking at a movie, we're like, right, so we've got 2 hours or so worth of storyline. Like, what are we going to do? And I just think we should have left it alone, and we keep not leaving it alone. Like, we just keep coming back.
Thinking back to T2, like, I'm just kind of thinking how the movie kind of kicks off and the premise that we've got here. So, it's 10 years or so since the events of the first Terminator. John has been born, and he's now a young kid, I guess. Sarah's locked up in a mental institution, and it seems like, everything's just normal. But she's convinced that Judgment Day is still going to happen. Then you've got the Terminator coming in. Arnold comes in. I don't know if back then it was kind of a secret that he was the good guy this time around. I wasn't really aware of what was going on at the cinema at that age, but was that still kept as a secret? Does anyone know?
What details specifically?
Well, obviously you see him come in, and obviously the expectation might be that okay, he's another Terminator that's been sent back to kill John. Like, he's the bad guy, he's the antagonist again of this movie, and it's kept kind of ambiguous until you get the scene where he protects John ultimately.
Well, so my take on this would be, I imagine the trailer would have to have spoiled it. I never saw the trailer myself, and I haven't looked at it since. But I imagine it would spoil it because it would be pretty clear with the amount of footage you're going to show in a trailer. It's probably going to be indicative. I believe there was a poster that kind of gives it away. I could be wrong on that. But either way, if you watch this film without any marketing or word of mouth spoiling any of that, I think you'll be fine, because the way the film does it is very careful. assuming it's all up to that moment with the roses that
Yes.
we're very unsure of exactly what's about to happen, and we're very much with John in that sense. We're like, oh geez, you've got two people who've been desperately searching for you, and we know that Arnie was previously evil, and this T-1000's come across kind of nice, you know, with the way he talked to the people in the house. And so you're like, obviously he punched the cop to get his clothes and stuff, but you can sort of rationalize that as being like,
yeah, well, you can
he's
sort
avoiding
of,
trouble.
yeah, and you know, it's
They didn't
a
show
little
him
bit,
rip him to shreds, you know.
yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, is he just knocked out? You can't really tell, basically, because there's no blood that's visible in that scene. So yeah, and he is able to kind of smile and interact more like an actual human with people.
And then of course you got Arnie does do some serious damage in that bar, which can line up with him being the bad one, but you've also got a strong cool factor going on. Now, a brand new audience member might, because this is the thing, when you rewatch it, it is kind of cool, because especially because you get to ethically be slightly better off than him just attacking and stealing stuff from people, because they attack him first in every instance. He gets burned in exchange, breaks a hand, then he gets hit in the head with a pool cue, and then he throws that person out a window, and then someone stabs him and he stabs them back. A lot of it's very eye for eye.
Yeah.
Not to say that he's like ethically in the right, because yeah, let's talk about that, shall we? The whole comparison with Captain Marvel. There's several people out there who believe that because we hate women, we won't allow her to do it, but because we like men, we will allow the robot to do it. How can you ethically judge a robot? That's not even possible. He's got a job to do.
If someone had told him to smile, then I would have been totally fine with him trashing the place and killing everyone there. But, you know, all they did was stab him, so it's fine.
Look, so if someone asked me, do you think it's ethically sound for Arnie to have hurt all of these people, stolen their vehicles and sunglasses? I'd be like, no. And then they're like, oh, but it's cool though, isn't it? I'd be like, look, the point is that he has a job to do in saving the world. He needs some tools. So ethically, I suppose you could make an argument for that. But, you know, the right thing to do would be trying to achieve these things without killing people, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to rationalize it with exactly that. It's like ultimately he's there potentially to stop Judgment Day and save all of their lives. So
because someone could come back with, yeah, well, Captain Marvel had to save Earth or some shit. Like she was okay in breaking the Don's hand and stealing his stuff. As far as I'm concerned, it's very weird to be like, you guys don't ethically judge the robot. It's like, we can't. It doesn't. We can't criticize him as a character because he's not. He's an operation. John projects a lot of character onto him and tells him how to behave or what things to say in certain scenarios. And this is, by the way, part of why I adore this film, is that throughout, you get more and more of a sense that he is a character until right at the end, he basically tells you he's not a character. He's a robot.
Yes.
And it's really sad because you connected to the robot.
Yeah, what a brilliant send-off actually for the character. But yeah, I think I'll probably cover that a little bit more as we get to it. Chat was just mentioning there actually that the trailer pretty much did give it away that he was going to be the hero this time around. So I think it was kind of an open secret, I guess, if you can even call it that. Everyone kind of knew what they were going to get when they went into the movie.
Yeah, and so I like that I've been saying he's not a character when, like, I pretty much say that Captain Marvel isn't a character either. She's like more about her acting than her character. Without, I don't even want to get into that. The point is, I don't mean to say that he doesn't like have operations and reactions to certain things that you can predict, being that he has what you could call traits as a character, the T-800. But the point I'm trying to make is that he's a toaster. He's not a person.
Yeah, and he's when he says certain things or reacts a certain way towards John, he's doing that because he's programmed to do it because it will get the reaction that he needs to complete his mission.
Yeah, all of the most endearing moments about him can be drawn back to an instruction. Like saying "Hasta la vista, baby" when he blows apart the T-1000. That was something that John told him he should say after like something cool happens, or you do something definitive, sort of thing.
You know what's interesting though, actually, just thinking about that. The whole point of that scene is that he's given really formal responses to things. Like when he's told to do something, he's like affirmative, and that's when John's like, no, you don't say affirm, like slang language that he can use and stuff. And yet, if you go back to the first Terminator, like he'll say things. Yes, they can just use it selectively to communicate with people.
Yeah, you say, affirmative is very militaristic, I suppose, and we're supposed to believe that he was programmed or reprogrammed by the military in the future, right? So there's a degree of wiggle room there for why he'd be using that, and that why he would listen to John in terms of like, don't say that, say yeah.
Yeah, that's fair
uh,
play.
and yeah, I guess to come back then, this because a lot of people are like, why would you have a problem with Captain Marvel doing it? And like I said, she is a human being. A human character. She has a soul. That's, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. A moral system. And
Theoretically, anyway.
she doesn't push him over, take his stuff, and be like, "I'm sorry, but I've got bigger things to deal with, and I really appreciate that this can help, and I'm sorry that you're the one that has to suffer here, but I need this." No, she like maniacally enjoys torturing him and then stealing his shit. I condemn her as a character. Simultaneously, I see the T-800 doing this, and I'm like, oh my god, such a badass robot. And then someone's like, oh, you approve of it? And I'm like, I can't. He's not making ethical decisions. He's got operations to conclude on. Like, he's got things to do. I don't know. What do you mean? Like,
yeah, and if you take it from the starting point of their purpose, like she is, as you say, a person, and she's, she's capable of making moral judgments. And I guess one of her directives or one of her goals in life would be to avoid civilian casualties. She doesn't want to get people hurt or killed if she can avoid it. She's there to fight the whatever they're called, Skrulls. Whereas the Terminator is a killing machine. His only purpose is to kill things. And so if that's your baseline for him, he did extremely well to go into that bar, get the things he needed, and leave without killing everyone there. Like, anything beyond that is well done for him.
That's the thing. It's a balancing act as well for the audience, because we can still believe he's the villainous robot, but it's also going to help out when we finally realize he's actually team good guys. We're like, oh, thank God he didn't actually kill anyone yet, because it's a bit awkward to be like, he's killed some innocent people, but it's okay, he's a good guy. While with Captain Marvel, she's explicitly there to try and prevent the Skrulls from getting access to a science thing. That's all she knows, right? She's trying to find out what this science thing is. Meanwhile, the Terminator has been programmed to do anything he must to prevent anyone from attacking John Connor. This is what I mean. Like, it's the people who equate these things blow my mind. Like, she has not got the reason to do what she does. He does, and it wouldn't matter anyway because he's a robot. And you try, like, the idea to me that you're trying to compare the ethics of a robot versus a woman human actor, and that we're supposed to conclude that they're both ethical or both not ethical, it blows my mind. It's amazing.
Well, it's the fact as well that Captain Marvel actually, the way it's shot and the way that scene plays out, it's portrayed as like triumphant almost. Like, she showed him.
Well, yeah, he asked her to smile, so.
Whereas, like in his case, he just gets the stuff that he needs and he goes in kind of a cool fashion because he's wearing sunglasses and there's cool music playing and stuff. That's it. Like, the movie's not trying to say like he's great and he's morally justifiable for doing this stuff. He's just done the thing he needed to do efficiently. And
Ray Day highlighted Arnold was going to use lethal force. That's true, he did, but he didn't do it. And someone else said the Toaster has a lower body count than the hero Captain Marvel. Staggeringly, Captain Marvel's kill count is quite high by the end of her film.
Well, if you think about the number of crew that must be aboard those ships that she vaporizes.
Yeah, she destroyed 2 major spaceships. Who knows how many people she's killed? Which, by the way, the Skrulls just don't seem to recognize. They don't really care. They're just like, oh, good thing I finally got back to my family. It's like, do you have any family members on the ship she destroyed? The enormous ship that destroyed over Earth? No? I don't know. Okay.
Nothing in that film makes any sense.
Hence, it took me 2 hours to try and get through all of it. It was a nightmare.
Oh, God.
Like, no, you just hate women. It's like, no, this is unironically one of the poorest written films in the MCU, and I can't believe it got past any processes.
It's not even a complex plot that it's juggling either. That's the frustrating thing. It shouldn't be possible to fuck something that simple up in the first place.
And yet.
Yeah, and yet here we are. But yeah, at least we get to talk about this movie, which is a bit better.
Oh yeah, when he grabs those sunglasses, this is again why I really like the writing in this. You might be like, oh my god, that's so stupid. Why would a Terminator want sunglasses? And it's like, okay, so narratively speaking, it helps with being less inconspicuous because of the way that the Terminators probably look around. He desires sunglasses to cover up his eyes if ever there's a red glow. and because he doesn't blink as much, and because he'll stare at things or scan things, much less distracting. Simultaneously, on a viewer level, he's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
It's like the sunglasses are so fucking cool.
It's the fact that he folds them out with one hand as well. He just gives them that little flick, and then they're good to go.
And I know this is a weird comparison, but the Hyperspace Kamikaze, so cool visually, such an awesome thing to see, and for a person to commit to as a heroic choice. Narratively, it makes no fucking sense at all. And it's like, well, but it's cool, right? It's like, yeah, well, that's.
I think as well, there's a difference between like a tiny moment in a movie like this that really has no impact on the rest of the film, or versus one of the penultimate acts of the whole movie that changes the balance of everything.
Yeah, if they establish that there was absolutely no, in fact, it makes no, it's contradictive for him to wear sunglasses, even if they were to still have it done. It's like, well, who cares? They're sunglasses. What difference does that make? But it's what I mean. There's lots of little inferences we can make because of the fact that they're robots. Lots of things we can work with.
Yeah. And I do like the moment where he swipes the shotgun out the guy's hands as well. It's just that one perfect motion where he just grabs it so quick. So it makes it look so easy. But yeah, so he gets what he needs and off he goes without killing anyone. So well done, Terminator. And this is where we get to see Sarah as well. We get to find out what she's been up to. There's a little bit of exposition from John beforehand where he's with his friend. Again, it sets up something that happens later where he's got the computer that he's able to hack into the ATM and get loads of free money out. So you understand he can do things with this computer.
This is actually
skills.
Something I talk about in the TFA Part 3 video that's coming out this century. The reason he can do that is never given to us explicitly, I would say. It's all inference that they've been living under the radar, on the edge, and she's taught him all kinds of unethical, quote-unquote, potentially, ways of making it through life under the prospect that it's all worth it because you're going to save the world. So stealing from an ATM really doesn't matter. Money's not even going to matter soon. It's not even going to be a concept. So
I mean, you could even take it further to say that like he was taught other skills with computers that might be useful, but were perhaps not as illegal. But he's perverted that into, I can use this to get free money for myself, so I can go and blow it at the video game arcade.
You could go that way, but I believe in a heartbeat that Sarah would be willing to steal from a random machine for money. Yeah. If anything, she might see it as quite the fun experiment. It's like, fuck you, machine.
I'll teach you to be an ATM.
You're related in a family tree sort of way to the T-800. I hate you.
I like the idea. She just go around punching out computers and stuff. And just fuck you.
But again, just like Terminator 1, every second is purposeful. We're getting all kinds of information all the time. Even when the Terminator, the T-1000 first scans for where John currently is, you get the thing on screen of natural father unknown, mother is like the legal guardians, and it has their names. And so we're immediately told, like, oh shit, John isn't with Sarah.
Yeah,
and then we're shown that. Like, it's just delivery of information constantly. It's all reinforcing. It's just gonna make all this shit meaningful.
Yeah,
as long as you're paying attention.
Yeah, well, again, you can combine that. You get some exposition from John because his friend asks him. I think he sees a photograph of her, and I think it's the same photograph actually that we see from the first movie. And it's like, oh, that's my real mom. She's a total psycho. She got shot and trying to blow up a computer factory. So you get all this information about her in a short space of time. So she's gone off the deep end with the whole, Judgment Day Terminator thing already. You get to see John using his computer, which will come in handy later. All this stuff that's setting up future things that are going to be important just really quickly and efficiently. And then we actually get to see Sarah, and she's in the mental hospital and she's doing pull-ups, and straight away you get to see that she's transformed herself physically. She's much more muscular and lean than she was before.
Yeah, pretty intense actually. But then also she's in a mental ward. It's like, oh, yeah.
And I love how it transitions into like a scene where they think she's lost her mind because, she's turned her bed upside down or something so that she can use the bar to do pull-ups. But when she finishes, it just so happens that there's a bunch of medical students there at the door, and so she turns around like breathing really heavy and sweating, and it looks like she's fucked up her room, and that's all they see from that point of view. And it's like, no, what she was doing was a really practical exercise, but they just see it as like, oh, a crazy person's messed up her bedroom again. It's just great little bad timing moment, I guess.
And again, because I guess I'm just praising James Cameron at this point, but those students learning as he's explaining stuff, he gives us all of Terminator 1 pretty much in a really concise set of sentences, so that if you're jumping in at this film, he's like, so robot was sent back in time to kill her, and she survived it, she killed it, this is where she is now. Like it's all, because you can sum up Terminator 1 pretty quickly. But some people, I know a couple of my friends saw Terminator 2 before 1, so it happens.
That scene as well, it takes me back to, it ties in brilliantly actually, because it's obviously he's the same character that he was in T1. He was like a consultant psychiatrist, I guess, that the police bring in.
He was incredibly lucky.
Yeah, that he just happened to leave just before the shootout. But do you remember what he says to the other two police officers after they've taken the statement from Kyle, where he says, this is brilliant because it doesn't require a shred of proof. It's kind of an internally consistent story of craziness. I could make a career out of this.
Yeah.
And then you see him 10 years later, he literally has made a career out of this through Sarah. He's now working as the head of like a, I guess quite a prestigious hospital or whatever. He's benefited from this just as he said he would. I just thought there was a nice little tie-in, with the first movie.
And I like that he comments saying that a Terminator was sent back. A creature, a machine called a Terminator was sent back in time to kill it. And the student that's with him is like, how original. It's like, yeah, it was. It was a really cool idea.
And I think this is where it then transitions into.
It's probably worth mentioning, by the way, at the end, because I just thought of that, considering what we just said. The idea itself is controversially, isn't it Harlan Ellison or something like that? It was most of the pieces were taken from him and converted fully by James Cameron, and they had to acknowledge that because too much of it came across as stolen from him. I can't remember the controversy exactly. I'd have to look into it.
In terms of the Terminator concept.
Yeah, it wasn't James Cameron's idea. 100%, it was taken. At least they acknowledged that at the end of Terminator 1, and I've heard different pieces of details from different people over the years. I'd have to look into it. I just want to make sure we mention it in case someone gets frustrated that we didn't.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I can't. I'd have to, like I said. Oh, so see, people are saying that it was frivolous and it was bullshit. I don't know. I'd have to look into it.
My understanding was that the Terminator concept came to James Cameron when he got ill during the production of another movie, and he had some kind of fever dream of like this metal skull coming at him out of a big sea of flames, and that's what kind of spawned the genesis of the Terminator idea. Like, I don't know then how much involvement there was in like other people kind of developing the more detailed plot, but I just thought the initial concept came from him as like a weird nightmarish dream.
Well, going from chat, he sued everyone because he thought everyone stole from him. He wrote an episode of a TV show that was very similar. The design was inspired by a dream of Cameron's. Like, yeah, that's another story that I had known, that Cameron came to him in a dream. But yeah, lots of different accounts on that one. You'd have to go and look into it, see what you can find. I just wanted to make sure it was mentioned.
Okay, we shall consider that point addressed then, I would say.
Yeah, but just again, a great way to get you. But because I was saying, I kind of forgot to mention it actually. But the opening shots of this film shows a whole bunch of traffic, which is a nice bit of the mundanity of life, and then kids playing in a park, which to me represents like the future and the joy of life. So the two, like I say, two big aspects of life, right? The working through it in your schedules day by day, all these sorts of things, and then the creative, happy sides of it, and then hard cut to the destruction of all of it. They show the cars first, all emptied and just exploded, and then they show the park, which is just skulls everywhere.
Yeah,
and I almost get this impression that there's an argument for how you should even value the shittier parts of life.
Well, ultimately, it's better than living in a post-nuclear apocalypse.
Absolutely.
Being killed by machines, so I suppose, yeah, it's better than nothing. Does that mean we have to value Captain Marvel then?
You know what? Captain Marvel makes me value the older films. There you go. That's the lesson. But yeah, it's a really good way to set up what this whole film is even about, which is, hey, can we stop that future instead of preparing for it? Of course, the other films want to talk about maybe that it's inevitable. This is the thing. Loads of different ways to go on that, but yeah, I just really like the way this starts. I think it's almost like a thesis statement for an essay.
Well, from a kind of cinematography point of view, actually, as well, like when you compare it to the sort of future flash forwards that you got in the original movie, obviously the budget is much bigger this time around, and the Terminators genuinely look really good when you see them this time. You know, you get that first shot of like a human skull on the ground and just this metal foot just stamps down on it, yeah. And then you see them standing there. They're not CGI or anything like that. I presume they're animatronics. And again, they look really good and pretty convincing, I would say.
Gets you right back in.
Does indeed. And you get a little glimpse of John in the future as well.
With the
always
scar,
annoyed me. Yeah, which always annoyed me about like bloody salvation. It's like you don't need you don't need to explain why he's got the scars. It's fine. He's just a soldier, and he's been in battles. You get scars. You don't have to give us some shitty like molten Terminator.
Terminator 2 scar. You're like, oh, yes, I didn't. Okay.
It's like there's such a thing as mystique, You don't have to tell us everything that happens to a person.
It's like not only did we see him get it, it was from an Arnie Terminator. Oh, okay, all right, yeah, that's really cool. I guess.
Good work, guys. Thank you. Yeah, but no, as an opening, it's fantastic. So it gets you straight into the movie.
After that Sarah scene, by the way, car pulls up. Police, you see the to protect and serve, and then Robert Patrick exits. It's just like, oh, I see what you're doing.
This was something I did mention when I was reviewing Dark Fate. It's like he picked an excellent, guys to go around in as like a cop, because he's this authority figure. He's clean cut. He looks, very authoritative and respectable, and the kind of person who would be able to get cooperation from most people, pretty easily, because he's a police officer. People defer to police officers, whereas the first Terminator, he's dressed in like just shitty gang clothes or whatever, leather jackets, that sort of thing. The kind of guy you would avoid. If anything, you wouldn't want to cooperate with him. You just want to get the hell out of his way. So just an interesting different approach. Again, it shows how he's smarter and he can use people to his advantage instead of just steamrolling through them.
But yeah, and it's part of what makes you maybe think that he's not a bad guy. You're not sure. Well, at least a lot of people would have been. A lot of people may not have been. It's a nice little throw up in the air, and it's only until a certain scene that it's very definitive on what's happening.
Yeah. He rocks up at their house and he asks for John, and he's not there. So he's left frustrated for the time being, and I think that's when it cuts back to John on his way to the the shopping mall, where he's gonna spend his money and play at the arcade,
the Galleria.
The Galleria, yes.
And the games he's playing as well, they're very war centric. He's he's playing.
One of them is Missile Command is one of them, which is very appropriate.
Yeah, of course. And then being in like a fighter and flying and shooting, which is I just like it. It's like he's not playing Pac-Man. And of course, there's the scene that is in the director's cut, but not in the theatrical, from memory anyway, where Sarah imagines Kyle.
And, so it's kind of a dream sequence.
Yeah, it reestablishes very, very cleanly her motivation. Of course, she runs through the halls into the playground. And then, that's the flashback we keep getting added to across the film, where it gets really bad at one point, and you get the very memorable blowing her away into a skeleton,
which is still screaming somehow.
Oh yeah, well, it's all very surreal, isn't it?
Yeah. It's interesting though. I'm glad they didn't have that scene with Reese in it, because it always came across as just a little bit goofy for me that he comes in and he's like, oh, something bad's about to happen, Sarah. You have to get out now. It's like, well, how could her subconscious possibly know any of this? Like, it's like she's kind of getting a glimpse of the future because of him. Yeah, I don't think it was necessary. Like, I think you can just assume she generally would want to escape at any opportunity, and she's just she's been kind of biding her time for that.
So the idea that she knows that nukes are going to go off?
I don't think it's phrased that way. I think it's more just because I think there's still a year or two from Judgment Day, so there's a fair bit of time before that happens. But I always got the impression that the ghost of Kyle, or whatever you might call it, is trying to warn her of the immediate danger of the new Terminator coming back to kill John now, and that's why she has this sudden urgency to escape from the hospital that night.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, and she's describing like the horrors of the future when she could only have gone from what Kyle would have told her. But she does refer to it as somehow I can see it, right? She's like, she's not even 100% sure of why it's so vivid to her, but I'm assuming it's just because of the trauma of the first film.
Yeah, but I think it's the fact that
way.
Yeah, so in the extended cut, so she falls asleep and she has this dream sequence where Kyle Reese comes back to her, and he's in her room talking to her, and he warns her that John's in danger and that she has to get out. And that's the bit I'm sort of driving at here. Is like I don't feel like that scene is necessary. Like I feel like it's maybe it brings in a slight goofiness in the sense that like she almost knows that something's going to happen specifically to John now. Whereas she doesn't need to know that.
I would only clarify with how he says she's tried to escape multiple times. Like I imagine that's always her motivation, and that this time around, she's tried. If you remember, she's been trying to fake being sane. This is like the first time she's actually tried that. And I think that we could definitely interpret his arrival in like dream form as her psyche being like, I can't keep doing this. I can't pretend to be sane. Like this, we're running out of time. It's all going bad. And it happens to coincide with something very real that's happening. Because again, she's been trying to escape regularly. And for each of those escape attempts, she would tell you that her motivation is pretty much entirely to do with Kyle and what he's told her and what is to come for the future.
Yeah.
But I think it's fair what you're saying, yeah.
I do like that scene where she's getting interviewed, though, and yeah, like you say, she's trying to pass herself off as like, oh, I'm much clearer now. I can see that I was wrong, and she's just barely holding it together. And then the moment where he says, I'm afraid you're going to have to stay for another 6 months at least. She just snaps. It's like she just goes, oh fuck it, and just launches herself at him. Like there's no build up to it. She just goes straight for him. It's awesome. Yeah. Props to Linda Hamilton. I mean, she plays it perfectly all throughout the film, actually.
And yeah, so we're supposed to understand it as Judgment Day. Is it that it's sped up thanks to the arm and the chip, or is it that we're supposed to believe that it's almost self-fulfilling? The Terminator came back and helped cause what became Judgment Day.
I mean, if you take the fact that John himself being born is a self-fulfilling prophecy, because of that, I would assume that the rest of it follows the same logic. It would seem weird that like Skynet is one of those inevitable things that will happen by multiple different means depending on what you do with the timeline. But John being born depends on a very specific set of circumstances. I would say it's probably better that they both obey the same rules, if you know what I mean.
I would like to think, if we don't include anything other than T1 and 2, that it's a combo, that a lot of things can cause themselves, a lot of things don't necessarily have to happen the way that they did, that sort of thing. There's some freedom here, as well as, because, if Kyle came back and said, I make John Connor, but I don't want to, and shoots himself, like, I don't know. I assume that this will change the story, or who knows, she has sex with someone else and decides to call him John Connor because that's what she assumed he would be called. And that guy turns out to be an okay leader. Just like, all right.
It's like he's not quite saved the human race, but he's mediocre. He's all right. Yeah, who knows? I think the movie doesn't make any real judgments one way or the other, so I'm fine to keep it kind of ambiguous.
I've always felt whenever someone says like Terminator does great time travel mechanics, I'd be like, it's more that we just don't think about it because it's only the beginning part that's mostly relevant for that. I just don't, but there's lots of interesting pieces of information to try and put together and create a sort of map. The second you involve any of the other ones, though, it gets a whole lot worse. Genesis is the funny one, where it's absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, could you imagine if a Terminator story had time travel all the way through it, and they're constantly jumping to different periods? Like
they treat time in Genesis as places, like they're on this big street, and every house is a different time, and it's just like, you can't do this.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous, but they have fun with it, right? I'm sure a lot of people had fun with it. I'm not bitter at all about stuff like that. So yeah, our two Terminators are finding different ways of getting to John, and the T-800 spots his motorcycle while riding around himself, and the T-1000 is asking as many people as he can if they know of John in his age group, I guess, or around it. And they're both closing in. It's only a matter of time before they'll find him with these strategies.
Yeah, so it's his friend who warns him that there's a cop looking for him, and that's when he's like, oh shit, I've been busted for like stealing from that ATM or something, and that's when he tries to bail and goes into like this, this staff only part of the Galleria. So the both Terminators then converge on him from there. The T-800's got the roses to hide its shotgun, and it goes in after him. And yeah, you get this great like scene where it all converges in this one moment, and there's some random asshole just kind of stuck between them, and then they both open fire. But that's when you finally understand, okay, Arnie's the good guy because he protects John from gunfire by human shield.
I think there's bits to infer that that's going to be the case up to that point, but that's the definitive answer. And I think one of them as well is where up to this point the T-1000 has been like, do you know this boy? And it's like, thank you, ma'am, that sort of thing. But the second he sees him, he just goes like, he's got one goal, and he's just plowing through people staring at John. It's just like, oh geez, what's he gonna do? Like, he doesn't seem friendly anymore. Again, I'm probably gonna do it a million times. Robert Patrick's so good at this film. Villainous Terminator, he sells it perfectly, especially being so small. He's so scrawny, but he's so terrifying. It's like, good job, man.
Yeah, I like the fact that they didn't try to out Arnold by getting another Terminator that's even bigger and even stronger than him. He doesn't need to be like that. This one is agile and fast and graceful almost, and yeah, the fact that he can morph into different shapes and stuff, which he uses to good effect.
I think you could argue, as I was saying earlier, with Kyle being more of a scalpel versus the hammer that is the Terminator, this is more of a scalpel-like Terminator. It's very specific in everything it's going to do. It's pretty quick. It's got pretty creative ideas. It's not just running at you and hitting you over the head, but it'll still engage in that, just like Arnie will in defense of it. Just like Kyle will unload an entire shotgun into a Terminator. Lots of little fun things to think about in terms of the dynamic. Because if it was a T-800 versus a T-800, I feel like we'd be losing out on a lot of what the interactions are in this, especially when he grabs the T-1000, throws it into a wall, and then it spins him around and throws him into a wall, and you're like, oh shit. Like, this is he's not less strong. That's not the case.
Yeah, he fights smarter. And there's a great bit later on when Arnold tries to punch it, and his hand just kind of goes right through it, like through its head, and then it just remorphs itself so that it's now holding his wrist so it can throw him around. Again, just smart design and a good choreographed fight scene. We're
going nice and chronologically, naturally, there's so much I love about this film. I gotta be careful to not gush, but when he looks at the mannequin, the T-1000, he's confused for a second. So great, because we would be like, why is he confused? What is he looking at? And later on, you're like, oh, that's awesome.
It's good because it manages to give you, it's a bit of humor without being over the top goofy. It's just a nice quick moment that passes. Yeah, because the true nature of it isn't revealed at this point, is it? Like, you see it get shot maybe once or twice, but he just kind of buckles over. I mean, you don't see the liquid's metal.
Well, you do see it reform. It makes like little craters, and they form back. But I'd say that's not quite enough to understand his reaction to that mannequin. But I suppose you could infer why he's looking at it that way already. But I think it becomes clearer later. But yeah, it's all, and then we got your standard. The Terminator is on you now, and he's riding. Robert Patrick nailed running. You could say that much in this film. Managed to stay terrifying while running, keeping his head almost not moving at all, and his eyes straight, no blinking. It's just like, Jesus.
Yeah. It's properly. I don't know how you'd even describe it. It's just uncanny. It's very obvious that this is not a human that's doing this. And yeah, the fact that he's able to do that without visibly breathing or anything is just brilliant. This was actually one of my criticisms of Westworld recently. When you've got these hosts fighting each other at one point, they breathe. You can see that they're breathing heavily from fighting. I'm like, why are you breathing? You don't even have lungs. Like, this is you're robots.
I can't even. Yeah, I don't even remember. Like at this point, do they? Are you talking like all of Westworld or just the
no season
later
3?
stuff?
Yeah. So basically, Dolores and Maeve have a big confrontation where they're fighting each other, and they punch each other, and they'll go like when they get hit. Like, why are you doing that? You can't even feel pain. Like, why are you grunting? And yeah, like you can see them when they back off for a moment. They're both breathing visibly. Like, you can see that they've exerted themselves, and it's just really, it breaks the immersion because it's like you shouldn't be tired. You can't feel pain or fatigue.
Oh yeah, and for people wondering, I saw a little bit of it in chat. They can recognize John because they went to the family house and they would have seen what he looked like from pictures or whatever. If not, any other means in which to do so is so that would help scan and collect sort of where he is, how he is. Because it's just neat that they both find him in different ways as well.
Yeah, because it's just kind of a throwaway line, isn't it? Like the foster parents, they mentioned that there was a big guy on a bike who was asking about John as well. But I don't think you ever get to see that even like in a deleted scene or anything like that. I always remember one of my friends said he claimed that he saw that in a deleted scene. I was like, I feel like that's bullshit. I don't think they ever filmed that.
Yeah,
if anyone knows of it,
yeah. And yeah, then we get the scene with pretty much Arnie badass levels cranked to 11. The shooting the gates open, reloading with one hand, and just driving through with the bike. It's just like, oh my god, you're so cool.
Yeah, it's such an iconic sequence.
Yeah, it's what I think about when I think about him at his peak. This is because he dominates in this scene. He does really well. But obviously, this is part of what makes the latter parts impactful when he's losing, when he can't beat the T-1000 ultimately, because the T-1000 is just more evolved, better equipped to long. Like, his endurance levels are going to outweigh a steel rope. This is another thing, by the way. The concept of liquid metal being such a fantasy thing, like, it's so insane how it could possibly work, and yet we accept it. We're like, right, so it does have limits in terms of being frozen and melted, but for the most part, it's a gooey jelly thing that can harden and reform and change shape. Like, all right, I understand.
It makes him even more intimidating as a Terminator, because the original one, okay, you can damage its outer skin, and you could even cause damage to its metal underneath. And if that happens, it can't heal up. Like, it's damaged permanently then. Whereas with this one, you could sit there and shoot it all day. It's going to do nothing. Eventually, it'll just reform and it'll be exactly as it was before. So it's far more relentless because it can't be visibly damaged, not unless by exceptional means, like when it's frozen by liquid nitrogen and stuff.
Yeah,
which I really liked actually in the extended cut, when it's implied that it's kind of starting to malfunction. It starts.
People are referencing nanomachines and stuff. It's like, oh yeah, I'm not saying that it's impossible to have something like this eventually. I just mean from our position in our current timeline on Earth, it's complete fantasy. But that's, again, I wasn't like, that's not even being critical. I don't mind. We got time travel in here. Like, it's fine. I don't mind it. And yeah, the freeze and the reforming after that, and then you see, I'm pretty sure it's deleted from the theatrical, but when he's starting to almost like chameleon onto things without necessarily wanting to.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, to me, it says to me like his things are starting to fall apart about him. He can only reform so many times, perhaps, or that his systems are not able to function as well as they were because of the amount of times he's deconstructed across this movie.
Yeah, I really like that scene where he touches like a metal railing and his hand freezes to it and kind of becomes the railing a little bit. And you actually see him look down at it and he sort of frowns like he doesn't understand why this has happened.
Yeah, it's fantastic because a machine, it's basically looking at an error and it's like, why is this here? Like,
yeah.
Should be here. And then he shakes and it's gone. It's like, right then, moving on.
Yeah. But no, excellent stuff. And so yeah, you've got this brilliant sequence in the truck where it's chasing them, and John's fleeing on his dirt bike. Arnold catches up with him on his motorbike and just lifts him right off, which is just cool. Like you get that sense of how strong this thing is when you can just pick him up like a toy, and blows up the truck. I think he just shoots out the tire, doesn't it? And it crashes.
Yeah, he nails it. And even the T-1000 in that scene seems almost frustrated and surprised at different portions of it, which again gives us a nice understanding that, hey, this T-800, he knows what he's doing. This is a great protector. We're in for a ride with this. But the T-1000 not to be messed with because he just survived what we just saw.
Yeah, and that's where you get to see the liquid metal to its full effect when it just walks out of the flames and reforms. And he does have this slight expression on his face like, oh, man, I'm pissed now. Like, I'm going for you. I just think it's subtle, but it's kind of cool. So I think that's when it does it then flick back to Sarah, because like John has a scene with the Terminator later where he gets. Oh no, yeah. So the Terminator takes John away to like regroup from all this, and that's where it explains that it's been sent back to protect him. And John's like, holy shit, like this is where he's finally confronted with the fact that Terminators are actually real. I presume he's just in his head.
We get he's here to protect him. We get what the enemy is, how it kind of works. And then he's going to call the foster parents, which the T-1000 is already at, just showing how efficient the T-1000 is.
Yep.
And I quite like the way they film, when he breaks the thing to get the coins out for John. They got the sounds right to make it feel like he broke it, but they film it just so that he breaks it off the camera screen just before it enters, so it looks like he did it, but obviously it would have just been that way the whole time.
Right.
I don't want to. We could go on for a while about all the different directing and special effects sort of things. I just like pointing out a few every once in a while. It's cool stuff in these films. Special effects heavy, of course. And yeah, the Todd unfortunately decided to talk a little bit too much.
Because it's like the dog's barking in the background, and he's like, I thought you're going to tell him to get rid of that fucking mutt. And she just like changes the, which hand she's holding the phone with. Like she's just going to attend to a little task, and then you just see the arm go out.
Because I see it as the T-1000 being like, stop talking. I'm trying to trick the kid. Shut up. You're not helping. And the reincorporating the copied voice that the T-800 can do. And then, of course, this again, I think was cut from the theatrical, the T-1000 going to the dog to figure out why it is this didn't work. And he's like, I was tricked, technically speaking.
Yes.
I presume they may have cut it. I always assume they may have cut it because it's just mean having them kill a dog. A lot of people don't like that necessarily. And you could have just had the T-1000 be like, yeah, I've been foiled. They managed to tell.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that he just hangs up would tell it already that, okay, he doesn't believe me. But I do actually like the fact that it's two Terminators going head to head in a battle of impersonations there.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That's the only time they actually communicate with each other. And it's through the guise of being someone else. Like the rest of the time, they just fight. Like
also, panning to the milk, the knife, and the detachment of it, it's all great. It looks fantastic and terrifying. And funnily enough, I always remembered as a kid that T2 was the action one, T1 is the horror one. And when you look at them, there's like still some really horrific things in T2. We're just like, oh well.
Yeah. It's because there's a scene later on where he puts his one of his knife things through the head of a security guard, like
and he's shaking.
And he's like making all these horrific gurgling noises and stuff as his brain goes haywire. And it's like, oh, okay, that's awful. It's pretty good though. I always remember this scene as well, right, where John finds out that the Terminator has to obey him because he
was the one who sent him, right?
Yeah, he's wanting to go back to help his foster parents, I think, and the Terminator's like, no, you can't. Like, they're already dead or something. And it's grabbing onto him and to stop him from leaving. And John's like, get the fuck off. And these two guys just come over and they're like, do you need help? And the Terminator lets go of John because he tells it to, and like he falls on the ground. But the guys are still there, and John just like these are like two guys that have actually just come over to help him out, and John's just like, yeah, fuck off, I don't need you, and that's to the point where the guy's like, what, fuck you little dipshit. But it always struck me as like John just being a dick to them for no reason. Like they're actually offering to help you.
I think John is a bit of a prick in this film. The foster parents don't seem to be that bad, and he treats them like shit. Like,
yeah,
I think it's a part of how rough his life has been. And he likes, I've got a Terminator as a toy. It's so cool. But he breaks out of that as soon as it becomes serious. So it's like, he's not actually a vindictive, horrible little shit. He's actually like, whoa, no. I like, it's cool to fuck with people, but, calm down. Don't actually kill people. Holy shit. And I think that's a lesson for him in that moment. Like, maybe take this very seriously. This is life and death right now.
Yeah. Because he's like, you were going to kill that guy. And Arnold just gives this great deadpan answer where he's like, of course, I'm a Terminator. He's like, yeah, well, you can't do that now, okay? Just don't kill people.
I love as well, because you just made me think about, don't kill. And he shoots the guys at the knees at the entrance to the thing. He's like, you didn't kill. You said you weren't going to kill anyone. And again, narratively, the response from the robot would be, he's not going to die, so I haven't breached that. Right?
Yeah.
But they deliver it in such a way that it's badass and funny. He'll live.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, that's awesome.
Because I don't think John even says anything to him there. Like, it's like he preempts the question. Like, he shoots the guy in the knees and opens the gate, and John's looking at him. He just turns around and he's like, "Here, live." It's like he's like, he can almost sense John's going to give me shit about this if I don't explain myself.
Doesn't he say? I'd have to check. He's like, he doesn't say like, "I thought you weren't going to kill anyone" or something like that. I can't remember. I'd have to check. Give me a second. I've actually got it up. No, he says, "What are you doing?"
I thought that was later. When
Arnold's the guy at the gate we're talking about, right?
Yeah, but the scene you're referencing when John's like, "You said you wouldn't kill anyone." That is later on. Is that not at Cyberdyne when he's about to take care of the police?
I'm just saying. All he says is, "What are you doing?" at the gate to the Terminator. And then the Terminator says, "You'll live."
Ah, okay, fair enough.
Or for all I know, I'm looking at the director's cut. I don't know if maybe in the theatrical he doesn't say anything. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's the way I remember it. But yeah, like
he says, "Hey, you swore," and then he turns around and says, "Trust me." Yeah, but it's good shit either way.
That's
awesome.
I think that's maybe where I confused it. That's what I was thinking of. But yeah, either way. So yeah, he finds out that he's got control of this Terminator now, and it has to do what he says. So that's when he orders it to go and get to rescue his mum, because it doesn't want to initially, because it knows that
has been doing a pretty cool breakout, being that they interview her about the Terminator that's resurfaced, which would obviously panic the crap out of her. And she pulls a paperclip off the records that they're going through in the papers and stuff.
Yeah,
uses that to break out of the things. She gets to hit and quite horribly injure one of the, I guess you call them orderlies or whatever. And the film took its time to be careful before making us feel really bad that she's hurt someone who's very innocent by making them really fucking weird. He like licks her while she's trying to be catatonic or whatever.
Yes. Is that the extended cut as well? Because I don't think that was... I remember when it was on TV, I never saw it.
I could have sworn the licking is in the theatrical, but the abuse scene where they beat her up and force her to take pills, I can't remember if that was in the theatrical. But both are in the director's cut, and they both obviously help for the audience to be like, oh, that person got knocked the fuck out. Well, I don't like them anyway. They're an asshole.
Yeah. Apparently, like, just as behind the scenes, that scene where they hit her in the gut with the nightstick, the guy did that like way too hard and made contact with Linda Hamilton and really pissed her off. So Ooh. I think she made sure that like when it was her turn to like shoot the scene where she hits him, she like retaliated in equal fashion. Like didn't get on with that guy at all, apparently.
I really like in chat that several people have said the licking is theatrical. Just that statement.
Licking is theatrical. There's some great lines as well. There are 206 bones in the human body. That's one.
Oh yeah. Actually, is it alright if I go pop out again for about 5 minutes? I'll be back. But I was going to say there's another line I want to talk about as well.
Yeah, sure. I'll go through some more super chats.
Cool. BRB.
All right, cool, man. Yeah, where did we get to with these chats? Kosh says, guys, please accept a small contribution to the well-deserved drinking fund. And in the words of the great philosopher, I'll be back. Thanks, man. Mr. Volhall, gotta love incompetent parents. I saw the Terminator, Alien, Aliens, and The Thing all before I was 12. Sure, there's been side effects and screaming, but it's all character building, right? I don't know what it's like now, but like, yeah, these were just films that we saw when we were kids. Like, I remember watching Predator when I was like 9 or 10 years old. Same with Aliens, like all my friends did. And the moment one of your friends did, you were guaranteed to do it as well. And yeah, parents just didn't seem to care that much. It was great. TechCom, Sarah loves/hates John. She lost everything for him. I mean, I suppose she kind of did. Like, she lost it before he was even born. Like, the man that she loved more than anyone else, she only knew him for a couple of days, and he died before John was even born. So it's kind of a, I think she feels the weight of the responsibility of being John's mother. So you've got like a kind of double-edged sword there. Like, she has to be a tough parent to prepare him for what's coming, but also she's just got that kind of general maternal instinct towards him. So it kind of comes across that she, when she's concerned for his welfare, you always kind of question, well, is she just doing it because, you know, she loves him as a mother, or because she sees him as an objective to be protected? I think it gives a good edge to her character. Callback says, Inva 4 Legion is a strong, independent female AI. It could well be. The future is female, as we all know, so that's probably the reason. Nikki D, Drinker, a bit off topic, but have you watched Extraction on Netflix? Plot and characters a bit thin, but the action and cinematography was solid. Hemsworth should do more films like that. Couldn't agree more. Extraction was a good movie. I enjoyed watching it. Yeah, the fight scenes were really good. Hemsworth is brilliant. Like, he plays that action, kind of that hardened soldier type character really well. So yeah, I'd definitely like to see him do more stuff like that and not be fat Thor. So yeah, I'm tempted actually to review it, to be honest. Pirate Skeleton, edit out the spaceship in the Predator intro, show that version to your kids so they can experience the greatest twist ever. Yeah, apparently that spaceship intro wasn't in the original cut. It was added later, before the theatrical release. Like, the director John McTiernan didn't know it was going to be there, and it would have been so much better without it, because like, it would have been such a more interesting way of finding out that the Predator was an alien, rather than spelling it out right from the first scene. So yeah, totally agree. Planar Aspect says, the stable time loop generated by part 1 is crazy. John Connor and Skynet only exist because of themselves. Terminator was used to build Skynet. Yeah, it was. So that's what we're saying here. My take on it is that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if that Terminator hadn't been sent back and crushed in the hydraulic press, then Cyberdyne never would have got a hold of the chip from it, and they wouldn't have used that to create Skynet to send back the Terminator. So I prefer that way, because it's a nice, neat, closed loop of predestination. So I think that's really good. Aged Boomer says, on Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles, several Terminators and humans were being sent back in time by both Skynet and the human resistance. Yeah, I mean, I think then you're just running into the problem, I guess, of like, you've only got one basic concept, just people getting sent back in time to change the future or preserve it. And I don't see the point in continually doing that. And that's why I think there's a bit of an issue with the TV show. I'm pretty sure there was like a female Terminator as well that gets to know John Connor and starts to develop feelings or something, and it's all a bit hackneyed. So it's not something I really wanted to see more of. Azrael Razor, to Odin, and may he always rid the world of frost giants. Also, here's $5. Yeah, thank you, Odin. TechCom, Terminator needs William Wisher. IL-19 back. Indeed. Quizerno, just take your beautiful voices and do audiobooks for us. Oh, well, thank you. I don't think I'd be suited for an audiobook, because I would pass out before I got through the first chapter. Journal of the Wills, I think the best way to do a new Terminator film would be to do the same thing the movie Split did, have its own premise and not show its hand until the end of the movie as a Terminator movie. That's an interesting idea, actually. I like that. I don't know how you would sell it then, because you'd have to call it something that's not Terminator, and then people would be like, what the fuck is this? But yeah, I like that idea of like keeping the entire concept a secret. Ben, in T2, Sarah Connor is described by Dr. Silverman as being 29 years old. Her son, John Connor, is 10 years old, thus she was 19 at most in Terminator 1. Yeah, and that follows because Terminator 1 is set in 1984 and Terminator 2 is set in 1995. So if she's obviously pregnant for 9 months, that would make John 10 years old. And he seems like a very old 10, but yeah, maybe that's just the actor or whatever. But yeah, she did. Linda Hamilton did seem a bit old for 19 in Terminator 1, but again, it's just it's who they had available, I suppose. So you just got to go with it. And shit, I've just lost which super chat I was on. Where the hell are you? Oh yeah, there we go. Hey Drinker, do you ever dabble in pitching movie plots or storytelling? That's kind of for my agent to do. I just write the novels, and then they can sell the movie rights or the audiobook rights or whatever else. So I just let them do that. I've had people approach me to do script doctoring. So again, I kind of refer them onto my agent to negotiate a contract, because there's no way I'm going to get involved in that without some kind of deal that protects my rights and that I don't get screwed over. But I'm certainly not averse to doing it because I find it really interesting. They should have brought me in to do The Last Jedi. I could have fixed everything. Joy Bryant, what if the Terminator was sent during T1, so instead of John, it kills Sarah in Dark Fate? It could have done. They just obviously wanted to keep Sarah in it so that they could get John out of the way and then move on to an entirely new savior of humanity. It's dumb either way, and I hate the idea that you can just keep sending more Terminators back, because then if you kill one and you save the person you're trying to protect, what have you really accomplished? There's just going to be another Terminator, like, just waiting around the corner. So it kind of sucks. Drought in the Arctic. Just saw John's death scene in Dark Fate. Funny as fuck. Yeah. It's funny, but it's also tragic for what it does to the franchise. The Male Ray. Old Terminator comics by Dark Horse Comics had an alternate timeline where the Terminators did bring a weapon back in the abdominal cavity of a human. Fair enough, yeah. T3 got around that because the Terminator had weapons built into its endoskeleton, and it could just kind of form them whenever it needed them, but then it never really seemed to make much use of them, so I don't see what the point of that was. Dylan Shepard, more money to get the good times rolling. Thank you, man. They're already rolling. Wasabi Islam, say hi to my thick black friend Tig Biddies for me. Hello, Tig Biddies. It's the Drinker here. D. Matthews, Drinker, you magnificent man. Are you really a drunk, or is that part of your character? We'd hate to see you go from alcohol poisoning before your time. I think the alcohol has developed an equilibrium in my body, so like I've just got it perfectly balanced that keeps it from killing me. But I do enjoy a good drink. I'm not as drunk tonight because when you're running a stream, it's harder. You have to pay attention. Eric Reiter, why can't we get a film set in the neon purple Dark Knight and Skull's wasteland of the first movie? Why do we only get dirty Mads Max wastelands? Good question. I suspect because the first movie filmed those sections on a soundstage, and that's why they look at the way they do. But yeah, I guess they can't just shoot the entire thing at night. That's why a lot of Salvation happened during the daytime, and it just looked like a generic desert, and it was a bit crappy. Yeah, another reason why I don't particularly like that film. Ben, given that the T-800's organic matter is cloned from a human, and given that the T-800 has balls, could a T-800 have a human child if it was to have sex? That is a valid question, and Dark Fate doesn't even answer it for us because Arnold doesn't get into a physical relationship. I don't know. Don't know if they're functional or not. We're going to have to get a lore video out on that right away. Russian Bot 1918. Terminator looks like a John Carpenter film. Yeah, it does actually. It's got a similar vibe to it. The low budget kind of feel helps it, I guess. And it's got kind of a claustrophobic, oppressive feel to it. So, yeah, it feels a lot like a John Carpenter film. Colin Mertz, next drinks on me. You got a favorite whiskey, and what do you think about the upcoming Indiana Jones? Will it be added to the Star Wars? The pile that Star Wars and Star Trek are on? Almost definitely. Harrison Ford's about 200 years old now. He shouldn't be doing Indiana Jones again. And I suspect they're going to hand it off to a more diverse main character, Indiana Jane. So yeah, not looking forward to that at all. If they were going to do another Indiana Jones, they should have done it in like the mid-90s or something when Harrison Ford was still young enough. But do I have a favorite whiskey? Yes. At the moment, it's either Highland Park or Lagavulin. I can't really choose between them because they're both excellent. Anthony Scioli. What if they made a Terminator out of vapor? That's the next logical step. Like it just, you inhale it and it makes you sick and then kills you. So that's probably in the works for the next movie, actually. I think they should make one out of light as well. It just gets beamed into you and just blasts you apart immediately. Gabriel Zapida. Drinker, you inebriated intellectual wordsmith. Thanks for making the internet enjoyable and good luck in all your future endeavors and cheers. Thank you, Gabriel. I really appreciate the donations. It all helps. The Prozac Kid donated £5. Thank you. Bob Smith, please watch and review Comrade Detective. I never even heard of that, actually. I'll need to look it up. But thanks for the recommendation. Arthur Jackson, in regards to strong female characters, how do you guys feel about the Grindhouse movies by Tarantino and Rodriguez? I mean, Tarantino writes his female characters in an interesting way. Like he gives them real personality and makes them, he makes them different. I think in terms of writing good, multifaceted female characters that can do action stuff, like James Cameron is the one to beat for me. Like when I think about my favorite female characters in movies, yeah, it kind of always comes down to characters like Ripley and Sarah Connor because they're iconic and they're interesting. They've got real human emotions. They're flawed. They have vulnerabilities, but through all of it, they kind of rise above that and they do the things they have to do to protect the people they care about. So, for me, that's the ultimate kind of in terms of writing. So that's my take on it. The Cursed One. Your thoughts on Jar Jar becoming a street performer in the Star Wars aftermath? No, I think that guy's just always going to fail upwards. I don't know if he just knows the right people or he's got great PR, but he's going to be making movies for a long time. Jake West, what if you could only send one thing at a time when they use the time machine? Yeah, I suspect that's probably the reason. As I was saying earlier, I think there's maybe like resource constraints to it or something why you can't just send like person after person through it. Maybe it needs time to power up or something like that. But I think, it's just a mechanism basically to get people where they need to be and have limited numbers of them so it doesn't overwhelm the story. And I think it's fine in that respect. Mr. Fahrenheit, what's your favorite gin drinker? For me, it's orange Tanqueray gin. I love that it's just got like that slight sort of citrus taste to it. It's slightly bitter with the taste of the gin, the junipers and stuff. Perfect. It's the ideal thing on a hot day with a bit of ice over it. It'll refresh you right up. Taker 610, when is the Knives Out discussion happening? Good question, actually. I'll need to ask MauLer when he gets back. I think we are meant to be doing that. I will ask him when he gets back to the chat. Sly Goose. Imagine you're Arnold's Hispanic maid, but his weird celebrity thing is placing his fist inside a person's butt and then using them as human dumbbells for bicep curls. Now I can't help but imagine that. It sounds awesome, though. And the Prozac Kid, would you do a review for the Greasy Strangler? Yes, quite happily. I'm trying to remember how that was presented as well, because I've heard someone else talking about the Greasy Strangler not that long ago, and I'm pretty sure it's like some horrific like bit of like makeup nonsense that they did to actually create that character. But I'll need to look it up. But yeah, I'm open to reviewing anything. The Jonathan 130 Terminator Resistance is the real T3. Yeah, it was pretty decent. Like George Wrighton, I think Terminator: The Sarah Connor Chronicles had a worse rep than it deserved. It was ruined by network intervention. Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about how it was made and stuff to be able to offer an opinion on it, but yeah, all I know is it never really grabbed me as a concept, so never really got into it. But also, Drinker, please watch the Fargo series. It's fantastic. Great acting, thoughtful writing, and based messages along with excellent villains. I watched the movie way back in the day. I just haven't seen the TV show. So if you're recommending it, all to the good.
Hello.
Hello, sir. You are back with us.
I was listening to some of your answers. You said, someone asked you about Jar Jar becoming a street agitator or something, and you're talking about J.J. Abrams. So what they're referencing, and I already know this because I think it's Super Chats, in Disney canon, Jar Jar Binks was like deposed from his position in the Senate, and he became a street agitator on Naboo that all the adults hated, but the kids enjoyed.
Oh shit! I'm so used to people referring to him as Jar Jar Abrams that I just went with that.
That's pretty hilarious that it's been said enough that you actually think of J.J. Abrams before Jar Jar with just Jar Jar.
Oh well, fair enough. There's our answer. Yeah, I think that's an excellent piece of character development and very appropriate. Someone was asking here, when is the Knives Out discussion happening? So I thought I'd refer that to you.
All I've been looking to do is sort out the new editor with the Batwoman stuff, which is finally like getting sorted and stuff. We still got to get like another 4 episodes watched and done. And I was thinking like, yeah, Knives Out is the next thing on the list. But I hate to be the guy who's always like, yeah, we'll definitely get that sorted now. But we will definitely get that sorted now. I'm going to talk to Rags, and we're going to find out a date. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
We'll get this nailed. Don't worry. Cool. Oh, well. Where the hell did we get to with this discussion anyway?
Like I said, cool line from Sarah during her escape. So the problem is Silberman believes that she wouldn't kill a person. She's a harmless lady, right? You would do that. And he says, she says, open the door, you'll be dead. He'll be dead, something like that.
Yes.
And obviously they're like, no way, not going to happen. Just take it easy. Don't do anything stupid. And then he says it won't work. You're no killer. And then she says, I think everybody's going to die. Everybody's dead. Open the door. And he's like, okay. I love it. The idea that it's just like, it's enough to convince them. They're like, oh shit, yeah, you're probably actually going to kill people.
Yeah. Yeah, because she sticks a syringe full of rat poison or something, doesn't she, and jabs it into him. It's a pretty cool scene actually. So yeah, she picks the lock in her cell to get out, attacks the guards that tried to stop her, and then ambushes Silverman so she can get them to open the gate for her. And that's how she starts to make her escape. I guess it's coincidental timing that the Terminator and John just happen to be coming in at the same time that she's planning her big escape attempt. But you could probably argue that she does this a lot.
I was going to say that it's not really convenient necessarily for anybody. Like it just changes what happened in terms of like she could have been in her cell and they could have gotten her out of this cell and had to deal with the T-1000 in some way, but they do anyway. Like it all still runs as I imagine it would have had she had been or not been in a cell, because everyone seems to get to her at the same time. It's just that she's attempted escape many times, and she comes really close to have done it herself with this one.
I presume it was all set up so they could have the scene of her running down the corridor to bump straight into the Terminator. And
if you've seen T1, I love that scene a lot in terms of her whole world comes crashing down, because she's got quite a bit of power and agency, especially with how she's defeating this entire institution right now. Doing a great job. She's in control. She's really smart. But the guy who she's probably been terrified of ever since the first meeting him, he's just arrived. It's just everything falls apart. The whole floor is taken from underneath her. It's great.
Yeah. And it just causes her to flee, screaming back down the corridor. She's almost like happy to go back to the people that she's been trying to escape from, just to get away from this thing. And yeah, I just think that plays out brilliantly. It's really good. And she gets tackled by a guard then at that point, and then Arnold has to come in and help her, which then starts to clues her into that something's different about this one, because it's not trying to murder her.
And then Come With Me If You Want to Live, which is one of the most baffling things to have heard from him for her.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you mean?
And clearly, like, John had to be there for something like that. She just would never have gone with him, even if he was offering to help her, without John to kind of get her moving.
And also, as someone just highlighted in chat, I forgot, there is a causal link between her exiting now and them arriving now, being that she was shown the photos, so she's got every reason to want to escape as soon as possible.
That's a good point, yeah.
If she knows the Terminator has arrived, then she's terrified for John, of course.
That is, I'd forgotten about that, actually. Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, and I think they really cared when they made these films.
Yeah, like, it's logically consistent. Events like kind of explain themselves, so that's good. I like the use of the footage from the first movie as well. You just get these black and white camera shots of like Arnold in T1 just decimating the police station. It's good.
And someone said he looks nothing like the first Terminator. So first of all, he is Arnie. Like, there's still absolutely recognizable, but the more interesting point is that she's shown the photos of the new one. So she knows what it is. They've told her it's done the same things it did before, and it certainly looks similar. You could, especially because it's wearing shades in the police assault, and he's wearing shades in the footage they have of him. And then, as if we didn't have enough already, T1 is like, "Hey, want another iconic moment where he phases through the bars and everyone is just terrified of him?"
Yeah. I do like how Silverman's just staring at it, and he's got like a syringe in his mouth he was going to jab Sarah with, and it just kind of drops out.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Well, it's because he's having such a bizarre day. Like, this, person who regularly escapes, she managed to pull off something incredibly daring and successful. We for some reason, she ran back to us. We got her. It's like, oh, geez, finally we can control it. Okay, now a guy who came out of nowhere is just beating up my whole staff. It's like, who is this person? And then before he can accept all of that, a police officer phases through a series of bars. Like, what the hell is going on? And his life. This is actually something I like in Terminator 3, when he turns up.
Yeah.
And, for counseling, and it shows Arnie again. He just runs away.
Good callback. That I like that.
Yeah, it's just he can't take it. It's enough.
Not again. It comes for them by walking through the bars. I like the moment where its gun can't quite fit through, so it has to like turn its hand. Again, it disrupts it for a moment because it wasn't expecting that to happen. It's like it was a little bit absent-minded. It was so preoccupied with getting to John.
And it helps reinforce that his gun is not something he can form.
Yes.
So he is limited in that regard.
So they flee into an elevator, and it like great kind of liquid metal effects where it pushes its hands through the doors and like causes them to force open just by morphing its hands into like kind of blades. And when Arnold puts the shotgun right up against its head and blasts away, and it splits it in half, it just looks great.
Yeah, it looks fantastic, and it's terrifying. You're like, oh, what is this thing? It's like, and it's just a matter of the metal being blown apart and it being confused / reforming, and it does it. It looks great.
Sarah even says that actually when the doors close and they're heading down, and she's like, "What the fuck is that thing?" Because I guess from her point of view, she's never encountered anything like this before. She has no clue what's going on.
And I love. She takes the pistol from Arnie's waist and starts shooting, getting in the action immediately as well. She doesn't have to wait for people's permission. She's very much a protagonist, if you will. She's pushing what she wants to get done. And the relationship between her and Arnie is something I find fascinating throughout this whole film as well. Really subtle how it all develops. And I love the respect she has for it at the end in terms of just, you did amazing. Like, there's no way around it.
Because she just holds her hand out and he takes it for a moment, and she doesn't need to say anything to him. She doesn't need to say like "well done" or "I respect you now." It's all conveyed just in her look, and that's all it takes. It's just perfect scene.
Again, it's the whole film's popping so much, but like the cop is just there. She's like, "Get out of the car!" And she shoots. She's just like, "Get the fuck out! We gotta go." There's no like, "Okay, I'll undo my belt. I'll open the door. I'll slowly." It's like, no, now go. And then you get that sense of urgency, and then Arnie grabs him and throws him into the pillars. It's like you're still not fast enough.
He's got no time for that shit. That's good.
And again, what I was talking about with Rags even commented on it quite a bit. The back and forth reloading of each of their guns and just plowing as much as they can in him to delay him enough so that the car can get out of the car park.
Yes, because John's kind of like the ammo carrier, isn't he? Like everyone keeps handing him, or he wants us. Sarah needs a spare mag, so it's John who has to provide it. The Terminator just hands him his shotgun, and he's like, "Reload."
Yeah,
and
awesome.
he just has to do it. Yeah, but it makes
sense.
Three
of them are a really strong team right now.
Yeah, and it doesn't require big explanations, and it doesn't require big moments of like, "Oh, you want me to reload? Do you?" Like, it just happens smoothly and efficiently.
Yeah, and if someone wanted to say, like, how does John know how to reload? It's like Sarah probably taught him.
Yeah, totally fine and totally believable.
Early. Since guns work, they delay Terminators.
Yeah. So, kind of a cool little chase scene where they're driving backwards and, it almost gets them again. Like it leaps up.
It's what I really like about it is that they've kept enough distance by driving backwards, but their top speed is shit. So they need to spin. And that spin costs them enough space that he catches up. It's just enough. He clasps on. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Just nice and cause and effect. It's like you don't get a free spin as a car. It's gonna delay you.
Yeah.
And again, just gushing. The way it smashes in, and it's like John is like screaming, and Sarah's trying to cover him, look after him, and Arnie just, without even looking, fires a shot behind himself. It just knocks the Terminator down. It's, again, badass as hell, while also being completely within what he is. It's not even, he doesn't have to try to be badass. He's not like a self-aware action hero. He's a robot.
Yes. He doesn't, there's no concept of showing off for him. Like, he just, everything he does is the most efficient way of fighting at any moment, and that's what he does, and it sets up a great dynamic, I guess. But then he just blasts its hook thing that it's using to hold onto the car and knocks it off, and that's them free and clear for the time being. I always thought it was weird that John kind of threw that little piece of it off, and then it just reforms. Like you'd almost think like
he just fears it because it's a part of the Terminator.
Yeah, I suppose so. I presume it can't form a new shape by itself until it's reconnected to the rest.
With what we've seen of it, I would like, if I was in that car and he picked it up in his hand, I'd be like, dude, drop that. I don't know what the fuck's gonna do. It could like form around your head and give you cancer or some shit. I don't know. just drop that. I don't know what it is. So throwing it off makes enough sense to me.
The slowest, most inefficient way of killing someone is like, I'll make you slowly sick from cancer. I'll get you in the end.
The big reveal of the credits, like after credits scene.
Yeah, but this does actually lead into quite a cool sequence that's is kind of cut from the theatrical version, where they hole up for a while so that they can assess their injuries and that sort of thing, and they get a bit of an explanation of what's going on.
Don't skip over I love the scene where they hug. Oh, it's so good, man. They hug, and he's so happy to be with her, and she's checking for wounds. She's not actually hugging him. It's so good.
This is what I was bringing up in chat when I was addressing some of the super chats earlier. With Sarah and her relationship to John, there's like a double edge to it, because on the one hand, she sees him as like an objective to be protected at all costs, like he's the future leader. So she's almost like a bodyguard in that respect. But there's also that element of like, well, she's also his mother, and she's just got that maternal drive to protect him. But you never quite know which one's winning out at any given moment. Like, there's always a bit of double motivation to what she does. And I just think that's really interesting.
It's a part of how complicated their relationship is. It's really, really interesting to think about. And during this, John's starting to cry because obviously it's really hard for him. And they're just showing the T-800 is confused. He's like, "Why? What is that?" which you can easily argue is just like as a protocol of him protecting him. He's like, "You're leaking. What's going on?"
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. Again, a scene like that, if it had been given slightly different dialogue, it could have come off as terrible. But the fact that he's just like, "What's wrong with your eyes?" and John's like, "Nothing," that's enough for that moment. It doesn't need more. And I think the script always knows when to hold back a little bit. And yeah, thank God it does, because if he tried to get into the emotions of it or explain more at that moment, it would have just been crap. So no,
yeah, and
pleased with that.
I wanted to get you out of that place, and she says, "I don't need your help. I can take care of myself." It's just like,
Yeah.
Poor kid.
And then, then she looks at the Terminator and she's like, "So what's your story?" And he just kind of gives her this look like, okay, he's about to launch into exposition, but again, we don't need that. So
yeah, we
just
don't need it.
skips ahead. So it's like, great. Again, a script is smart. It doesn't need to repeat the same information we already know. Perfect.
Say, that's a nice bike.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't need more than that. We can infer that, yep, that guy's dead now and he's got his bike. Perfect. But yeah, what I was going to talk about was the where they go to the next scene where they've stopped at some garage or something so they can deal with Sarah's injuries because she got cut during the escape, and the Terminator is obviously filled with lead at the moment. But that's when they talk about how it's got this learning computer inside it, so it can start to learn more about human emotions, but it's been set so that it doesn't read. And if you get the extended cut, they actually open it up so that they can change that setting on it so that it can start to learn more. And I love that sequence because it was so cleverly filmed. It was.
Oh yeah, it looks fantastic the way they do it.
Because there's no CGI. It's Linda Hamilton and her twin sister with Arnold on one side of this fake mirror and like a dummy Arnold and the real Linda Hamilton on the other side, and you get this great camera panning in so that it's like it's totally seamless. So it appears like she's digging around inside Arnold's head to get this this chip out. It's so well done. It's clever. It's really cleverly shot. And it also gives her a moment where she has an opportunity to just destroy it. She's got the chip there and she's about to hit it with a hammer, and John is the one that protects it and stops her.
It's huge drama that's driven by both of their characters where they currently sit, which is Sarah's like, this thing, if it turns on us, will be the worst nightmare you can possibly imagine. And then John is like, yeah? What do you think's chasing us right now? It's like, what do you think can help us stop it? It's just like, it's a risk letting him live because we don't know if we can trust it. But yeah, really good scene.
Yep. So yeah, I really like that. It's a shame that it's not in the theatrical cut, but never mind. So I'm trying to remember where it leads on from there. Like they get up the next day and then they just head off because they're heading to Mexico, aren't they? So that they can arm up.
They got a new car. I can't remember. Is this where John first like sort of shows him that the key? He's like, you can find it through here, and that gets paid off later. And a lot of things like that start happening. They start setting up a lot of things that John is teaching him. Yeah,
because it's put into a better context with the theatrical cut, because you now know that he's been changed by them. He's now in the position where he can start to learn about human emotions, all that sort of thing, and just learning more information from things he's taught. And so he punches through the car to get it open, and then John shows him how to get the keys from under the sun visor, and he's like, "Are we learning yet?" Just little callback to what they've just done. So that's his first steps to starting to start.
Well, in the theatrical version, we're supposed to just assume that's something he can do. It's just learn.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's fine. But like, this marks the point where the Terminator starts to get more curious about things and people around him, and he starts to become a bit more human in his behavior. So yeah, it's kind of a significant moment, I guess.
I believe in Dark Fate is an issue depending on your position on how all this works, as in he can learn without the thing done to him in the deleted scene in the theatrical version of Terminator 2, therefore he can learn in Dark Fate. But if we go by the director's cut, then he shouldn't be able to learn in Dark Fate. At least that's continuity-wise what would happen as a result. But it's all very like that's not really the problem with Dark Fate. So
yeah, there's so many to pick from. But yeah, either way, so he's got that little thing that he started to learn, and then they head off to go to Mexico, and I guess this whole sequence is kind of interesting because this is the Terminator, the T-1000 just kind of disappears from the story for a little while, and you're never quite sure where it is or what it's doing during this time. They are now following their own objectives, and yeah, I quite like that fact. Actually, you're just never quite sure what's going on with it or what it's up to, but you just know it's out there someplace.
But they're not wasting any time. You have the kids playing and fighting with the little plastic guns and stuff.
Yeah.
And Sarah's just thinking in most of these scenes, and you're just like, and what's going to happen next, sort of thing. And then, we stock up. Seems to be the first goal.
Well, this is where she learns as well about Dyson, because the Terminator, this is the first time she's actually been able to figure out or to find out how Judgment Day comes about and who's responsible, because the Terminator finally can tell her the answers to this. I guess before this, she's just been indiscriminately targeting computer companies or whatever, and punching ATMs.
I guess so, yeah. You've got a specific target this time.
Yeah. So now that she knows that, like, that's what I always took it as, like, she's pondering now what to do about this information.
Well, it's a simple thing, right? It's like the future is set. This guy is going to kill this guy, and you can't do anything about it. And you're like, what if I kill that guy?
Yeah.
And so, what's the will going to do to stop me? I'm going to kill him. I think I can change the future.
I really do like that scene, though, like that you referenced with the two kids fighting each other, and John's just kind of watching them, like, kind of sad, and he just looks at the Terminator and he's like, we're not going to make it, are we, people?
It's in your nature to destroy yourselves.
Yeah. Just a brilliant line, a brilliant conversation to have.
Yeah, it's a bit of the obviously Skynet was us. We did it. We made it. It killed us.
And, our kind of histories, I guess, is marked by war and conflict and things like that. And the kids fighting over just toy guns is just another little example. It's like, even from that young age, we fight because it's kind of what we do.
Yeah, I mean, every piece of life that ever evolved on Earth has to fight to survive in some way, shape, or form, isn't it?
Yeah. I like that. I like that. It sets up this kind of this air of kind of melancholy, I guess, about the movie, where it's like, suggesting that this thing's kind of inevitable. If it's not Judgment Day, it'll be something else that does us in ultimately, because it's just who we are. But it sets that tone initially, and then by the end, you've got like a more hopeful view because it's turned around, I guess. I like that. I like that atmosphere it creates.
Replica feels that we didn't evolve, but okay, all right. Well, yeah, we popped up randomly as humans.
Yeah, fully formed.
The whole point of this film, like I said, it's got a different point to make than Terminator 1. And it's trying to work within a sort of similar storyline in terms of what's going on in general, but then give you a bit of big think in the meantime.
Yeah. So I guess they then make it to Mexico, where they make contact with Sarah's ex-friends to get hold of the weapons and stuff that she's going to need for what she's planning. And that's when you get the dream sequence, I guess, the nightmare sequence, where she sees the nuclear war that's about to happen, which is, again, just a brilliantly shot scene. I think it just... I don't know if it's necessary to explain her motivations at that point, because it's pretty clear that she's determined to do something about this, and she's been traumatized by it. But I think it works well.
I think that's what it's probably going for. Continually pounding into us how much she's almost lost a lot of her humanity because of all of this.
Yeah. So that's obviously what prompts her decision then to go after Dyson. I do like the scene as well where they uncover this massive cache of weapons, and the Terminator just homes straight in on the minigun. John's like, yeah, that's definitely you. I just
well, the smile. Yeah, it's all very endearing. This whole set of scenes is setting up a lot of later payoffs that are going to make you really care about John and the Terminator, John and Sarah, and the Terminator and Sarah. Like, these relationships are very important.
Yeah. The film has an interesting kind of take on, I mean, I guess you would call it like fatherhood and stuff, because, presumably Sarah's had a few guys that she's known over the years, but none of them have really stuck around. Whereas now you've got this, as she says herself, there's this Terminator that's looking after John, and it's not bound by any of the kind of weaknesses of humans. It's not going to get drunk or be abusive, or it's going to be too busy to spend time with him or anything like that. It's just this thing that's always there for him. And I guess it's a weird turnaround for her. This machine that was so relentless in trying to kill her would be just as relentless in trying to protect him.
I think it's almost part of what convinces her to go and kill Dyson as well, is that John's going to be safe with him, more so probably than her. So she can go on this mission that may very well even get her killed. It wouldn't even matter, because she'll stop Judgment Day and John will be okay. That seems to be like part of what is very narrow-minded about her, her goal to execute a family, or at least a family man. And that's what pulls her out very close to pulling the trigger. So
yeah. I mean, that's the great thing about that whole sequence. Like when she tracks down Dyson and she's about to kill him, you could easily make the argument that that's totally morally justifiable. It's not a good situation to be in, but it's like, well, if I kill one person in order to save the lives of billions, that's a pretty good trade-off.
Well, yeah,
if that's what it comes down to.
Good old humans have trouble with a lot of that, and rightly so, because as she's trying to execute, you got kids like terrified on top of him, and I think it's pretty impossible for her not to think of herself in that moment as, holy shit, I'm like a Terminator.
Yes, yeah, that was always the thing I took from it, is like, as the Terminator itself is starting to become a bit more human, or at least get more of an insight into humans, she's becoming less human. She's becoming more cold-blooded and ruthless and just willing to kill anyone who stands in her way. So it's a nice kind of parallel, their two character arcs.
And her acting when she breaks down from that is fantastic. And of course, I like the leading up to it when they get there. The T-800 is pretty much just like, this is all very weird. Like he's just looking out to make sure John's okay. He's like, oh, your mum's gone nuts and gonna go kill the guy who might make Cyberdyne. He's like, that might actually stop the war. And he's like, I don't care. Like, you shouldn't be killing people. And he's like, oh. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, I love the look that Arnold gives when John's like, haven't you realized why you can't kill people? And he just makes this, I don't know, like, not quite getting it yet. It's just, it was a really good little bit by Arnold there. I like that.
Well, this is the thing. He's often touted as being like really bad actor. He's fucking great in this film. He nails exactly what he's supposed to do as this robotic character, which is partially what a lot of people say is why he's mistaken for being good in this, is because he's playing a robot. But I'm like, nah, he's got loads of nuances in the performance. I imagine James Cameron was pushing him to get exactly what he wanted out of him, but he does a great job.
Oh, I think so, yeah. Like when he doesn't have to, do any heavy emotional lifting, he's great. And I always tout Predator as well as an example of Arnold actually giving a good performance. Like he's actually capable of selling that pretty well. Like you kind of feel that like he's this like rational man who thinks he can handle what's the situation. He gradually is unraveling. I think, he does it well.
People are trying to like stick up for him in chat. Like, guys, you don't realize I really like him. Like as an actor, I'm a big fan. And so when people are like, he sucks, I'm like, nah. I love Arnie. He's so great. And yeah, obviously all of the classic films he's in would have made it so it's pretty easy to enjoy any performances that he really commits to. If you're a big fan of him in general, but I actually do think he pulls off a really good job in this, and Predator, definitely worth mentioning. But then we get another fantastic piece of special effects with the flesh being pulled off the arm to prove pretty quickly to this guy that this shit that she's talking about is real.
I always thought about that scene. It's like, did you have to rip your entire arm off? Like, couldn't you have just like cut a little bit aside and just like, that's enough? Once you see the wires underneath.
Yeah, I hope it was really easy to put back on, I guess.
Yeah.
Because otherwise,
I mean, he's always wearing a glove after that, so I assume that that's just gone now. Like, it's just a robot arm he's got. But I don't think it matters. So, yeah, that's enough to convince Dyson of like, oh shit. I'm sure he sees the arm and he's like, well, that looks just like the one that I've got at the vault at Cyberdyne. But it's It's quite an interesting, I guess, experience for his character, because he is, I guess, a well-meaning man who's just wanting to advance the sort of the realms of what he can do, like with technology, and never imagining that it's going to be used for something so horrific as this. But then when he's told about it, he's filled with remorse. So like straight away, okay, he's not a bad man. He's just been a victim of circumstance almost.
Oh, totally. He's got very well-meaning intentions. He's like anybody who's trying to invent technology of any kind. Your goal is probably to make something easier or better. Probably. I mean, there's some technology you can invent strictly to hurt people, I suppose. But
yeah, this is just a computer processor, really. So it could be, I guess, in theory, it could be used for anything. But it just presumably gets turned into a military purpose ultimately. But yeah, this is the scene we were kind of referencing earlier, where Sarah is talking to him, and this is where she starts to lose it a bit with him again, and she's like, you people like you build nuclear weapons, and you don't think about the consequences of what you're creating, and you think you're so like you're playing God basically. But she references what it's like to raise a child and create that kind of new life. That's what's really important, the humanity of it.
yeah.
And just contrast that with the Sarah that we get in Dark Fate. What a different character.
That's not Sarah. Nope. It's Jade Carter, or whatever the hell you want to call it. I love the Mark
Linda Hamilton
started that meme, kind of just call them Jake or whatever they're not. So good. Yeah, there's a shot where Dyson's looking like horrified at the arm that's covered in blood, the mechanical arm, and it's like its hand is framed over his head. I like to. I always just interpret it as like your creation's going to kill you, basically.
Yeah.
Which it is. It leads to his death. Obviously, it's quite an effective death, considering we don't know him for very long. It's a very sympathetic character because he just wants to. He never intended for this to happen.
Yeah. No, I think it's great, and he's not. He's not a hero. He's not brave necessarily. He's just like, okay, I've just realized that this is going to result in horrific consequences. I want to do what I can to help you. What can we do? And that's like, okay, you're going to have to go to Cyberdyne and destroy this stuff. And so he's perfectly willing to get involved in that, and perfectly willing to ultimately give up his life's work. This is what he's been, I guess, striving towards for years, and he's just like, no, okay, that's all going to have to get destroyed. And everything I've worked towards is going to be for nothing. But straight away he's on board with it. So yeah, fair enough. That's pretty sympathetic guy, really.
And Sarah spiraling a bit, being like, men like you made the atom bomb, men like you create shit like this. Don't know what it's like to create an actual life, to feel it growing inside. And John is like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I like how she's just balanced. She's always a little bit on the edge of just like, losing her shit again. So John has to keep her in line. So,
well, this is the thing. We just had a scene where she almost killed a loving father, well-intentioned, in front of his children. It's like, you need to calm down. We're talking about people committing to actions that are less than perfect. So again, about referencing that we love these characters because they're not perfect. Go figure.
Yes. Yeah. In terms of flaws and stuff and vulnerabilities, like she's such a good character in that way. Like you feel genuinely sorry for her, as much as she's become this dangerous killer. When she's presented with the choice of the man lying injured in front of her, and she just has to pull the trigger, she can't bring herself to do it. So she's still got that. She's got that humanity still left in her. What a great way of like bringing that home. That's why these characters are so kind of timeless, because they just speak to these things that like people should just instinctively understand about humans. You shouldn't be the kind of person that can just make that decision as much as you might justify it morally. Like it's still killing a person who's innocent. So yeah, it's well done. But that's obviously that gives them the impetus to go to Cyberdyne and try and end it. So,
which they obviously, it's funny to me that like this late at night, he's just like, I want to take my family for a look around, friends out of town. He's just like, It's like, yeah, that's not going to it's not going to work.
Yeah.
I like that both the Terminator and Sarah at the same time pull the gun on him. Like they both have that idea at the same time.
Yeah, they just reached the same conclusion pretty much. But yeah, while this is going on, obviously the T-1000 happens to rock up to Dyson's home. I guess it was alerted by the fact that there was gunfire reported there.
I was going to say that the fire and the shots, there's a good chance that would have been like needs to be inspected, and then he would have been like, uh-oh, the person who's involved with creating Skynet in the first place is a good chance this is to do with them. But it's just him slowly trailing them until he's going to be coming right back into the story as soon as they're done with Cyberdyne.
Mm-hmm. So they're there, and I think this is when John has to use his computer skills to get the vault open, because they're the security guard activates the alarm, so all the doors are locked down. He's able to unlock them. Again, something that was set up right at the beginning. It's got a payoff. So nice, nice solid bit of screenwriting. And that's when the police rock up as well. So you've kind of got
the tension is rising. Everything is coming to a head now.
Yeah. When we were talking about the extended cut as well, there's a kind of scene where Dyson is kind of stood in front of a mock-up of the chip that they've been working on. Obviously, it's huge compared to the one in the Terminator, and he's like, "Oh, I've been working for a long time on this thing," and he takes a fire axe and just like absolutely lays into it and destroys it. I don't think that was in the original.
I mean, especially with the proof that they bring, it's like being told that you're the reason that billions die. You're like, screw this stupid shit.
It's like, I'm going to have to go some to pull this one back, Yeah, so that's when the police rock up and begin to come into the building, and Dyson gets injured in the crossfire. So there's kind of there's a kind of whole bunch of things that are all going on at the same time. The Terminator goes outside with the minigun to hold them off for a while, which is one of the most amazing like action scenes that I've ever seen.
Yeah,
like perfectly paced.
You get random commentary from the guy in the helicopter as well. He's just like, "Damn, what the hell's going on?"
Minigun. It looks perfect, like the aesthetic of Arnold, like a huge hulking man with this enormous gun, just stood in that window, and just kind of laying waste to everything in front of him. He's not even, he's not moving. He's just stood there. I just think it's an awesome scene. It's an awesome visual.
Yeah, and he doesn't kill anyone.
Yeah.
Then again, you can rely on the exceptional robot aim and robot analysis in order to justify that, because it is pretty difficult to shoot several grenades launches into that kind of environment and not hit anyone. But hey, he's a robot.
He manages, yeah. He always takes his time to aim, because he points it at whatever car he's going to blow up, and gives the guys near it a few seconds to get out of range, and then blows it up. Just lovely little details, though. You might have noticed, like when he fires it, you just see the side window on the car crack as the round goes through it, and then it explodes. Just like that brilliant little attention to detail there.
I think most people agree that James Cameron's action is always works pretty hard on it. I always think back to Titanic, like the amount of work that went into. Well, it's so strange to say because everyone associates Titanic with a romance film sort of thing. It's like the action in that film is intense. The way it was created was insane as well.
As a romance, it's just trite nonsense. But as a disaster movie, like you can't beat it.
It's really good,
done. But so this is where Dyson gets injured, and he's
really tragic, because you can't help but think about how it's just a random guy being told he's responsible for all these horrors, and then he has to die to try and prevent those horrors from even taking place. You're like, wow. Also, there is criticism from a couple people that these guys would just burst through the room and start shooting. I'm not really the one to be able to tell you if that's 100% how that would go, depending on different variables. But I remember Rags saying that he was really shocked by that. He was just like, wow, they just started shooting. They don't even know who's a threat or whether or not they are a threat or what's going on in this building. They just burst the door open and start firing.
they probably would go in with flashbangs or something first, I guess, to try and stun them.
Well, it's just
Yeah,
the irony is the one person they shoot is the one definitively innocent guy who's been dragged into this, like by these people. Sarah and the Terminator are the ones that would be considered very threatening and insane, and then John's the kid. So it's I don't know. Like I said, I would have to, I don't know, maybe talk to people in the field to be able to know if this is a scenario that could play out this way for certain circumstances, such as they're going to try and blow the place or something, so you need to gun them down as soon as you can at any opportunity. I don't know if that's a potential for it or not.
Yeah. It's I guess it's debatable, and it it probably depends on the context of the situation. Like if they're aware that there's an explosive there that could potentially flatten the whole building, they might just go in shooting and we want to take down everyone.
After what the Terminator did with the minigun as well, maybe that they would be like, shoot on sight. Absolutely, he's incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, but either way, he's down and he's not going to be able to get out. But he has a nice little look that he gives Sarah, where it's like he's holding something over the detonator, and she just knows exactly what he's suggesting, and she just kind of nods like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, again,
I understand.
Respect. Sarah really respects people who do what she does, which is puts everything on the line to get the job done.
Yeah. So you see it right there in her expression, and so that gives her, she doesn't have to stay around anymore, so she can make her escape with John to get the hell out of there. So that's when I think the T-1000 rocks up then. Is it round about that moment? Or do they get out of the building first before it gets there?
Oh, well, you got Arnie obviously bursts through a wall to get her through back to them. I always like that. Just because they're like, how do we get to her when the room is all covered? And Arnie looks, I think, at the screen and then at the wall, and he just cuts to him bursting through it. It's like, yep.
Yeah, he just grabs her as well and hauls her through.
There's something very endearing about them as a trio, and John suggests the problem, he has the solution, he pulls her through, she's back in it. The three of them together constantly working throughout this finale, and getting whittled down by the T-1000 and the events of it. It's like it's some of my favorite stuff in media. This whole section.
It's great when you've got a group of characters where everyone has a purpose, and it doesn't feel like anyone's dead weight at any point. Like everyone's doing something useful at any given moment, and like you say, quite often you just don't get that now, and to see it here is good. And it's never there's.
I was just going to say that we'd move into the scene where he gets peppered with bullets, but to get them out of the gassy area safely.
Yes. Yeah,
and just the way it's tearing away at his skin slowly, it's just another really memorable bit.
Yeah, it's kind of unpleasant to watch that, actually, just seeing him take that much punishment.
Because even as a kid, I was always like, this can't stop him. It's not gonna, and he's gonna take them all out in a much more peaceful way than you'd expect some horrifying machine to, which is very endearing. Again, makes me really like the T-800. And even though again he's a robot, like this film is, he takes all that damage because he's protecting a kid, and he gets rid of them in, like I said, a relatively peaceful way, hitting them with the gas grenades. So that it's like a big punch.
I like when he shoots one who's running away. He shoots him in the back with it.
It's such a, again, the whole Roomba comparison. He's just like, right, I need you to be incapacitated. I'm running away. It's like, I know, you gotta go down.
Sorry.
Gotta put you down. And then he's like, well, I've got this thing now, so I may as well spread the gas. It's pretty non-lethal way to get everyone to scatter and leave me alone. And when he says, is it like a hold this? And he pulls the mask off the dude as well. Again, it's standard dialogue that a machine might commit to in terms of, I'm going to trick this human by telling it to hold this while I pull its mask off. But to us, it's really funny. It's just like, hold this. You sarcastic shit.
It's delivered in that great deadpan way as well. It's like only Arnold could sell that line. But so he's able to reverse the truck in through the doorway, isn't he? So they can get out. Yeah,
have to get in the keys from pulling down the well, from what John showed him is the point. It's like nice payoff again. Loads of payoffs in this.
I think he even has a little smile when he does it. He catches the keys and is just like, Yeah, he almost looks pleased with himself. Yeah, I did that. Figured that out.
He was told it lid reliable, good, and then they're in, and then the T-1000's about to re-enter the chase very significantly, and it's because the Cyberdyne plot is pretty much done now.
Yes. So, yeah, it rocks up and gets a hold of a police bike. Oh, sorry, it's already got the police bike, and it just drives like through the window in order to get onto the chopper that's flying around, which is a great scene to see, actually. And then it just smashes through the window and kind of morphs through into the cockpit.
Yeah, but it just goes, "Get out!"
The guy doesn't even hesitate. He's like, "Yeah, fuck this shit. I'm out of here."
The way, again, delivery is like everything. In the first film where he says "get out," it's very very robotic to me, which is normal. The one from the T-1000 to me was almost like he's annoyed. He's like, "Why are you still in the helicopter? I'm a horrifying goo monster that just burst in. Go away!" He's like,
"Get out."
It's great, and that obviously sets up the highway where you got Sarah shooting at the helicopter to try and bring it down while he's firing at them. And something you can notice is that the T-1000 has 3 arms in this scene.
Yes.
You got one controlling the helicopter and the other 2 working with the gun.
I'm glad you brought that up, actually. It's so, like, it doesn't make a big deal out of it, and you could probably even miss it if you're not looking closely, but it's there, and it doesn't try to hide the fact. Like, oh yeah, that's the sort of cool thing that it can do, because it can morph into any shape it wants. It's like, oh, how what a nice way of showing that, you know?
Well, people are asking, why didn't it just kill the pilot? It's probably more efficient for the T-1000 if he just gets out. Because if he kills him, the body's in there then. It's just going to push the body out, actually open the door. It's just like, no, just tell the human to leave. And if it doesn't kill it.
Yeah.
Sarah gets tagged, and the T-800 comes up with the idea to break the van to have the helicopter crash into it. The whole scene, like, we could talk for a while about all the great ways that all of the action proceeds, all the cause and effect. And a lot of people will comment on it, like, how... it's depending on definition, but that you have this scene pretty much happens in the first one where the 2 vehicles that they were currently using are screwed over and then they have to crawl out. And in this film, they get into new vehicles. In the other one, Arnie got into a new one and they didn't. And you get the vehicle that happens to stop for him is the one filled with liquid nitrogen. So.
Yeah, the other thing that came to mind, actually, there's a moment where the helicopter flies underneath an overpass, and I genuinely don't know if that was a legit shot or if it was on some kind of hidden trolley that the chopper's not actually flying, it's just like mounted on the ground or something. But it's just brilliant. Like, if that was genuinely done, that is a true, like, daredevil moment to shoot something like that. But either way, it just one thing that stuck out. Like, little things like that just look great, and they pass by with, like, they make it look so easy. They don't try and oversell it.
Yeah, everyone's saying it was real.
Oh, really? Fucking cool. I want to meet that pilot. Like,
yeah.
But even when he slams on the brakes so that the chopper will crash into the back of the truck, you get a shot of Sarah and John sliding forward because of the change in momentum, just so that they're out of range of the explosion that's going to happen. Again, just smart direction, just really good.
Yeah, it's to reassure your audience that they didn't just get smashed by a helicopter. Be like, we got a downgraded vehicle, we got an injured Sarah Connor, and we've got the T-1000 relentless and reformed. He's barely got a scratch as a result of the past battle we just had. So. Yep. And this is the continuing aspect of this final fight, is they keep taking losses and he just keeps coming back fully formed. Yeah.
So they I think Arnold tries to shoot him with a grenade launcher. It blasts the radiator of the tanker truck but doesn't stop it, and he misses with his second one because they hit a bump or something. Then he does something which is really cool. Like, the tanker is backed right up against the truck, so it's like trying to run it off the road. He just leaps over the bed, grabs an assault rifle, and just point blank, like, clambers onto the top of the tanker and just empties the entire magazine. Yeah, just that whole magazine. All you can see is the muzzle flash of the thing just getting obliterated.
Yeah, the grenade falling in the back. It'll be important later. that
Yes.
grenade. And of course, yeah, he does that, and the T-1000's probably just confused. It's like, nah, fucking hell! Whoa! I was just trying to, yeah, and of course, he's successful. He gets it pushed over and dismantled and stuff. But then, by going forward solely in this area, John's ending up having to drive us into a steel mill or whatever the hell it is, and eventually crash, leading us to we're getting very desperate again, just like T1, where we end up in a sort of a refinery factory sort of type area.
Yeah. So the Terminator, the T-800's almost out of ammunition. He leaps in front of the tanker truck as it crashes, and the thing splits open, so liquid nitrogen's pouring everywhere, and you just see this figure clambering out, getting soaked in this stuff, and yeah, as you watch it kind of walking towards them, just again relentless, trying to get at them, but it's a bit start breaking off, and it starts sticking to the ground. Again, brilliant bit of cinematography and special effects.
Oh,
when it tumbles
fantastic,
forward, and it's like its arm breaks, and it's just been reduced to this frozen thing.
And
just
how it
stuck
looks
there.
shocked. It's like, what the hell is happening to me? Like, why am I can't move properly. Parts of me are falling off. This is ridiculous.
Why is this mission so difficult?
And if only Arnie had picked him up and thrown him into the lava.
That is a shame. Why did you have to be cool? Maybe if you hadn't.
Yeah, he may not have been able to melt anywhere near as fast if he hadn't split him into a million pieces. So yeah, Arnie's the reason it all goes to shit. Blame him.
Well, I almost imagine when he shoots him and he breaks into all these pieces, they're going around with a mop and bucket trying to get him into a bin so they can empty him into the steel.
They're throwing him in one by one. One of the melts a little bit, gets stuck to your finger. You're like, oh shit, he's done that.
Hurry, he's defrosting.
Yeah, and once again we get it's over, right? It's like, it's not over.
Yeah. So yeah, you get this great shot of it starting to reform, and you just you get that feel of it's the fact that the Terminator is you guys need to go. Just he can tell exactly what's happening.
Yeah, this is what I would call the turn in terms of power levels. Our Terminator is wounded. He even limps as he's trying to get up, and he tells our heroes we need to run. It's we're not in a position to win. It's just a reality right now. It's the T-800. It's the horrible, threatening monster throughout the first one. And it's scared to a degree. It's worried. It's like, oh, geez. And again, I just love everything about the way this film ends. It's so strong emotionally, and tension, I suppose, is the way you put it. Yeah. The pool is forming, and the head comes out of it. He's forming quickly, and it's just like, yeah, you get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. So they bail.
Our hero's team is just falling apart. That's the point. Again, there's so much in this movie I really like to think about. The despite the T-1000 having been deconstructed so many times over and over again, he just keeps reforming compared to our team that was pretty strong to begin with, but are all stripped away at this point.
Yeah, it's the relentlessness of it, and it's the same formula as with the first movie, I suppose, but the values are just different. They've got a Terminator of their own on their side that should be able to protect them, but now it itself is getting worn down, just like Kyle Reese was, and it's damaged, and it's kind of running out of ammunition. It's on its last legs, and again, it tells Sarah to run. And it makes its last stand, seems to be
that's
its last
when you realize what they've achieved with this film. When he begins the boss fight, we're please, Terminator, don't die, win. And it's we're rooting so hard for the machine right now.
Yeah. For a character like that who's got no emotion, what an achievement. And it becomes painful to see it getting damaged then, when he
loses his first weapon, then his second weapon, and then he starts getting beaten to the hell, and you're just like, oh no, the horrible monster is dying. No.
That bit when the T-1000's got this giant metal girder on a ramp thing that just it keeps slamming it into him, and it crushes part of his head and stuff, and you're like, oh god, I don't want to watch this. It's awful.
Well, that's the thing. It's naturally, you just care about him. You don't want him to die. And it's he's concluded now that the three of them trying to get away from the T-1000 is only going to lead to the T-1000 getting to them. So now he's like, I'm going to have to stay and stop him as best I can, but I'm probably going to lose.
Yeah. What's interesting as well, the T-1000 doesn't waste any more time on him than he absolutely has to. Like, he jams his arm into a machine that basically, immobilizes him, and he's like, that's fine, I don't need you to be dead, I just need you to be out of action so I can go and complete my mission. And he's content to leave him, and it makes sense. That's just what he would do.
Eddie Cook said Terminator 2 took the violence away. It was shot like a PG-13 movie. How did it take the violence away? A guy gets a knife stabbed through his eye, and he's like stuttering and shaking as he's being killed. The dude with the knife through his face, all the flesh that gets torn away from Arnie. I don't know. I wouldn't describe this as non-violent.
It's got its gruesome moments.
I don't. There's no point in this film where I go, they clearly pulled back there. I was just like, no, it seems everything that needs to happen happens. Even watching Miles Dyson just get shredded by bullets, it's not exactly the nicest way to look at it.
No, I mean, he takes quite a few hits there before he goes down, doesn't he? It's not just one, it's like several times he gets shot.
They should have, when he blew up, they should have shown it in slow motion with his face getting like torn to pieces. Fire.
Is that not in the interview with Kim Jong-un when he's in the chopper and you just see his head just kind of explodes in slow motion? Yeah, that's what we want from our heroes. Just see them getting vaporized. But yeah, so then does Sarah and John not then get split up because it's disabled Arnie, so then it goes after them. And,
Sarah does the same thing. She's like, you have to survive. The Terminator tried to. It's got to be so scary that they knew a minute ago that the Terminator was going to delay him, and he's already past him.
Yeah.
The T-800, the villain of the previous movie, has been defeated already. You're like, oh, great. we're doing great. So, Sarah's like, I'll fight him. You need to survive.
Yeah, and all she's got is a fucking shotgun.
So she's so fucking awesome. It's enough for her. She's going to try. Indeed.
So blasts a hole in his head, but that does nothing. And then, you get that great scene where he stabs his hand through her shoulder to injure her, because right away he's not intending to kill her. He doesn't even probably see her as much of a threat. He just needs her alive so she can lure John back. And it's a great bit of psychology on the Terminator's part. Again, like he really like makes eye contact with her for a long time before giving her instructions, and it's like, he's really sizing up how he should approach this, and I think it's great and sinister and cold. It's just like a perfect machine-like response.
Yeah, he's just figuring out what the best thing to do is right now. What's the fastest way, most efficient way to get to John? And I really like the way it's filmed as well. How he's slowly walking toward her, and the best she can do is get that one slug in, cock it, and then shoot him. Realize that you may have like made him stop for a second, but he's already coming. It's like she's already got a couple. But by the time she's trying to get that next one in, it's already too late.
Yeah, and shotguns are great for that sort of thing.
He casually looks down at where she dropped John, and then he carries on walking toward her, like while she's desperately trying to reload a gun to shoot him. He doesn't give a shit. He's just like, so that's where John is. Okay, well, you're probably a better, way of getting to him, so I'm going to stick to you a sec.
Yeah, but fortunately, he doesn't get a chance to kill her because the T-800 comes back, and again, great liquid metal effects. It just swipes down with this pole, just cuts him right in half. And you can see one of his arms just kind of hanging off to the side, but then it just reforms straight away. But it always looks quite solid, the effects. I think they're well done in this movie. And that's when they have another fight, and this one's even more one-sided because the T-800's only got one arm, and it just like the T-1000 just kind of kicks his ass until he's disabled him.
I do like as well that they didn't cut it off. They didn't have him say call to John and then she's saved, so we don't get to see a response. Like, no, Sarah would have said no. She wouldn't have done it, and she doesn't. She says fuck you. She's not going to do it.
Yeah. Which is great for her character.
Yeah, no, it's just we don't even need that, but it's nice that the film very much understands what kind of person she is. It's like good stuff. And they treat it pretty tragically in this portion. The T-1000 almost seems a little bit pissed at the T-800. He's like, "You keep getting in the way. Like, stop it."
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, because he just hits him a couple of times with this like big steel rod. Like it's almost like he's just lashing out at him.
And they do a bit of if you remember T1, it's not over yet. Happens when the explosion happens. He comes out of it. It happens again when he's half a robot. But when he's finally killed, if you remember, they show the blue lightning effect when he's finally killed in T1, which is the effect we saw when he arrived. And I always felt that they did that to translate to the audience that no, he's dead now. That's finality. The same energy that helped bring him here is now expanded. He's done. It's over. And they do that with this one. They show that stuff come out of him, if you will, when he's stabbed by the T-1000 and he turns off. And so it's
his eyes just sort of go, the color goes out.
It's an attempt to tell the audience T-800's done. It's like, no. But then, of course, when he wakes up, it says, like, what does it say? Like, rerouting power source, I think.
Yeah.
Which is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, well, if you go into the lore of this, apparently he's got heat sinks built into him, so like all the heat around him is enough to like generate a bit of electricity to power him back up. So
they tried to bank on it with T3, where they said, wasn't it something like he has 2 power cells, and the implication here is that one of them was burst, and so he's going with the other one now. I don't know. I don't think like.
Yeah, from what I understand, I think the one in T3 is like a T850, so it's like a slightly different model that's got 2 power plants instead of 1 or whatever. So, yeah,
well, I mean, when it says alternate power or whatever, it shows like what looks to be some kind of weird circuit board, as if the power is still coming from inside him. But I don't know.
It could well be. It's maybe just people trying to explain why it took a while for him to come back to life or whatever. But
of course, because narratively, it's great for an audience, but does it make sense?
Yeah, so he's able to come back and he's on his way. He's able to get the grenade launcher, and then you have this. One of my favorite scenes of the movie actually is when John's looking for his mom, and she seems to appear before him, and then the real Sarah appears right behind her, and yeah, in the in the extended cut, you realize he looks down and sees that the Terminator's feet are slightly fucked up because it's been damaged and it's trying to morph into the ground, and that's what clues him in. But in the theatrical cut, I like it. He just knows that his real mum would never tell him to come to her, and she would tell him to get
help me. And if you remember earlier, she was like, "I don't need your help." Yeah, it's very out of character for her to be so desperate in front of him. I think she doesn't want to appear that way, so she wouldn't.
Yeah, and the real Sarah tells him to get out of the way, which again,
the very
Terminator
cold.
wouldn't do that. Yeah. So yeah, she lays into it with this shotgun, and I just love that scene of her like cocking it one-handed and blasting it, round after round, and it trying to knock it towards the edge of the pit.
I would say it's peak Sarah Connor.
Yeah. And the way that the music, the way the music keeps rising as she's doing it, like she's getting him closer to that point where he's going to get destroyed, and it's just not quite enough to finish him off. And he does that little thing where he wags his finger. Just a brilliant moment from the Terminator. It's like it's just a little bit of personality from it,
and it's wonderful. They beat him together. She sets it up, and Arnie knocks him down. It's so awesome.
Yeah. And yeah, what a death scene where it starts to like
it's quite
morph into everyone. It's making all these horrific screeching noises and stuff as it melts apart, and it's just it's quite it's got this weird disturbing edge when you watch it.
Oh, definitely, it's like The Thing.
But yeah,
and even the T-1000 looks like he's in pain. He's like, this was you've ruined me.
I had a bad feeling about this mission.
I mean, fucking hell, what a journey that T-1000's been on. It's like, this has been tough, and I came so close. John was right there.
And then all that's left is for the T-800 to sacrifice himself, because he realizes that as long as he exists, there's still the potential for this to happen again. So I just love the goodbye scenes that he gives both Sarah and John. I think I actually like Sarah's one better because she's got such a history with this thing.
It's just glorious. Both of them. The dialogue's perfect. The way it's filmed is perfect. The acting's perfect. So good.
Yeah.
I have nothing but compliments to give. It's just so good.
Yeah, and it's the fact that she has to do it as well. She has to be the one to lower him in. And again, much as it was unpleasant, and it's hard to watch him getting damaged and messed up by the T-1000 when he's getting lowered into the steel, and you just see him burning up and disappearing into it. It's like, I feel bad now.
Absolutely. And you can even see when she knows that John's realizing right now what's going to happen. She even looks kind of upset. And I have to imagine it's tied to the fact that even she noticed that it's like a dad to him.
Yeah.
So she knows what's going on there. It's just like, I'm going to have to let this play out because this has got to happen.
Yeah. So just everyone plays the part perfectly. The characters are spot on. And even though it's not feeling any pain, it doesn't really care. Like you still feel that sense of sadness for the character coming to an end.
Well, the fact you've got the machine hand covered in bits of blood, her shaking the human hand covered in blood. It's there's a lot of stuff you could draw thematically out of that. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think I guess that's where she makes peace with it finally. Realizing that it's done absolutely everything it could to protect John, and that she's made peace with the previous history that she's had with the Terminators. So yeah, I just think it's a great way to round out that character's journey, and that's probably why you never needed another movie beyond this.
No, I just feel like it's just perfect with T1 and 2. Like I said, as a huge fan of these films, they were like, "You can make a third one." I'd be like, "I don't want to. I don't want anyone to.
Yeah,
just leave it alone. Make your own weird film. Killer robots from out of future space. I don't know, whatever. Do whatever you want. Leave this show alone." And you might think to yourself, like, so what did they do? Like, if you were to bring a new person into this, like, well, you've got an adventure ahead of you of disasters. There's so many of them in so many different ways. With the newest one literally flopping. It's like, oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's just, to see such a complete story told in two movies, it's satisfying and it's frustrating at the same time, knowing that they kept it going.
Well, you do the thing, right? It's like first two are the only ones that exist.
Disconnect from the rest.
Even the thumbs up, dude. The T-800 knows how John feels. It's like, don't feel bad. You'll be okay. Hits you right in the heart. And then the rest of them are just these annoying, tumorous fudges that sit around. Hey, remember Terminator 1 and 2? You're like, yes, I do.
Well, we're about to subvert your expectations. Yes.
And it's a bit of a downward slope. I do kind of... It's a hard choice for me between Salvation and 3, but I do think Genesis is worse than both of them. And then I'm tacitly saying that Dark Fate is worse than Genesis. Is really tough, but it does seem like it's just getting worse.
Yeah. I think with Dark Fate, I just remember laughing throughout so many parts of it because it was just such complete farce, and it was more obvious there that there was just nothing in terms of ideas or creativity left. There was nowhere they could think to take it.
Do you remember when the girl enhanced human cut a fly in half? Why?
I think I blanked that from my mind.
There's a scene where she cuts a fly in half, and it's like,
why?
Okay. It's such a bizarre scene. It's so funny. This is where I don't even know what to say. Like, it's just, that's the state of the Terminator franchise, and it's a classic example of two amazing creative ideas getting blasted and printed over and over again to get as much money out of them as possible.
You know how we were just talking there about isn't it great that the three of them, John and Sarah and the Terminator, they seem to work together as an effective unit all the time. Like, everyone's got something useful to do, everyone's got a role, and it never comes across as clunky or flabby. Is there ever a moment in Dark Fate where all the characters do that? Where they're working together?
So the end, I guess, when they all attack the Terminator, but it's really more just each of them try to hit him, and then it doesn't do much, and then they fall over, and it's just that over and over again.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Sarah gets knocked out of the fight pretty quickly because she's just a human. She can't really do anything, and she's an old lady.
Well, that's part of the problem with Dark Fate. A lot of those things that happen to her should just knock her out for good. Remember, she's like a fucking million-year-old lady, and she gets her shoulder relocated. I was like, I feel like she's okay. Whatever, fine. That's just how that's working. Fine.
And yeah, just relying on Arnold to like drag this thing down. Oh, but yeah. In fact, there's so many aspects to that final fight that make no sense. Like this power core that you can shove into it to kill it, and it kills everything else around it as well. But how doesn't it kill you when you take it out? No, it doesn't make any sense.
And
it's just like this overblown mess of shit just getting thrown at you.
We are told she needs to stab it with that thing, or like inject it, whatever. Just hit it, and she'll win. And then she picks up her shotgun and starts like shooting it and getting really close while it's stunned with it. It's like, wait, stab it. Then she decides to start hitting it like it's a baseball bat with the shotgun. Like, what are you doing? Just kill him with the thing.
Yeah.
It's a very awkward fight. It's a very awkward film, and I don't know, man. Like, I hope not, but they were intending for it to be like a trilogy, from what I remember. It was supposed to be like a series of films all about Sarah and this girl preparing for Judgment Day version 2.0, whatever the hell.
Yeah, to be fair, like Salvation was supposed to be the first of a trilogy. Genesis was supposed to be the start of a new trilogy. It ain't gonna happen.
Thank fuck. I just, and with Arnie, I'd be like, just say no next time, please.
I know, you don't need the money.
He's the only reason I actually have any interest in seeing them, because I'm just like, I like you. I wish you wouldn't be in them. It's absolutely superficial. I remember when the bad Terminator scans them, and it shows Arnie's T-800 like underneath. I remember just being like, "Aw, I like the T-800 Arnie. He's like such a good dude." It's just like that's entirely coming from T2. It's all T2. It's got nothing to do with this film.
Yeah,
Even showing Arnie looking around and he has the classic scanning visor. It's just like, how dare you? How dare you appeal to my emotions like this?
Yeah. Well, I think the part that broke me was when they first encounter him, and he's sitting watching TV, and he stands up and he's just wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. I'm just like, this isn't how I picture the T-800 living. You know, I don't imagine this being his life. And it just looks like Arnold came in that day. That's what he was wearing, and they were just like, fuck it, just do that.
We're definitely at the point where they're just struggling to have any reasons for why he's even here. They're just like, it's just Arnie, okay? He's gonna be chilling out in his little house. Just get over it. You're just like, okay, yeah, you don't seem to care. They keep having to justify why he's so old.
Yeah.
So when he's like 90, they could be like, he's one of them ancient Terminators.
It's like he must have got transported back to like World War II or something, and he's just been living around since then.
I remember people theorizing that you could have an old Arnie by having whatever the template for the T-800 was built on human-wise. You could have that human, that character could be something. You could do something there, but they never do anything creative with the Terminator franchise. It's always Terminator's going to kill someone, another not Terminator or sort of Terminator is going to defend them. That's it.
Yeah. Someone in a super chat suggested the next Terminator should be made of gas.
Oh my goodness.
Brilliant. Why not? I said just make it a beam of light that just gets fired into you.
Go the JJ route. Why not a planet Terminator? Why not a galaxy Terminator? It's just the size of a galaxy. And then so it's a solar system Terminator is sent back in time to defend from a galaxy Terminator.
That's fine by me, yeah. And it shoots like mini Terminators the size of like planets at you that explode, and
And John and Sarah will find a way to assassinate them in terms of characters. We'll find a way. There's always more you can do. God forbid they act in any way like themselves. That would be terrible.
But I think at this point, like Dark Fate and Genesis both proved that there's really not much market for Terminator movies anymore. Like Arnold isn't a box office draw anymore, so having him in doesn't get butts in seats.
Well, that's the thing.
There's no creative outlet for it.
it gets idiots like me in the seat. That's not what the general audiences are really interested in. I was a part of a strong generation of I was drawn in for the stars. You know, I was like, yeah, I'll watch this if it's got this person in it, because nowadays it's a weird thing now. They don't even know what is a sure thing nowadays because they've just destroyed so much of what would have drawn people in. We've been disappointed so many times over, but yeah, I'm sitting there just like, I guess I'll watch Arnie ruin his career even more. Sadly.
I just watched it purely so I could review it. I mean, I had no interest at that point in seeing it. I knew it was just going to be Arnold and Linda embarrassing themselves, and it just made me sad.
Yeah, the ordeal did make me sad for sure. I'm looking forward to, because I want to do something for this movie eventually, and I want to talk in detail why the opening scene offends me so much on every level.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that it should be self-evident, really. I mean, for anyone who's watched the previous movies to see what they did with it just for a shocking moment, it's ridiculous.
Well, not to mention that the justification from the director-writer was the Terminators were never really about John. That shit infuriates me.
Yeah, that just demonstrates, like, okay, he does not understand these movies, clearly.
But if he was like, well, they're actually about Sarah, I'd be like, it's about them both, you idiot. There's more than one character. What the hell?
Yeah.
It's like, John's not even in Terminator 1. I'd be like, oh, boy.
Yeah. Yeah, each movie, well, the two of them anyway, you get a different facet of this dual thing. You know, the first one's protecting Sarah, the second one's protecting John, but Sarah's still got a massive role to play in it. The concept of John has got a massive role to play in the first one, so yeah, okay, fine. You know, we get that. I'm just looking at the super chats here. There is a few.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you'd like to go through them and see if we can
I'll
answer
hang
them.
out.
All right, cool. So Andrew Ortiz says, for some of the best explained time travel mechanics in fiction, I recommend Steins Gate's anime/visual novel. It's more grounded than most anime, and ER loves it. I love your guys' content. Cheers. I've never heard of Steins Gate, actually. I don't know if you have.
I have, but I haven't seen it. And I've heard mixed things, and I'm pretty sure it's ER's favorite anime, so mixed things. I've also heard this really boring, so I don't know.
Okay. But it's got good time travel mechanics, so that's good.
Yeah, good.
Jack Random says, is this the Outlander season finale discussion? Hi, Sam. Just kidding. Couldn't resist. Awesome stream. Yeah, I can't bring myself to watch Outlander. It's disastrous. I've read some of the books, and they are genuinely some of the most self-indulgent nonsense I think I've ever read. They're about 1,000 pages long each, so it's just abuse. Fan fiction. There are only two genders, red and blue. Nah, very, very appropriate. The Jonathan. Nobody ever talks about the cop that Kyle Reese by beating him unconscious. Does he beat him unconscious? I guess he's referring to the cop that he first meets when he's trying to quiz him about what year it is. I thought he just runs away from him.
Yeah, he runs away from that one. I'm trying to think if this is any other ones. He mostly escapes all of that without meeting anyone again. Then is Sarah.
Oh wait, in the police
in the police station. Well, I mean, I don't like if you're asking if I have a problem with that ethically. He like knees him in the chest, and the guy seems to get knocked out. He gets the keys off him, breaks out, and if you're telling me like, I don't know, it's dodgy, man, to knock someone out in order to save someone's life, I don't know. I'd be like, I don't know, I'm okay with that. It's fine.
Yeah. Given the situation, yeah. Sulaco Marine, what are your thoughts on the stop motion animation for the endoskeleton in T1? Has it aged poorly, or is it pure 80s charm? I think MauLer and I have a bit of a split decision on this one. I think it's pure 80s charm. I don't think you're quite as keen.
It depends on the shots. Like, there's some that I think are really good, some that I think are a bit awkward.
I think for me, it calls to mind some of the movies that I watched when I was a kid, like Jason and the Argonauts, where you've got Talos, this giant like bronze statue that attacks them, and it's like 500 feet tall, and it's all stop motion animation. But it just looks terrifying for some reason. I don't know if it's the way it moves or something. So it just kind of calls that to mind for me, and that's why I think it works all right like this.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me. Spectre von Baron, the Terminator sequels past two forget their horror roots. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go with the horror for the second one. It's more of an action thriller, I guess. The first one's more of a slasher type horror thing with sci-fi undertones.
Yeah, a lot of people like to compare it to the Alien franchise where it goes from horror to action, but I'd say that with Terminator, the Terminator 1 is still a lot of action in that horror, and then the second one is there's still a bit of horror in that action. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah.
But again, there's still horror in Aliens too, so it's yeah. But you could definitely see that progress being made, and or at least the change being made.
Yeah. But then when you get to the later Terminator movies, they go into comedy, so it's an interesting route.
Yeah. Whatever.
Comrade. Yeah, Comrade Commodore says halfway through EFAP, still got the Pat McGee show to watch, and now this content overload. Well, we do endeavour to provide you with lots of content. RNB3. While I like how I like Terminator 2. How do Terminators keep coming if they destroyed the time machine in 1? At best, the next movie could have focused on ending the war.
So this is interesting. Kyle says they destroyed it after I went in, and it's like, how would you know that, Kyle? Unless you're just guessing they did that, and they told you they would. We don't know. We don't know. They might have gone, hey, sir, I checked the files. They sent more than one Terminator, so we should send more than one Kyle Reese. It's fine. It totally makes plausible sense, guys.
I mean, it could be that there was another facility that could also do time travel, and they ended up capturing that, and it's like, oh shit, they did this twice.
There's a lot of we have to write it ourselves for the most part. They really don't give you a lot on that part of it, and I believe fully that they don't because they're just not focusing on that. They're like, look, there's a Terminator that's come back to kill him, okay? And you're like, oh, all right.
Yeah, it's enough to get me going. Kosh says Terminator at the end, it couldn't have crawled towards Sarah in the factory. It was metal on metal, and it would have given no grip.
True.
And the body mass of the robotic torso would have been too much inertia. Physics wins, Skynet fails. I thought it was a metal grated floor, so it could like hook its fingers into it and pull itself forward that way.
There's it's the compressor. What am I talking about? The hydrochloric. Wow, my brain's melting. Hydraulic press. Yeah. That part of it, it's just like a steel flat plane, and he manages to crawl across it to get to it, and it's like, yeah, you wouldn't be able to do that.
Maybe he's got magnets built into his fingertips. We'll
there
never
it
know.
is. He's got jet boosters in the chest part.
I feel like it's my duty to cover for the flaws in the script. Andrew Fritz, money for drinker question for MauLer. Given your knowledge of TROS, will TFA Part 3 pull a dark fate and decanonize Parts 1 and 2 from the MauLer review universe?
There's probably a couple of... In fact, in my TLJ critique, I actually talk about how you could work with the idea that Rey was a Palpatine. And I go on a little section about what you can do with that and why it could work and why fans would have wanted it versus nobody. And it's funny because people are like, well, she is now. And so it's like some of my stuff changes as a result of all of this. But the TFA Part 1 and 2, as far as I know, they work. And of course, I'm going to be, once I get to Tross, I can explain how, if she were a Palpatine, how they could have implemented it. But what they do with it is just gosh darn awful. So yeah, I had to do some changes for TFA Part 3, but 1 and 2 should work just fine, even with Tross existing.
Wouldn't it be nice if they'd decided that she was a Palpatine right from the beginning and just foreshadowed it all throughout the trilogy, and then you would have had some kind of setup for it instead of just, here you go, there's your explanation.
Imagine we opened with following the family of Palpatine, these innocent people who happen to be in his bloodline, and they're persecuted and hated, but they also are powerful and feared. That could be an interesting story.
Yeah.
Never mind.
We got TLJ instead, so that's fine. Andrew Bomer, you felt bad for the Terminator when it was destroyed. Imagine how the press machine felt being forced to execute the pinnacle of his kind. I'm sorry, my friend.
That's like the equivalent of the caveman beating the astronaut to death.
I never looked at it that way. Yeah, I don't want to do this, but she's pressed the button. I've got no control. Never mind. Mental Militia. T2 had more story to tell. The other sequels had more money to make. Yeah, pretty much. There's very little creativity left to explore. Nero says they turned John Connor into a Terminator. Yeah,
they really did.
Much nonsense happens in that.
So, if we were to create a list working really hard, the top 10 things you could do to the characters of the Terminator franchise from 1 and 2 would be the most insulting. I'll just list a few of them for you. Make John Connor a Terminator. Have the T-800 shoot John Connor as a child to death. Have Sarah Connor frustrated at being a mother and a protector and lament not being more important. Delete Terminator 1 and 2 from existence. These are things that I would be like, how do we damage this? How do we destroy this? How do we piss off the fans? And they did all of those things. It's fascinating.
Yeah. It's a great demolition job. Well done, movie makers. Doctor Strangelovin, unbridled drinkers. Love the channels. Keep it up. Try and keep the franchise Terminator. Brie Larson from assaulting more franchises. Yeah. Who knows where she's going to go next? There's plenty more for her to destroy. Spectre Von Baron, thoughts on Short Circuit then, guys? Wow, that's a blast from the past. I enjoyed Short Circuit, actually. The sequel, not so much.
I don't remember it.
Johnny
Five.
Five.
That too, probably.
Yeah. It was good fun. Automation D&D. If you had to pick one of the post T1 and T2 movies to follow, which one seems the most in line with the original story as intended by Cameron? I mean, probably Salvation, because it follows into the future war. Like I don't think it breaks the canon or anything, as far as I understand it. Salvation.
All they argue in that film for the changes, if you remember, there's a scene where John is looking at some stuff and he says, "This isn't how it's supposed to go." He says, the things are moving faster than they're supposed to, because the film invents a lot of things, right? Like the human Terminator hybrid, Skynet is really far advanced compared to what we've seen previously. All kinds of new Terminators we've never seen before, and he just comments on how things are different, things have changed. And so if someone was to say it breaks canon in any way, the film is trying to say it's not going exactly the way you would expect it to, I think.
Okay. What about yourself? What's if you had to pick one that's most in line?
Yeah, probably Salvation, actually, because I'm sorry, I'm in the camp of I hate Terminator 3 for making Judgment Day happen. It annoyed me. I always felt that our characters nailed it in Terminator 2, that they made their own future, that Skynet was defeated, and that if there was going to be some horrible AI to fight in the future, it's going to be very, very different and possibly very, very far away from their lives.
Yeah. Cool. Right. William Morrison, nice to see two of my favorite creators talking about T1 and 2. I'd like to say that you all suffering through the terrible Terminator movies is what got me to finally watch T1 and 2. So something good came from your pain, at least. Yeah, I think
T1 and 2 is thing
required watching.
If we were to close the stream out with anything, I'd be like, guys, go rewatch Terminator 1 and 2. They're really good.
Yeah. Well, people... Like after I did that Alien stream, people were like, "Yeah, I just rewatched this movie for the first time in years and forgotten how much I fucking loved it." So yeah.
I've told people this on EFAB before. Like Rags and I and different friends of mine, we will just randomly here and there watch some great movies because it's fun to watch great movies.
Yeah.
You know what's not fun? When you're like, "Ooh, Terminator 74, The Rise of John Connor Robot. Yay! This is gonna be great."
Frog Boogers, cheers from America, gents. Drinker, love your very entertaining work. MauLer, I have not seen your content yet, but I'll have to check out your channel. Yes, do that. His channel is excellent, and I thoroughly recommend it for long-form analysis.
Well, thank you. That's very kind.
No, I mean, genuinely, like it's... for me, it's always a pleasure to be able to do these streams with you because I was a fan of your content like before my channel even took off. So to now be in a position where we can just chat about movies, it's great. I love it.
Well, yeah, I'm always happy to. You're well. I was gonna say you came on EFAP recently, and you'll be on EFAP suited up again. You're a fun guest, so.
It can't be any worse than that Cinema Sins for Joker. That was like the ultimate example of reaching.
Really?
Surely.
Do you want to test it? Oh, I don't even want to spoil the potential, but yeah, I think you're going to be wrong. I think you're going to be wrong.
I just think there'll be more to get to grips with TROS. Like, with Joker, it was just like, you're just manufacturing, something from nothing. And when it's a good movie, it's kind of hard.
When you've got these two characters, one who props up a thing and one who brings it down, and you're dealing with a bad movie, then the one who props things up is probably going to be the one who has to stretch. The one we just did with Joker was what I would consider absolutely a good movie. So the one who brings things down is going to have a tough time, as he did. And so now, if we're dealing with a bad movie, I wonder who's going to have more trouble.
Looks like the upper hand is on the other foot.
Yes.
But at least it's hard to like have a good time or be funny when it's a genuinely good movie that you're talking about, because you can't even make fun of it. Whereas like at least with TROS, we can have a laugh as we work through it. So like
that's the YouTuber's concern, right? So when we're like ripping into Dark Fate and laughing how stupid it is and coming out someone else, we're all just doing shocked noises and just this is embarrassing, condemning and stuff. While with this, where I'm like, this scene's so good, and this scene is so good, and this thing they say is so good, and this is so, and I'm like, I hope people are getting bored.
It feels like you should be able to provide criticism, but sometimes you just can't, and you don't want to, and that's the situation you end up in.
I just if I'm being 100% honest and genuine about films I love, I end up being just like in that mode. But anger just represents itself in lots of interesting ways to watch and listen to. So yeah, it's just a matter of having to really figure out what it is that's working instead of simply saying it's good.
Yeah. Laughing Kuro, yo, long man and drinker. I was wondering if you would debate Razor Fist on Aliens. He's tweeted, "It's an action film failing to be what Predator was." I mean, I don't even know how to process that one.
I would have to ask him what exactly he means by that. Maybe he's right by whatever definition of framing he wants to choose, but the last thing I would use to describe Aliens is failure.
Yeah, I think we might need more context on that one. But it'd be interesting to have a chat either way. Joey Bryant, we didn't care how John Connor got the scars. Like, you don't need to know how Han Solo got his name, got his blaster, got his fucking dice. Exactly. Mystique is an important thing for characters, and it makes them interesting. And if you take it away, what have you got?
Well, remember, what was... I had one in my head. I mean, the Han Solo ones are definitely relevant, but oh yeah, of course, Nick Fury's eye. They wanted to tell us how he got that. You're like, okay, you want to tell? Okay, so it could be interesting. What's it going to be? A cat scratched it. Like, oh. And you get half the audience bewildered and annoyed, and then this weird portion of the audience who are like, "Nah, it's cool because you'd expect it to be badass, but it turns out it was a cat. That's really clever." It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, sometimes you have to think, like, is it worth sacrificing the reputation of a character, a well-known and beloved character, just for a really quick, cheap laugh? I would say probably not.
I would agree with you. You know what that reminds me of, by the way? That whole description was Hux in the opening of TLJ.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he was a beloved character.
Oh, no, with what we have of him, are you okay with just flushing it down the toilet for a joke? It's like, I guess you are, okay.
Yeah.
Certainly not beloved, though.
This is the weird thing with that character. From TFA, it's like, okay, he's actually relatively good at his job, and he's pretty solid, and like, the failure of their mission and the destruction of Planet Killer Base isn't really his fault. He was not even aware of this stuff going on. So, yeah, to take him, a guy who's got potential to be kind of ruthless and pretty dangerous, and turn him into this joke is it's an interesting choice on Ryan's part. I'll say that.
And then it was an interesting choice for JJ to execute him with Richard E. Grant. It was like, okay, fine.
It's like, I'm just going to replace him with what Hux should have been. Perfect. Automation D&D from MauLer. You're one of the sharpest dudes with great delivery. Forgot about you with all the shite out there. Subbing, you boys are the best. There you go. You've earned yourself a sub.
I mean, yeah, it takes ages for me to release stuff, so people often forget if I exist. Like, are you okay? And I'm like, oh no, I'm here, it's coming.
Well, it's kind of like a musician or something going into retirement and then coming, having a great comeback. So that's what you get to do, just when people least expect it. Max Loads, High Drinker. Bill Paxton had a great role in C1. He stars in a lesser-known horror film with Lance Henriksen called Near Dark. I recommend it for Paxton in this movie alone. I feel like I've watched that, but I can't quite remember it.
What one, sorry?
Since he was in Near Dark with Lance Henriksen.
I have not seen that.
I have to do some research on that one. But yeah, the name's familiar. I feel like I might have seen it, but then kind of it's faded a bit. Anthony Scioli. I showed one of my friends Gremlins and he flipped out. Good. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it. Reagan Devar, Drinker, did you ever see the original Tron? Thoughts? Yeah, I liked it. I like the original Tron. I like the animation style they had for it, and it's got this weird kind of dreamlike quality to it. So it's quite a fun movie. Have you seen it, MauLer?
I saw that when I was super young, and I haven't seen it since, and I've forgotten most of it. I saw Tron Legacy, and I thought that was okay. I liked bits,
Yeah.
like other bits.
Yeah, I think with Tron Legacy, my biggest issue was Tron is barely in it, but yeah, it was a sequel, I suppose, so fair enough. Fun fact, the scenes depicted post-Skynet Earth were actually ripped documentary footage from Glasgow in the late 80s and early 90s. Yeah, I mean, we don't like to talk about that now, but it's pretty reminiscent of Glasgow. We don't have intelligent machines there, but the buildings and stuff are pretty accurate. Interesting place. The biggest problem with Terminator is that why go back and end her as an adult? Just go back and end her in the crib. I think probably they didn't know where she was back then. Potentially,
I mean, not only that, but like technically, they're trying to end John in the crib, right? Kind of. So, you know, like, couldn't you be like, when you end her mother, and then when you end her mother in the crib, and then when you end her mother's mother, and end her mother's mother, you know, like, I guess the machines had to make a decision.
Like, yeah, I can imagine people with like revolutionary muskets or something having to fight Terminators.
Knock out the Connor family line.
Yeah. God. Fair enough. What's this next one? Asking for a cousin who's staying in Scotland for a summer. Is there anything an American tourist should be careful to do or not do while over there? Yeah, just be careful not to speak to anyone or make eye contact, and then you're probably going to be all right. But yeah, generally speaking, there's plenty to see and do in Scotland if the lockdown ever gets lifted. So yeah, knock yourself out when you come here. Me, myself, and I, Drinker, watch the Sarah Connor Chronicles and review it. It was extremely well done. Since you obviously like Terminator, give it a fair chance. Maybe I've been harsh on it. I'm not a huge fan of Lena Headey as an actress, so that might put me off slightly, but other people say she's really good in it, so I don't know what to do. Mr. Millennium, great video as usual today, Drinker. Could you do videos on the DKT films? I'd love to hear your takes. DKT?
Dark Knight Trilogy?
Okay. Yes. Yeah, the first one was pretty wishy-washy. Second one was fantastic. Third one was probably not as good as it's cracked up to be. That would be my short version.
I never know if it's controversial or not, but I just stand by Dark Knight Rises is shit. Like,
yeah.
Like, come at me, bro. Like, I know a lot of people like that movie. Like, no, shit.
Well,
I like
if you want an example of...
Dark Knight is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you want an example of bad pacing, then Dark Knight Rises is the one to go for. It's really badly paced and it's kind of a bit nonsensical at times. But yeah, one day I'll do a proper review. Jade Kind, Drinker, you dapper gentleman, love your work. Which of the 3 Lord of the Rings films is your top and why? For me personally, it's Fellowship of the Ring. I would probably go for The Two Towers because I absolutely love the battle at Helm's Deep, and I think it's probably, for me, it strikes that balance between huge, like, epic battles and events and sort of the kind of closer character-driven stuff. Whereas Return of the King, as good as it was to get closure on everything, it's a bit overblown at times, and some of the things are wrapped up a little too quickly, like the Battle of Minas Tirith. But that's just me.
What was the question? Was which is the favorite? Is it?
Yeah.
Mine would be Fellowship. It's more everything. I was gonna like pick a thing, and then I was like, no wait, I like that. No wait, that. Moria comes to mind pretty quickly, and Amon Hen and Boromir defending the hobbits. The whole storyline for all of the different characters in that movie, it's incredible. I wouldn't mind doing videos on Lord of the Rings one day if I maybe I can clone myself, but those movies are utterly fantastic, and Fellowship is my favorite. Yeah.
Cool. Ad Baron, you guys got to give Sarah Connor Chronicles a chance. It's tonally season 1 to 3 of Buffy. Lena's almost as good as Linda. Great characters, has nuances you're looking for. Man, there's so much love for the Sarah Connor Chronicles. I feel like I'm missing out now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that the TV show Land of Terminator isn't as bad as the movies.
Yeah, just remake it. Cody Ingram, only a troglodyte would find Steins Gate boring. Harsh words.
Steins Gate? You're going to upset them.
Steins Gate. Troglodyte, lol, that's horribly ironic of me. Well, okay. Imagine James Cameron directing a Star Wars movie. Holy shit.
I mean, I'd give him a shot. Why not?
The only problem is he would take about 15 years to make it.
So, well, yeah, there's a couple of issues here. One being we wouldn't see it, probably. Two, he's not as reliable as he used to be. Three, I don't know, maybe this is a point in his favor. It's so bad at this point that I'm willing to literally let anybody do anything. I'm just like, yeah, go for it. See what happens. It's not like we care if it gets worse now. It's not like you can, well, I mean, that's a lie. I do care if it gets worse, but it probably will.
I think imagining him working within the constraints of a Star Wars universe, though, I can't see it. He wants to do his own thing most of the time. Gears and Games says Avatar and Deadpool creators destroy Terminator. How does that happen? At least at Retcon 3 and Genesis. I mean, I don't think Cameron had much impact on Dark Fate. You know, he's there as like.
I felt betrayed that he was like happy to promote it. I was like, screw you. You should care about what they've done to your franchise, but you don't, and it annoys me.
I think he even came out and promoted Genesis. You know, he had no involvement, but he's like, oh, this is a fantastic movie. It's reinvigorated the Terminator franchise. And it's like, you didn't need that amount of money to say that. You know, it's not worth your soul and your professional reputation. But yeah. Sly Goose says, MauLer, when Geeks and Gamers becomes Mega Media Corp, you will write all of their trash trilogy movies. And what would be your first trilogy about? Sorry, I'm just reading this verbatim here, so apologies if it's a bit all over the place.
That's all right. Was that directed at me, sorry? Or?
Yeah, so I'll try again. When Geeks and Gamers becomes Mega Media Corp, will you rewrite all of their trash trilogy movies? I guess like Star Wars. And what would be your first trilogy about?
We've gone on it over on EFAB. The short version is push Leia to become overcompensating her like defense of the galaxy from the Empire as a result of the OT. Basically have her crushing them in any sense of the word wherever she finds them. And that creates obvious conflict when she pushes too far, and you can have Han be the one who has to essentially become the driving force of what would be good in this trilogy, as opposed to him being almost dubious in A New Hope to becoming a hero. Now he's going to have to push himself to actually fight the good guys to some degree. And then Luke, I would probably have him, you know, there's a lot of different things we could be doing, but the main thrust of the drama I'd want to create is a republic that overcompensates by destroying any sense of what exists as the Empire, and they take it way too far.
Yeah, I think that could work. Sets up some interesting questions then about the abuse of power and, you know, how far you go to protect yourself from outside threats. So
I'd want to have some echoed visuals. So like when Han was tortured by Darth Vader, I would have someone from the Empire is getting tortured to get information about the remaining sort of areas people are getting hidden, and Han can see it. You can have different people who are like, you know, the line being broken would when you have you just see like people in stormtrooper armor that's basically like half formed, like maybe just a helmet and a couple of like a greaves, if you can call it that, parts of the armor, but the rest of it just looks like a normal dude. And you know, all they're doing is trying to defend a group of people who are trying to just survive, who were Empire loyalists or something, and they're getting shot down, and it's just like, what the hell is happening? And Leia's just like, we can never have Alderaan again, we've got to get rid of these people.
Yeah, no, I like that.
Something horrible like that. And, you know, it would take a lot of work, and I wouldn't want Leia to become the Emperor or some crazy shit like that. I would want to bring it back, but I want to try and I don't want to repeat what we've had already. Is kind of the point.
Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah, so there's only two left actually. Last two. For Drinker and MauLer, is Star Trek the original motion picture worth the time or skippable in favor of Wrath of Khan? I would say skip it because it's just like an overblown episode of the TV show. It's got no real tie-ins to the rest of the movies, and it's just a real long, slow-paced slog. It looks nice though, but yeah, Wrath of Khan is the best Star Trek movie that's ever been made, in my opinion. from what you've said to me before, MauLer, you're not really a Star Trek guy.
I know nothing about Star Trek really in any meaningful way, and I haven't seen the movies at all.
Oh, well, that's an easy one then. Okay, final one. Drinker, MauLer, would you guys be down to do a sequel to Alita Battle Angel, and would you change any cast member? Personally, I don't care that much. I watched Alita. It was fine. Killed a couple hours. I wasn't really that enamored with it. But yeah, I think I even struggled to do a review of it because I was like, I'm really tied up for things that are interesting that I can say about this movie. It's all right.
I thought it was fine at best, and I was with two people who thought it was awful. So it didn't help me in terms of like I wasn't exactly passionate to defend any part of it. I was just like, this is okay. I mostly follow it, and they were pointing out loads of things they hated. And I was like, yeah. So I'm not. I was just saying, I'm not one to be I'm not an Alita guy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about like the anime or anything like that, so I had nothing to base it on. I was just taking it on its own merits. Oh yeah, here's one here. Drinker, what's the worst alcohol? For me, it is Chinese moonshine that my friend brought back, and we opened it up on a stag do once, and the stuff was like fucking drain cleaner. It's the worst stuff I've ever tasted in my life. I think we only managed like a tiny sip each before we had to just pour it down the sink. And it stank the place up. So Christ only knows what was in it. What is your worst alcohol, Mr. MauLer?
Well, I've not tried enough that I think my perspective matters all that much. But funnily enough, probably. So, like, if we're going strictly by taste, I had a bad experience with Fireball once. Like, it burned the shit out of me. I didn't expect it. I drank a lot of it at once, and I was like, I regret everything I just did. I drank a pint of vodka once, all in one, and it was something.
Why did you do that to yourself?
Because I was a teenager and a friend dared me. If you want to get drunk quick, fellas, I can recommend a pint of vodka.
Fuck, yeah. It's efficient anyway. That's a proper Terminator approach.
So yeah, like I guess those would be my worst experiences. But like someone could probably suggest something way worse than any of them. But they have more to do with quantities rather than the actual things themselves.
Yeah, I think for me it's that. I also hate anything that tastes of aniseed, so I hate sambuca. And for some reason, when we used to do nights out, friends would always bring it out just when I was on the verge of like passing out anyway. They'd be like, oh, let's do our shots of sambuca. That'll be the thing. And yeah, it's the thing to send me straight to the toilets to spew my guts up. But anyway, that brings the super chats to an end, I believe. So we'll probably close it up there. It's been a hell of an experience and a hell of an emotional journey we've been on tonight, sir.
Yes. There's one more by the looks of things.
Oh, what have we got here? Oh, right, yeah. Sorry, I didn't refresh. They blew the time rig as Reese went. That's why he hits the ground in 1984. The T800 says John sends him 35 years from now, 1997. Second time rig confirmed. Ah, okay, so there were two then.
Oh, that's really cool. I didn't notice that.
Nice. Okay, well, at least we know that then. That's mystery solved. So I was just saying there, it's been a hell of an emotional journey going through these Terminator movies and actually reminiscing about films that were good. It's been a nice different experience. So thanks very much for taking part in this, man. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for having me for this subject, because I love me Terminator 1 and 2. They're good shit.
As I've put the link to MauLer's channel in the description. He is an excellent person to go to for long-form media analysis. He has done some excellent breakdowns of The Last Jedi, The Force Awakens, various Marvel movies. They're all pretty damn entertaining. Oh, and also Game of Thrones. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah, still brings a snort of disgust even now.
What did they do?
Would you care to? Is there anything I've missed, or would you care to tell people anything else that you're working on at the moment?
Oh, I mean, you've missed nothing. That actually pretty much. I've got a couple of game things if people are interested, but they're very very few. It's Dark Souls, Ukulele, Soma, Outlast. It's a very weird specific set, but there's all reasons for all of it. It's that I explained in the series, and then of course there's the the Tross one, the 2-hour one I did recently. So if you want to hear someone say even more things negatively about The Rise of Skywalker, you can find that on my channel.
We could always use more of that.
And yes, TFA Part 3 is on the way, everyone. It's on the way.
You heard it here. Cool, man. Well, I'm going to end the live stream now. So thanks very much for everyone. Thanks for all the amazing super chats and being so generous with your time and your donations. And we'll see you for the next one. And that's all we've got for today. So go away now.